Zorian wakes in pain when his little sister Kiriel launches herself onto his stomach and cheerfully screams him awake. Kiriel smugly pretends to study the map while watching for his reaction, and Zorian silently regrets not locking his door with magic. When she says their mother told her to wake him, Zorian keeps his temper, waits for an opening, and suddenly flips her off the bed. Kiriel hits the floor angry, but their bickering ends with Zorian admitting she is right that he always sleeps later than she does. Kiriel bounces around asking if he is excited to return to the academy and start learning magic again, but Zorian plays dumb to kill the conversation. He tells her to bother Fortov instead because he needs to pack, and her sudden bright idea makes him realize too late what she is about to do. Kiriel races into the bathroom and slams the door in his face, stealing it out from under him just to spite him. After pounding on the door and getting only a smug answer back, Zorian gives up and goes to get dressed. Back in his room, Zorian changes into his plain clothes, puts on his glasses, and is relieved to see Kiriel did not rummage through everything first. Packing goes quickly because he barely unpacked at all, but he soon notices some school textbooks are missing. When he checks his writing supplies too, he finds the drawer raided again and knows Kiriel has been stealing from him as usual. Needing the textbooks back, he marches to Kiriel's room and finds them hidden under her bed behind stuffed animals. With packing finished, Zorian heads downstairs hoping at least to eat in peace before leaving home. Instead, his mother stops him mid-stare and immediately attacks his outfit as beneath the family's reputation. She insists he cannot go out looking like a common worker, because every Kazinski reflects on the family whether he likes it or not. Zorian decides the fight is not worth it, changes into a pricier outfit, and endures his mother inspecting him like a display piece. He reaches the kitchen hoping for breakfast, but the porridge waiting for him makes him instantly suspect his mother's fake peace offering comes with a demand. She says she made him something he likes, but the porridge has gone cold from waiting, so Zorian reheats it with a quick spell instead of commenting. While he eats in stubborn silence, his mother rambles through a long story to circle toward whatever she really wants. Fed up, Zorian cuts in and tells her to either get to the point or let him finish breakfast after this miserable morning. His mother only laughs off Kiriel's latest stunt and says Zorian takes things too seriously, just like his father. That comparison lands badly, and Zorian snaps back that he is nothing like his father. Then she finally reveals the real issue. She and his father will spend 6 months visiting Diamond and Koth and are worried about what to do with Kiriel. Zorian goes pale when he realizes she wants to leave 9-year-old Kiriel with him while he is away at the academy. He argues he is only 15 and spends most of his day at school, so Fortov would be the more obvious choice. His mother shuts that down by saying Fortov needs to focus on graduating and is far too irresponsible to raise a child. Zorian bitterly realizes the family will dump any neglected responsibility on him again, and he refuses to lose his freedom at school to babysit Kiriel and be reported on. So he throws her own words back at her and flatly shouts no. Kiriel appears behind him asking what they are talking about, and Zorian immediately says they were discussing what a rotten brat she is. He tries to leave for the bathroom at last, but Kiriel blocks his way until a knock at the door gives him an escape. Zorian rushes to answer first and finds a bespectacled academy mage in expensive khaki clothes waiting outside with a thick book. When Ilsa introduces herself as a representative from Sioria's Royal Academy there to discuss his certification, Zorian nearly panics and assumes he must be in trouble. Ilsa quickly reassures him this is routine for third-year students, and Zorian awkwardly invites her inside. After brief introductions, Mother suddenly decides she and Kiriel should head to market, leaving Zorian alone in the house with the academy mage. Ilsa starts by handing him a sealed scroll, and Zorian realizes from the stubborn seal that she is quietly testing him. He works out that the seal needs mana, channels power into it, and opens the scroll cleanly to prove he belongs among certified mages. The document confirms him as a first circle mage, and Ilsa explains he does not need the expensive official badge unless he plans to sell magical services before graduation. Next, Ilsa asks if he will stay in academy housing again, and hands him a strange toothless key. When he channels mana into the key, glowing lines appear, and Ilsa explains that third-year housing uses mana-locked rooms because students now handle first circle spells and other sensitive material. Ilsa skips the long orientation because his train leaves soon and jumps straight to the two decisions that matter most now: his mentor and his electives. Zorian perks up because he knows a good mentor can shape an entire magical career, and he expects at least a decent choice. That hope dies fast when Ilsa admits she reached him late, and every mentor except one is already full. The only mentor left is Svim Chow, and Zorian buries his face in his hands because he has heard Svim is the worst mentor at the academy. Ilsa insists the rumors are exaggerated and says a hardworking student like him should manage, but Zorian still asks if there is any way to transfer. There is not, so Zorian bitterly accepts Svim and moves on to the elective list instead. The elective list is enormous, with magical and non-magical subjects alike, and Zorian realizes this choice needs real thought because he cannot afford another bad fit. But before they go any further, Zorian finally admits he desperately needs the bathroom, all because Kiriel stole his chance earlier. Later at Siren's train station, Zorian trails behind his family in silence and pointedly ignores Fortov cheerfully greeting friends. He avoids even looking at his mother because he already knows she wants him to socialize with Fortov's crowd, and he wants no part of them. The late train makes the crowd even worse, and Zorian endures the station with growing discomfort because large groups always weigh on him like a pressure in his head. Watching Fortov laugh at the center of a crowd only sharpens Zorian's resentment, because his brother is all charm while Zorian gets treated as the competent but difficult one. At last a mana-powered train rolls in, and Zorian pushes his irritation aside to board. He gives only brief goodbyes to his mother and Kiriel, then deliberately picks an empty compartment to travel alone. Once the train starts moving towards Syoria, Zorian settles in for the long ride. Hours later, another station announcement jolts him awake again, and he curses trains for making him sleepy only to wake him every stop. Looking out at Corsa, he sees a heavy boarding crowd and immediately knows his peaceful compartment is about to end. The first new passenger is a chubby girl in glasses and a green turtleneck, and Zorian is briefly pleased when she just sits down and reads in silence. Then 4 loud girls pile in and fill the rest of the compartment, ruining the calm for the rest of the trip. Near Syoria, Zorian sees the great northern forest on the horizon, grabs his bag, and heads for the exit to beat the crowd. He is already too late for a clean escape, and 3 first-year students chatting excitedly by the exit remind him how naive new academy hopes can be. One excited first-year asks him to show some magic, and Zorian dryly refuses because the train wards disrupt mana shaping. When she barely understands even what mana is, Zorian gives her a blunt crash explanation and ends the conversation there. The train stops in Syoria, and Zorian pushes off fast before the awestruck first-years can slow him down. Syoria's station still hits with its massive enclosed scale and non-stop crush of workers, passengers, hawkers, and beggars. Seeing he has time before classes, Zorian buys bread and heads toward the central plaza to relax by the fountain for a bit. As he crosses the city, the strange sight that still defines Syoria hangs over everything: the hole, a giant dungeon entrance, and rank 9 mana well that turned this place into a mage city. Then he freezes at the foot of a stairway when a swarm of rats stares back at him, and their exposed brains make it instantly clear these are not normal animals. Zorian retreats carefully for 1 beat and then breaks into a full sprint, glad he does not have to test his weak combat options against them. Shaken but still trying to reach the fountain, he cuts through a nearby park and runs into a little girl sobbing on a bridge. He patiently gets her to calm down enough to explain that her bicycle fell into the creek below. When he sees the half-submerged bike in the muddy water, he decides to help without climbing down himself. He casts Levitate Object, strains a little against the awkward weight, and floats the bicycle up into his waiting hand on the bridge. The girl gets her bike back, and Zorian leaves before this detour can become another conversation. Dark clouds start rolling in, and Zorian gives up on the fountain entirely and joins the long stream of students heading for the academy. The walk is long from the station to the academy by the hole, and Zorian passes struggling first years while keeping his own luggage light and manageable. As he gets closer, the dense ambient mana around the hole starts replenishing what he spent on the bicycle spell, and the familiar effect lifts his mood. To feel that control again, he takes out the apple he pocketed at breakfast and suspends it over his palm with raw mana shaping instead of a formal spell. The first drops of rain hit, and Zorian gloomily mutters that magic can feel like a rip-off when what he really needs is a simple rain spell or just an umbrella. With no better answer, he starts running for the academy through the rain. At the academy boundary, he discovers the school now has a ward that blocks rain across the entire compound, and he tests it with his hand in impressed disbelief. He steps inside still soaking, notices the whole campus has been freshly painted and prettified, and decides he will learn the reason later if it matters. Because most students hide from the rain, the administration building is almost empty, which suits him perfectly. Even so, paperwork drags on for 2 hours, and he leaves with no final class schedule yet, only a rulebook for third years that he already has no intention of studying. He eventually finds room 115 and braces for more academy housing misery, since the old dorm setup was cramped and miserable. Instead, the new room is surprisingly spacious, and the sight that really wins him over is his own private bathroom with a shower stall. He drops his bag, changes out of his wet clothes, and collapses onto the bed in relieved exhaustion. Lying there, he thinks about how much broader his magic will become this year now that First Circle access opens more of the library and more practical classes. The rain barrier keeps the window silent, and with that small luxury on his mind, Zorian drifts off for a short nap that becomes sleep until morning. On his first free weekend as a third year, Zorian heads straight into the academy library's restricted lower levels, eager to see what 2 years of locked shelves had been hiding. The place blows him away, because even First Circle mages have access to more spells and training manuals than he could ever master in one lifetime. Some of the spells look simple and harmless, which makes Zorian even more annoyed that useful material like this was hidden from him during second year. He gets so absorbed researching ward spells that he only looks up when hunger hits, and by then the morning is already gone. Reluctantly, Zorian checks out a few books and leaves, planning to keep reading in the privacy of his room after he finally gets food. When he enters the academy cafeteria, the real surprise is not lunch but the place itself, because the shabby student canteen is suddenly spotless and newly furnished. Even the cooks are suddenly generous with meat, which tells Zorian something bigger is going on and makes him immediately start hunting for answers. He barely has to look, because Benesek loudly waves him over, and Zorian knows the Academy Gossip Network has just delivered itself to his table. Their opening chat is the usual Benesek noise, with both boys surprised the other arrived in Syoria earlier than expected. Benesek suddenly asks if Zorian is excited for third year, and for one hopeful second Zorian thinks his classmate might finally care about magic. That hope dies instantly when Benesek reveals he meant first-year girls, not higher studies, and Zorian can only groan at his mistake. Zorian drags the talk back to what he actually cares about, and asks why the academy has suddenly been polished until it shines. Benesek is amazed Zorian missed months of gossip and explains that the entire city is preparing for an unusually big summer festival. When Zorian points out that the festival happens every year, Benesek shrugs and says this one is special because of some astrological event he barely understands. Zorian realizes Benesek means a planetary alignment, starts to explain, and instantly scares his friend into backing out before the lecture can begin. The conversation drifts to summer break, and Zorian mocks the question while Benesek insists he is only being polite. Benesek admits his father spent the whole summer forcing him into family work and even pushed him into the brutal estate management elective. Zorian answers more honestly than usual, saying he mostly read fiction and avoided his family, including his mother's attempt to dump his little sister on him. When Zorian lists engineering, mineral alchemy, and advanced mathematics, Benesek finally realizes just how seriously his friend is aiming at a career in spell forges. Benesek suggests Zorian could just fall back on his parents' business, and Zorian's answer is blunt enough to stop the joke cold. He'd rather starve in the street. The mood shifts again when Zorian reveals he got stuck with Svim as his mentor, and even Benesek reacts like he has just heard a death sentence. Benesek proudly says he picked the pretty, tolerant Karabira Aop instead, and Zorian immediately sees the real reason: his friend wants the easiest possible third year. Benesek cheerfully admits academy life is basically a 2-year holiday before real work begins, while Zorian can only shrug at how different their priorities are. Since Benesek is already in full gossip mode, Zorian keeps him talking and learns which classmates passed, which failed, and who is not coming back. One piece of news genuinely pleases him: Veyers Boranova lost control at his disciplinary hearing and got himself expelled for good. But the moment Benesek starts ranking girls, Zorian bails out before the conversation can drag him somewhere he does not want to go. Back in his room, Zorian finally opens one of his borrowed books, only to get interrupted almost immediately by a knock he already dreads. It is Taven, grinning and calling him Roach again, and Zorian lets her in with the weary patience of someone who already expects trouble. Taven immediately sprawls across his bed and casually explains that although she graduated, she still ended up at the academy as Nerthak's class assistant. She jokes that he would see plenty of her in non-magical combat, and Zorian dryly replies that Nerthak already blacklisted him before he could even get that idea. Taven keeps poking at him about exercise and what girls like, and Zorian snaps back hard enough to make it clear she is getting on his nerves. At last she gets to the real reason she came, asking him to join her group on a job in the tunnels below the city. The moment he realizes it is a sewer run, Zorian shuts the idea down with instant disgust. Taven begs anyway, insisting they only need a 4th member on paper and promising the others can keep him safe. Zorian still refuses, because the smell, the risk, and the company all sound miserable, and old resentment from her fake date makes him even less inclined to help. When begging fails, Taven tries to bait him into a bet and a fight, but Zorian knows perfectly well she would destroy him and refuses that too. After all that, Taven simply settles into his bed with a cheerful smile and changes the subject, proving she has no intention of leaving anytime soon. 2 days later, after surviving 3 hours of Taven's verbal siege and wasting the rest of the weekend in a bad mood, Zorian is almost relieved when Monday finally arrives. At his first class, Zorian runs into Akoja Stroh's standing guard with a clipboard, and she immediately accuses him of being late even though class has not started yet. Akoja insists students should already be seated 15 minutes early, and Zorian ends the argument by asking if he is even the last one there. Inside, Zorian takes in the familiar third-year classroom full of mage-born oddities and classmates from all over, but none of them are close enough to pull him into real conversation. His seatmate Briam is trying to calm a nervous orange-red fire drake, and Zorian carefully sits down once the little beast decides not to hiss at him again. Briam proudly explains he bonded with the fire drake over summer break, and that the academy allows familiars in class as long as they behave and stay small enough. While Zorian quietly watches the girls in class, Zack sneaks up behind him and teasingly assumes he is staring at the redhead everyone wants. Zorian denies it and tries to bounce the attention back, and Zack casually admits he is still chasing the same girl because he has all the time in the world. Before that strange comment can go anywhere, Ilsa walks in as their teacher, takes Akoja's attendance sheet, and opens third year with a bit of theatrical flair. Ilsa tells them the injustice is over at last, because now that they are certified third years, they will finally move beyond cantrips into real spellcasting. She immediately turns that excitement into a review on the nature of spells, and Zorian realizes the grand beginning is actually another basics lecture. Ilsa explains the chord divide, Unstructured magic is flexible but slow and difficult, while invocations are rigid bounded spells people use because they are practical. To make the point visual, she casts a simple torch spell on a pen and uses it to compare an invocation to the light-shaping exercise they already know. Since most of this is old material, Zorian half listens, doodles magical creatures in his notes, and quietly notices some classmates using animated pens to copy the lecture for them. Ilsa shifts into dispelling and summons stacks of ceramic bowls, then has Akoja pass them around for a hands-on demonstration. The students levitate their bowls with ease, and Zorian finds the task almost insultingly simple after his recent practice. Then Ilsa tells them to hit the levitation spell with the Illuminator, and every bowl suddenly drops with a loud clatter. Ilsa explains that the Illuminator is really a specialized disruptor, proving that brute force disruption can unravel many spells even when it was not designed for them. She immediately warns about the downside too, because disrupting a spell can be more dangerous than letting it finish, especially once larger amounts of mana are involved. Next she has them tear notebook paper into the bowls, and Zorian follows along even after guessing this example is heading somewhere obvious. The class ignites the paper and tries to dispel the resulting flames, but the fire keeps burning because it has already become an ordinary physical effect. After too much random guessing from everyone else, Zorian finally says the answer out loud. There is nothing magical left to dispel. 2 hours later, Zorian leaves disappointed, because Ilsa plans to spend a whole month on basics and has already added a dispelling essay on top of it. The rest of Monday is mostly introductions, except Nora Boole already stands out by overwhelming spell formula class with enthusiasm, bonus lectures, a 60-question test, and assigned reading for tomorrow. History of magic and magical law feel like more unwanted baggage, and by the end of the day even a 200-page history assignment has joined the pile. Tuesday starts very differently, because the combat magic teacher Kirin takes one look to understand. This class will be nothing like a normal lecture. Kirin booms that combat magic is about speed and power under pressure, which makes slow classical chanting nearly useless in a real fight. To prove how outdated old tactics are, he conjures a transparent illusion of an angry minotaur and says modern enemies are far too educated to be fooled by tricks like that. His real point is that modern battle mages rely on spell formulas embedded in tools, and he tells them outright that he will not waste years teaching old-style battle casting. Then he hands out rods of magic missile and has the class fire at clay targets until their mana reserves run dry. Zorian quickly learns the rod makes casting almost effortless, but the spell itself is so mana-hungry that he burns out after only 8 shots. As he stands there drained, Zorian watches Zack keep firing with lazy confidence, and cannot help feeling envious of how enormous the other boys' mana reserves are. When almost everyone is empty except Zack, Kirin dismisses the class early and warns them in a tone nobody doubts that he will personally hunt down anyone reckless with combat spells. Spell formula class should have been a perfect follow-up, but Nora Boole attacks it with such intense enthusiasm that even Zorian feels slightly overwhelmed. She piles on 12 recommended books, weekly bonus lectures, another brutal preliminary test, and reading homework before the students can even catch their breath. By Friday, the week has stayed mostly routine, but now Zorian is finally standing outside Svim's office and dreading the mentor everyone calls a nightmare. The moment he enters, Svim's cold impatience is obvious, and the man wastes no time ordering him to sit and demonstrate the basic 3 shaping exercises. As soon as Zorian starts, Svim cuts him off with one flat criticism after another, repeating start over until the session turns into pure frustration. An hour into the drill, Zorian finally gets the pen moving instantly, and Svim responds by throwing a marble into his forehead just to break his focus. When Zorian protests, Svim coolly says a true master would have kept control anyway and uses the failure to condemn the academy for stunting another promising student. Zorian argues that he mastered these exercises a year ago, but Svim dismisses that completely and says they will restart from the very basics until he can do them flawlessly. Svim adds that this torture is also supposed to teach Zorian patience and temper control, then calmly gives the order Zorian is already starting to hate: start over. By the 3rd week, Zorian has a new worse class, warding, and it is driving him up the wall. The problem is not just the subject itself. Their stern warding teacher skips steps that seem obvious to her, and the textbook reads like a professional manual instead of something students can actually learn from. The exam only makes it worse, throwing Zorian into a long practical question about designing a monster-proof research outpost with a fixed budget, floor plans, and ward choices. Zorian is furious because the test expects architecture, material costs, and even regional knowledge that the class never really taught. He can at least answer one part confidently: against borer wasps, a targeted vermin-repelling ward is better than relying on special building materials. Then laughter from the back of the room breaks his concentration, and Zorian instantly knows Zack is charming half the class again in the middle of the exam. What really bothers Zorian is that Zack should not be this good. Last year he was just a likable mediocre student, and now he is acing everything like he came back from summer as a different person. 15 minutes later Zorian gives up, handing in an unfinished paper and deciding he will have to teach himself warding because the class is failing him. Only Akoja leaves at the same time, but for the opposite reason. Zorian stayed to salvage points, while she stayed to check everything 3 times. When Akoja asks how he did, Zorian bluntly says badly, and she says the same thing in a way that makes him instantly roll his eyes. Akoja is really upset about Nialu, another classmate who suddenly started finishing early and scoring perfectly in a way that feels just as unnatural as Zack. Zorian points out that Zack changed just as sharply, and Akoja agrees at once, convinced the 2 of them and some unknown third girl are acting like they share a secret world. She is especially offended that the overachievers refused promotion to a better tier group, as if they are playing with the academy rules for fun. Zorian admits he is curious too, but he warns Akoja not to turn that curiosity into trouble for Zack when there is still no proof of anything. Benesek suddenly joins them like he smelled gossip from down the hall, and he is just as stunned that Zack turned from dead weight into a genius. Akoja wonders if Zack somehow knows the answers in advance, but Benesek shoots that down by reminding them he even impressed Nora Bull in an oral exam. The conversation dies as they enter alchemy, a class Zorian actually likes because the teacher can explain things and the work makes sense to him. Zorian pairs with Benesek as usual, which basically means Zorian does the work while Benesek provides noise. Benesek immediately starts whispering far too loudly that their alchemy teacher is hot, and Zorian nearly loses his mind because there is no chance she did not hear that. Zorian threatens to stop partnering with him if he wrecks his alchemy grade, then goes back to grinding boar or wasp husks while Benesek keeps grumbling. Benesek keeps mocking alchemy as glorified cooking for girls, while Zorian quietly remembers he was actually taught potion making by a real old-fashioned witch before the academy. Zorian shuts him down with a sharper threat this time. If Benesek does not stop talking, he can find someone else to carry him through alchemy. Across the room, Aslan is openly praising Zack again because he ignored the glue assignment and somehow produced an impressive enhancement potion instead. Watching that, Zorian cannot help wondering whether he would be praised for the same stunt or just scolded for showing off, and he finally understands why Koja is so bitter. Later, in Ilsa's class, the teacher announces the academy dance before the summer festival and makes attendance mandatory this year. Zorian reacts so badly that the class snickers, but Ilsa ignores him and keeps laying down the rules about evening dance lessons. When class ends, Ilsa keeps both Zorian and Akoja behind, and Zorian immediately assumes his outburst just got him in trouble. Instead, Ilsa asks if they know how to dance and reveals she wants both of them to help run the lessons. Her plan is to speed things up with a restricted animation spell that physically guides students through the dances until their bodies learn the movements. Zorian dryly explains the ugly side of that method from personal experience. The spell jerks you around like a puppet until you stop fighting it. That memory clearly comes from Daima forcing the spell on him as a kid, and Zorian is not amused when Ilsa treats it lightly. Ilsa promises students can refuse the spell, but those who do will have to attend more sessions, and she wants Zorian and Akoja helping her cast, dispel, and recast it safely. She chose them because both have good magical control and enough responsibility to be trusted with restricted magic that targets people. After dismissing Akoja, Ilsa changes the subject and asks Zorian how things are going with his current mentor Svim. Zorian answers with deadpan misery. After 4 weeks, Svim is still making him repeat the basic 3 exercise by levitating a pencil while dodging thrown marbles. Then Ilsa drops the real reason for the talk. After the festival, one of her students is leaving, and Zorian is her likely choice to transfer in as her new mentee. Zorian blurts out yes so fast that Ilsa laughs, and for the first time in a while he sees a clean way out of Svim's miserable training. But once he leaves the room, the catch hits him hard. If he wants Ilsa as a mentor, blowing off her mandatory dance is now a terrible idea. At the first dance lesson, students immediately start asking stupid shortcuts, and Zorian has to explain why they cannot just cast the animation spell on themselves. When he tells them they need to learn 10 dances, the room erupts in outrage and Ilsa has to take command again. The packed room presses on Zorian's nerves, so he withdraws to the sidelines just to get a little breathing space. Benesek notices him and asks who his date is, accidentally stepping straight onto Zorian's most hated subject. Inside his own head, Zorian explains exactly why dating feels pointless. Classmates would mock it to death, older boys dominate everyone's attention, and his family name only creates false expectations. So he tells Benesek the truth. He is not getting a date because he plans to skip the dance entirely and fake an alchemy accident instead. Benesek begs him to reconsider because the summer festival matters socially, especially this year, but Zorian cuts him off with bitter contempt for all of it. Then Benesek makes it worse by saying Zorian owes his family a good public face, and Zorian finally snaps in front of everyone nearby. He insists he is a nobody and wants it that way, then tells Benesek to leave him alone before the resentment turns even uglier. Once Benesek backs off, Zorian admits to himself that the worst part is he actually knows how to survive these events. He just hates every second of them. Soon after, Ilsa summons him to her office, and one look at her posture tells Zorian she already heard about his boycott plan. Ilsa starts by praising him as one of her best students and a likely future mentee, which only makes the trap feel more obvious. Then she asks if he is excited for the dance, and when he lies smoothly, she reveals she already knows he meant to boycott it. Zorian instantly blames Benesek in his head, but out loud he tries to wriggle free by claiming it was all rumor. When that fails, he asks why his presence matters so much, and even throws out his real problem with crowds: they give him headaches. Ilsa admits crowds bother her too and says she can give him a potion, but the real issue is simple: she is organizing the dance, and notable absences will stain her record. Worse, she calls Zorian prominent, not because he believes it, but because reaching this level already makes him stand out, and because he is Damon's younger brother. Ilsa notices exactly where that hit, and for once Zorian answers honestly. He hates being measured against Daimon and Fortov for everything. He explains that his parents always played favorites, valued social success above all else, and treated him more like a burdened babysitter than a son. Only recently did they start paying attention to him again, and that was not because they suddenly cared. It was because Fortov failed badly enough to become a problem. With Fortov unreliable and Daimon off being heroic somewhere else, Zorian says his family is dragging him out to groom him as the spare heir for their business, and he wants no part of it. He goes even further, saying he barely feels like part of the Kaczynski family at all and would rather repay his parents for his education than let them decide his future. Ilsa says she does sympathize, but she still thinks those comparisons are unavoidable and tries to soften the blow by praising his own talent. Then she misreads the situation and suggests his real problem might just be getting a date, even offering the easy option of inviting some eager first year. That only pushes Zorian to shut the conversation down. He says he is not bringing a date, and if he must attend, that is all she is getting from him. By Friday evening, Zorian is back at the residence building, dreading the next day so much that even free time feels useless. The corridor walls are already splashed with bright festival colors, a cheerful sight that only makes him feel worse. Then Fortov appears out of nowhere, all fake brotherly warmth, and Zorian immediately knows he wants something. Sure enough, Fortov admits he promised a friend he would make her an anti-rash potion after shoving her into purple creepers during survival class. Zorian corrects him at once. There is no anti-rash potion, only an anti-rash salve, which makes Fortov sound like even more of an idiot. Fortov begs for help and even offers to find Zorian a girlfriend in return, which only makes Zorian angrier. Zorian first tells him to buy the medicine, but all the shops are already closed for festival preparations, and Fortov's panic only deepens. Zorian tries to refuse again, claiming his classes have not reached serious alchemy yet, even though he secretly knows perfectly well how to make the salve. Fortov keeps whining that Zorian is smart enough to know languages and shaping exercises but somehow useless here, and the sheer audacity nearly starts another fight. Then Fortov admits he never cared enough to learn alchemy himself, and somehow that honesty is what finally wears Zorian down. When Fortov explains the girl needs the rash gone before the festival because she is trying to impress a boy, Zorian finally caves just to make him stop begging. He agrees to make the salve and tells Fortov to meet him at the fountain in 3 hours, making it clear this favor now comes with a debt. Fortov bolts before Zorian can change his mind, leaving Zorian to head for his room and gather his own alchemical supplies. The academy workshop is nearly deserted that night, but Zorian is unfazed and settles in to work alone. The cure is ironic. The main ingredient is purple creeper itself, specifically dried leaves that have to be powdered without filling the air with irritating dust. Instead of expensive equipment, Zorian uses a clever little trick. He wraps the leaves in damp cloth and leather, then hammers them flat so the dust stays trapped. With the powder ready, he mixes in honey and oblia berry juice, heats the bowl over a low flame, and calmly stirs until the salve comes together. As the salve cools, a soft voice behind him praises both the finished work and his improvised technique, catching him completely off guard. The speaker is Kale, the quiet white-haired Morlock boy from class, and his calm expertise makes it obvious he knows exactly what he is looking at. Zorian downplays his own work and turns the compliment back around, telling Kale that his alchemy is on another level and that even Zack usually cannot beat him. Kale agrees that Zack's current skill cannot be real overnight growth, especially in a craft like alchemy that only looks that smooth after years of practice. When Zorian nudges the comparison toward Kale himself, Kale simply confirms it. He also has years of practice behind him. Then Kale politely asks for the workspace, and Zorian leaves with the salve and one more uneasy thought about Zack's impossible improvement. Walking away, Zorian ruefully realizes he should have made himself a sleeping potion too, because tomorrow's festival will not let him rest at all. Zorian opens his door in a bad mood and finds Akoja standing there to drag him to the dance. Akoja reveals Ilsa sent her because she thought Zorian might skip the event again. Then she awkwardly admits she is supposed to be his date too, because Ilsa decided he could not find one. Zorian decides not to punish Akoja for it, lets her inside, and grudgingly gets properly dressed because ruining her night would feel worse. Their walk to the hall is painfully quiet, with Akoja uneasy and Zorian enjoying the last bit of peace he expects tonight. At the entrance, Zorian sees a dense crowd of excited students and already feels overwhelmed. Akoja refuses to wait outside, so once they are swallowed by the crowd, Zorian quietly slips away from her on purpose. Inside, the dance turns out to be absurdly expensive, with fine food, rich decor, and animated carvings everywhere. Zorian spends the next hour hiding in plain sight, snacking and avoiding every conversation he can. He also notices the dance is packed with guild, house, and foreign representatives, making it clear this night matters to far more than students. When the first dance is finally about to begin, Zorian returns to Akoja and finds her furious after hunting for him. They dance anyway, and Zorian quietly accepts a few revenge steps on his toes without complaining. When Akoja says people were looking for him, Zorian slips into smooth party manners and flatters her just enough to calm her down. The peace does not last, because Akoja soon starts parading him from one important guest to another under Ilsa's likely orders. One woman hears his surname and immediately connects him to Daimen and Fortov, proving his family reputation follows him everywhere. The woman praises Fortov's violin from the stage, and Zorian has to admit he cannot play any instrument at all. Instead of talking music, Zorian asks how the hall is being filled with evenly balanced sound, and everyone around him just thinks he is weird. Akoja finally takes pity on him and brings him to a table with classmates for actual food and safer conversation. Zorian stays quiet through the small talk until Akoja catches him using the wrong fork for cake. He knowingly uses the wrong fork anyway, and that tiny act finally breaks Akoja's patience. Akoja blurts out that she knows she is not the date he wanted, exposing how personally she took the whole evening. Zorian tries to clarify that he never wanted a date at all and would rather have come alone, but the truth lands in the worst possible way. Akoja hears it as a rejection, looks crushed, and runs away before he can fix anything. An hour later, with Akoja still gone, Zorian gives up on chasing her through the city and climbs onto the hall roof instead. To keep from spiraling, he passes the time naming constellations and dreading how ugly Monday is going to be. At midnight the festival fireworks begin, and for one brief moment Zorian actually relaxes at how beautiful they are. Then he notices a few bright flares are not exploding at all, but dropping toward the city like falling stars. One of those flares slams into the nearby Academy residence building and detonates hard enough to blind and deafen him. When his senses clear, Zorian sees the residence building almost erased and flaming shapes crawling out of the wreckage. The real shock hits when Zorian realizes that was his building, and if he had stayed in his room he would already be dead. Looking across the city, he sees more impacts and understands this is not an accident, but a citywide bombardment. A fresh barrage rises into the sky without any fireworks to hide it, and Zorian finally accepts that the city is under attack. Not knowing where it is safe to run, he decides the smartest move is to warn the adults inside the dance hall. On the stairs he runs straight into Ilsa and Kirin, who demand to know what happened outside. Zorian tells them falling flares are wrecking the city like artillery spells, and both teachers instantly take it seriously. Ilsa orders him back to the hall while she and Kirin rush to assess the attack and prepare emergency teleportation to the shelters. That order reminds Zorian that Akoja already left because of him, and the thought that she may now be dead hits him like a punch. Instead of staying safe, he pulls out his divination compass and tries to locate Akoja before it is too late. When the spell finds her, Zorian decides he would rather risk his life than live with her dying because of him. He slips through the panicked crowd like a ghost, reaches the exit unnoticed, and runs into the burning city. Out in the streets, Zorian has to hide as armed forest trolls stomp past through smoke and fire. The forged weapons tell him these are not wild monsters but war trolls sent as part of a full invasion. Zorian realizes too late that he ran out here without backup, and now the invaders are closing off his path back to the academy. Then he spots Zack in the open, somehow yelling at the trolls to come after him. The trolls charge him, and Zorian thinks Zack is suicidal right up until a roaring fireball wipes them out in one blast. Zack keeps going, throwing up an aegis and slaughtering more monsters with advanced magic no academy student should be able to use. While Zorian is distracted by that impossible display, a winter wolf breaks off and pounces for him from the side. Before the wolf can finish him, Zack blows its head apart with a force bolt that is far stronger than a normal magic missile. After saving him, Zack demands to know why Zorian is out here, and Zorian admits he is searching for Akoja. Zack casually reveals he was the one who warned Ilsa about Zorian skipping the dance, because in every other run Zorian dies in the first bombardment. Zorian cannot make sense of that statement, but Zack brushes it off and agrees to help him find Akoja anyway. With Zack carving a path through the invasion, the two of them push across the city through monsters, skeletons, and even an enemy mage. At last they find Akoja barricaded on the upper floor of a house, too shaken by winter wolves to believe she is safe yet. When she finally opens up, Akoja does not blame Zorian at all and instead collapses into him sobbing that she thought she was going to die. Zack jokes about young love, then cuts to the point, and says they need to get her to the shelters immediately. Akoja latches onto that hope at once, but Zorian catches a tiny flinch from Zack that says the shelters may not be fully safe either. Zack hands over an unmarked teleport rod set to send anyone holding it straight to the shelters after a short delay. Akoja protests that Zack should come too, but he refuses and says he still has unfinished business. A split second later Zorian feels sudden dread and shoves Zack aside just before a red spell beam slices through where Zack's head was. In the confusion, the teleport rod triggers and Akoja vanishes to safety without either boy holding on. Then the attacker steps through the settling dust, and Zorian realizes in horror they are facing a lich. The lich dismisses Zorian with one glance and focuses on Zack as the one who has been killing his minions. Zack tells Zorian to run and immediately opens fire, but the lich answers with casual defenses and deadly purple beams. One blast detonates beside Zorian instead of hitting him directly, but the stone shrapnel still tears into his legs and drops him instantly. Unable to stand, Zorian drags himself behind a cart and watches the battle with growing dread. From cover, he realizes the awful truth. For all Zack's impossible talent, the Lich is still just toying with him. The fight turns ugly when a spear-like red bolt punches through Zack's aegis and impales him through the flank. Instead of killing him outright, the Lich throws Zack into a wall and strolls over like he has all the time in the world. Even wounded and barely standing, Zack still reaches for a spell rod while the Lich mocks how impressive he was for a mere student. Zack answers with a grim line about trying harder next time, and the Lich immediately understands he is counting on some kind of return. When Zack says he will not be dead for good, the Lich reveals he knows enough soul magic to make that confidence meaningless. To prove the point, the Lich freezes Zorian's body from afar and drags him across the ground into Zack's arms. The Lich calmly explains that even an immortal soul can be mutilated and altered beyond recognition. As the Lich chants in a strange language, a wave of pain and wrongness slams into Zorian so hard he cannot even finish his scream. Then Zorian's world blows out into blinding light and total blackness. Zorian jolts awake in sharp pain with Kiriel literally on top of him, and the familiar way she shouts him awake makes his stomach drop for a different reason. Still reeling from the Lich's last spell, Zorian scans the room and realizes he is somehow back in his old room in Siren instead of dead or hospitalized. He asks Kiriel the date, and when she says it is the 1st of Chariot, Zorian realizes he has been thrown all the way back to the day he left for the academy. Zorian throws Kiriel off the bed and checks his room for signs of a prank, but everything is arranged exactly the way he left it. To test whether the past month was just a dream, Zorian casts the light orb spell he learned in Syoria, and the magic works perfectly. Kiriel begs for more tricks, but Zorian is too rattled to indulge her and tries to send her away. Then the memory hits him too late, and Kiriel dashes into the bathroom first, trapping him outside just like before. Resting his forehead against the closed door, Zorian admits his future memories are behaving like reliable forewarning, which makes the coming invasion of Syoria terrifyingly real. Back in his room, he tries to reason it out and gets stuck on the same impossible problem. Magic can bend time, but every book says real-time travel cannot exist. A knock pulls him out of it, and when he opens the door after dressing, he finds his mother and academy teacher Ilsa waiting for him. Ilsa sets out her documents in his room, and Zorian is unnerved when the same official scroll appears exactly when he remembers it should. Reading the scroll confirms this is no vague dream memory, and the scale of whatever trapped him in this reset suddenly feels huge. He thinks about telling Ilsa everything, but the image that comes to mind is not rescue, it is getting treated like a conspirator and dragged into interrogation. So he quietly reenacts the same conversation from memory, making the same choices as before and keeping his secret to himself. Ilsa notices his hands shaking, and that tiny slip pushes Zorian to ask the question he really cares about: can time travel exist at all? Ilsa answers firmly that reversing time is impossible in theory and in practice, and she warns him not to waste his talent chasing it. After she leaves, Zorian collapses back onto the bed and can only think one thing: this repeat month is going to be very long. On the train to Syoria, Zorian stays fully awake and tests reality by probing his mother with private family details, which convinces him this is not an illusion. He spends the ride filling a notebook with every important future event he can remember, trying to turn panic into something organized. One page is devoted to the Lich's final chant, because Zorian is sure that unknown spell triggered this entire reset. Another clue is Zack himself, because no ordinary academy student should have been able to fight a Lich the way he did. He decides not to confront Zack directly until he knows more, because someone mixed up in this kind of secret could be deadly. At Corsa, the same green turtleneck girl appears at his compartment door, and Zorian uses his foreknowledge to escape before the loud group he remembers can pile in. Back in Syoria, Taven pounds on his dorm door until Zorian realizes he has slept past noon again, despite going to bed right after arriving. He opens up to find Taven full of energy and demands, but this time Zorian has no patience for being dragged into her sewer errand. After an hour of refusing to budge, Zorian finally gets Taven to leave him alone and heads straight for the library instead. He spends the weekend digging through library books on time travel and ancient languages, hoping to explain the reset or identify the Lich's chant. The search gets him nowhere, because time travel is treated like nonsense, and the Lich's language stays completely unidentified. By the time classes begin, Zorian gives up on the library for now and pins his hopes on learning something from Zack once school starts. On the first morning of class, Akoja scolds Zorian for being late again, and he catches himself staring because he now knows how differently their month will end. Akoja brushes off his question and pushes him inside, still treating him like someone who ought to set a better example. In class, Zorian sits in the back and scans every arrival for Zack, because the missing boy now feels like the center of the whole mystery. A brief burst of chaos breaks out when Bryum's fire Drake familiar chases another student across the room before being calmed down. Then Ilsa begins the same review lecture Zorian already remembers, except one important piece is missing: Zack never shows up. That absence shakes Zorian more than the repeated lecture, because it is the first major sign that this month will not unfold exactly the same way. By Friday, Benesek confirms the problem is bigger than a skip class, Zack vanished from his family mansion the same day Zorian traveled to Cyoria. Zorian gives up on chasing Zack for now, but his school life gets unexpectedly easy because foreknowledge lets him breeze through early classes and surprise tests. That extra time only leaves him more trapped with the real problem. The festival attack is getting closer, and he still has no safe way to stop it. His training with Svim starts again, and Zorian stubbornly shows up even though he already knows the sessions will be miserable. This time Zorian catches the pen Svim throws at him, but instead of saying start over, Svim abruptly demands a harder variation and tells him to make it spin. When Zorian admits they were never taught that, Svim casually demonstrates the spinning pen and declares the academy's standards embarrassingly low. Zorian tries to figure it out on the spot, only for Svim to start pelting him with marbles again whenever he is too slow. He leaves humiliated after barely making the pen wobble, but he grabs a library book on the exercise because he needs some problem he can actually solve. Under that small goal, his real fear keeps growing, because if the invasion is real and Zack is gone, warning people could just ruin his life or get him killed. He rejects the idea of public warnings and starts sketching a safer plan, anonymous letters that might alert the right people without pointing back to him. Benesek catches a glimpse of the notes, and instantly decides Zorian must be planning anonymous love letters for some girl. Zorian tries to shut the conversation down, but Benesek keeps joking that he is an expert on girl trouble and should coach him instead. Ignoring Benesek only makes it worse, and within 2 days the class is loudly convinced Zorian is hiding a crush. Then Neela hands him a hard-covered reading list that looks like more romance nonsense, but Zorian checks it anyway out of stubborn curiosity. The books turn out to be unexpectedly useful, because they hide practical anti-divination advice inside fake forbidden love titles. Armed with that loophole, Zorian carefully prepares his warning letters using cheap supplies, disguised handwriting, and obsessive effort to leave no trace behind. A week before the festival, he drops the letters into different public postal boxes around Cyoria and commits to the gamble. The silence afterward is almost worse, because no one comes after him and nothing visibly changes, leaving him to stew in doubt about whether the letters did anything at all. By the evening before the dance, the waiting breaks his nerve, and Zorian decides the only thing he can still control is getting out of Cyoria before the attack. He boards a night train and clings to the excuse that if anyone asks, he can always claim an alchemical accident left him confused and far from the city. As the train carries him away, Zorian tries to bury his guilt for doing so little, but sleep only brings back dreams of falling stars and the greenlit lich. Then he wakes in sharp pain all over again, with Kiriel shouting on top of him in the exact same morning ambush. Zorian blurts out his disbelief, realizes he has been reset again, and can barely reassure Kiriel that his anger is not actually at her. And while Zorian is still trying to process a second impossible restart, Kiriel uses the opening to barricade herself in the bathroom again. Alone on the train, Zorian forces himself to sit still and look calm, because if he lets himself think too hard about waking up in the past again, he knows he will panic. This time the lich never hit him, so Zorian starts doubting his first theory and realizes the time jump may have nothing to do with the lich at all. His suspicion swings hard toward Zack, because Zack fought like an expert, aced impossible classes, and kept making comments that only make sense if he has lived this month before. Even if Zack caused the loop, Zorian still cannot explain why he got dragged in too, or why the month repeated again without Zack anywhere near him. When the train reaches Corsa, Zorian briefly wants to run from all of this and waste the month somewhere else, but he makes himself stay on course and keep going to school. A boy pokes his head into the empty compartment, and Zorian instantly realizes his quiet ride is about to be ruined. Byrne asks to sit down, and Zorian politely says yes even though he clearly regrets it. One look at Byrne's mountain of bags tells Zorian he is a first year, and his dry warning about the long walk from the station leaves Byrne looking worried. Byrne introduces himself, and the moment Zorian gives his surname, the conversation slides straight into the subject he hates most, the Kaczynski brothers. When Byrne asks if he is related to Diamond, Zorian pointedly ignores him and hides in his notebook instead. The notebook is almost empty again, but Zorian has already rewritten the one detail he refuses to lose, the lich's strange chant. After letting the silence sting for a while, Zorian pretends he never heard the question, and Byrne wisely backs off. Their talk improves when Byrne asks about Zorian's personal research, and Zorian admits he is stuck on a problem the library has not helped him solve. Byrne casually points out that librarians use special divinations to find books far faster than students can, and Zorian is annoyed to realize he never thought to ask. When Byrne adds that library workers get taught those spells, Zorian stops trying to avoid him and starts listening for real. At the academy library, Zorian barely finishes asking about work before the head librarian cheerfully all but hires him on the spot. Kirathishli explains the academy's rules make hiring hard, but she is clearly delighted to grab any capable student she can get. Zorian asks how often he would work, and his offer to come in 4 times a week makes Kirathishli light up immediately. Kirathishli calls for Ibri, and the girl who appears is the same green turtleneck student Zorian had expected to meet on the train. The introductions go sideways fast when Zorian's surname triggers yet another round of brother talk, and this time the target is Fortov instead of Diamond. Embarrassed protests or not, Ibri is assigned to train him, And just like that, Zorian is officially working at the library. Once classes begin, Zack is missing again, which convinces Zorian even more that Zack is tangled up in the reset but leaves him with no way to confront him. Zorian hesitates over a worse possibility too. If Zack is already some experienced time traveler trying to stop the invasion, jumping in blindly might just get in the way. But since Zack still lost to the Lich before, Zorian cannot trust him to save everyone on his own. With no clear answer, Zorian buries himself in routine, and the only school problem he still cannot escape is Svim's endless pen-spinning drill. The library turns out to be harder than expected, because even basic shelving is buried under rules and classification schemes he cannot master fast enough. After 2 weeks, with the summer festival getting closer, Zorian gives up on waiting to earn favors and corners Kirathishli for help with the book-finding divinations. To Zorian's surprise, Kirathishli praises him as one of their most competent workers, which leaves him genuinely thrown off. Kirathishli explains she has been giving him harder tasks because he learns unusually fast, and the compliment lands harder than Zorian expects. When he finally asks about the divinations, Kirathishli readily agrees to teach him later and offers to search for the topic herself if he shows her what he needs. Zorian takes the risk and hands over the page with the Lich's chant, knowing the words are dangerous but seeing no faster option. Kirathishli admits that chasing an unknown language from phonetic scraps is a brutal search even with divinations, and says he really needs a language expert instead. Ibi unexpectedly saves the lead by recommending Zenemir, the history teacher who also knows more languages than almost anyone at the academy. Zorian finds Zenemir, an elderly scholar in old-style blue robes, and asks him to identify the chant's language and maybe the spell behind it. The moment Zenemir reads it, his face tightens, and he quietly asks Zorian where he got those words. Zorian admits the chant came from an attacker casting at him, and Zenemir bluntly reveals it was a soul magic spell, the kind of necromancy no student should ever be near. That answer confirms the chant was necromancy, not time travel, which pushes Zorian even closer to believing Zack is the one behind the loop. Zenemir identifies the language as Old Majera, notorious for ancient ruins and black ritual texts, and warns Zorian that books on it are not publicly available. Pressed by that concern, Zorian decides not to mention time travel and instead tells Zenemir a half-true story about overhearing plans to invade the city during the summer festival. Instead of dismissing him, Zenemir takes the warning seriously and tells Zorian to go home and leave the rest to him. Back in his room that night, Zorian paces in growing dread, stuck waiting to see what consequences his warning will bring down on him. A confident knock comes at the door, and Zorian assumes someone has arrived to question him about what he told Zenemir. The moment he opens it, a short masked assassin drives a blade into his chest. Zorian barely has time to see the white mask before the assassin yanks the knife free and keeps stabbing until darkness finally takes him. He jolts awake back in Siren with pain still haunting his body, and Kiriel's cheerful wake-up is suddenly the last thing he wanted to hear. When Kiriel asks if it was a nightmare, Zorian says yes, but inside he is reeling from how fast the conspirators silenced him. Later, while Ilsa is speaking to him, Zorian can barely listen because he now understands the invasion must have powerful inside help if a single warning got him murdered that same night. He also starts noticing a grim pattern in himself. Somehow he has already managed to die twice in just 3 loops. Ilsa catches the shaking, asks if he is alright, and Zorian admits he is not but insists he will manage. Seeing his state, Ilsa offers to skip the miserable train ride and teleport him directly to the academy instead. Zorian quickly warns his mother he is leaving, but she stalls him with worried questions about teleportation before finally letting him go. Outside, Ilsa begins the spell, and Zorian tries to pay close attention because he has never teleported before and desperately wants to understand it. The teleport is almost anticlimactic, with the world rippling once and dropping them straight into the academy's redirection chamber. Ilsa warns him that warded spaces make teleportation dangerous, and tells him not to get clever with a spell far above his level. That only makes him more interested, and when he asks her to cast it again so he can study it, she laughs and refuses. Back in his room, Zorian catches himself thinking like the restarts are guaranteed and immediately shuts that thought down, reminding himself each loop might be the last one he gets. With the Lich theory nearly dead, he decides his next real lead is not old spells or lost languages but finding out where Zack keeps disappearing to. That plan falls apart almost immediately, because Zack is a noble heir under constant scrutiny, and even professionals have failed to figure out where he goes. Asking about the girls Zack used to spend time with gets him nowhere useful either, except for irritating rumors about his love life. Another month slips by empty-handed, and on festival night Zorian once again leaves Scioria by train, staying awake with a pocket watch in hand to see exactly when the reset hits. At 2 minutes past midnight, he blacks out anyway and wakes right back in Siren with Kiriel on top of him again. He keeps resisting the truth for several more loops, but after repeating the month again and again with the exact same midnight reset, Zorian finally accepts that he is trapped in a time loop. He has no idea what power source could sustain something this absurd, but he stops wasting energy on the how and starts thinking about how to live inside it. Until now he has kept acting like each month might be the final real one, but after 8 runs the routine has become unbearable. Academically he now knows the first month so well he can ace almost everything, even warding, without effort. That improvement barely changes anyone's view of him, except Akoja becomes clingier and Svim becomes even more demanding. Worse, Svim reacts to his great results by demoting him from pen spinning back to the basic levitation drill, proving there is no end to that man's standards. Done with repeating a boring perfect month, Zorian deliberately changes his plan for the next loop: new electives, lower visible scores, less pointless homework, and more time and money spent on his own studies. But on the first day of school, that whole plan crashes the instant he walks into Essential Invocations and sees one impossible thing waiting there. Zack is finally back in class. When Zorian enters class, he freezes in surprise because Zack is finally back, but the usually flashy boy is sitting near the front in eerie silence and looks genuinely sick. Zorian wants to confront Zack on the spot, but one look at his weak condition and dangerous unknown reaction makes him decide to approach more carefully. He spots an easy seat near Zack because Bryum's angry little fire drake has scared everyone else away. The fire drake hisses at Zorian too, but he glares it down until the creature finally looks away. Bryum is impressed, and the drake snapping at its own owner only makes Zorian wonder again how smart the thing really is. Using the opening, Zorian bluntly tells Zack he looks terrible, and Zack groans that he feels just as bad after whatever that pile of bones did to him. That one phrase is all Zorian needs to confirm Zack remembers the Lich too, but before he can probe further, Ilsa walks in and kills the moment. While Ilsa starts the usual introduction, Zorian mostly ignores it and keeps watching Zack, trying to figure out how to pull more truth out of him without exposing himself. Ilsa suddenly calls out Zack in front of everyone for looking half dead and asks if he really showed up hungover. Zack insists it is not a hangover and awkwardly claims he thought whatever hit him would wear off in an hour or two, which only deepens Zorian's confusion. Ilsa refuses to let Zack stay and tells him to go home or see a healer before he collapses. Before Zack can argue, Zorian volunteers to escort him, happily turning the situation into a private talk and an excuse to skip a class he already knows by heart. Outside the classroom, Zack says Zorian did not need to do that, and Zorian casually admits he mostly wanted to avoid 2 more hours of boring review. Zack laughs, then breaks into a painful cough and mutters that the one who hit him really did a number on him. When Zorian presses him again, Zack dodges the answer and suggests they go eat instead because he is starving. In the cafeteria, Zack shovels noodles into his mouth and jokes that it is funny seeing a proper student like Zorian ditch class to have lunch with a delinquent. Zorian dryly insists this is still an official escort home, and their banter drifts into family pressure, noble manners, and Zack's obvious annoyance with social climbers. Zorian circles back to the real issue, but Zack hides behind the classic excuse that an alchemy accident caused his condition. So Zorian takes a risk and says the symptoms almost look like soul magic exposure. The bait works too well, and Zack blurts out that the Lich must have targeted his soul itself, because the damage lasted even after the revert. The room goes awkwardly silent, and after Zack shrinks under everyone's stares, he suggests they continue this somewhere less public. As they leave for the fountain, Zorian quietly processes the biggest clue yet. Whatever is resetting is not just memory but the soul itself. At the Academy fountain, Zack finally asks the question directly and wants to know what Zorian thinks about time travel. Zorian pretends confusion, and Zack comes right out and says the world resets on festival night and only he remembers each loop. Zack adds that he has lived through this month at least 200 times, and Zorian slips by asking if that means he cannot stop it. That sickness turns out to be even worse than Zorian feared, because Zack says the previous revert left him with blanks in his memory and no idea how the loop even started. When Zorian stays serious, Zack mistakes it for disbelief, so Zorian plays along and asks what any of this has to do with him. Zack says that is exactly the weird part, because the Zorian he remembers from other loops was sharper, more irritable, and never believed a word of this. To test him and cover his own behavior, Zorian admits he has felt oddly different too and has been making choices he cannot explain. Zack accepts that possibility surprisingly easily, then admits most of what he knows is combat magic because he is trying to stop something dangerous. Zack casually admits he charged that enemy because too many repeated deaths had made him feel almost invulnerable. That attitude alarms Zorian enough that he bluntly warns Zack the loop does not protect him from mind magic, geases, soul eaters, or even magic sealing attacks that could carry across reverts. Shaken by the lecture, Zack jokes that Zorian almost sounds like he cares, and Zorian settles on his current strategy. He will keep pretending until he understands Zack and the loop better. Later, when Zorian returns to school, Akoja scolds him for taking too long and the rest of the class swarms him with questions about Zack. He easily fends off the first round with Zack's own fake story about an alchemical accident, but the nosy questions about why he helped and what took so long hound him all day. By the time he locks himself in his room, Zorian is exhausted and finally free to think through how bad Zack's memory damage might really be. Alone, he realizes the Lich's soul attack makes horrible sense, because if he and Zack are looping as soul-level entities, a Lich would know exactly how to harm them. That leads to an even uglier thought. Zack practically told the Lich he would not stay dead, which may have taught their enemy exactly how to strike back. Even worse, Zorian starts suspecting Zack may not be the one who created the loop at all, which opens the door to the terrifying idea that someone else could be looping too. Then his mood shifts, because if normal life means dying in the invasion, the loop starts to look less like a curse and more like the one chance he has to become strong enough to matter. He lets himself imagine becoming a truly great mage, maybe even surpassing Diamond, before forcing himself back to practical planning. His first rough plan is simple: squeeze Zack for what he can, dig deeper into the library, and use his resetting money to improve his alchemy. Not satisfied with that, Zorian starts looking for better options and decides to press his teachers for more useful training. After combat class, Zorian approaches Kirin and bluntly says a month of basic magic missile practice is too easy for him. Kirin answers just as bluntly that Zorian's shaping is good, but his mana reserves are too small for a real battle mage, and that weakness will not go away. Zorian admits he knows that and pushes the real point anyway. If the class stays at this level, there is no reason for him to keep wasting time in it. Instead of taking offense, Kirin disappears for a while and returns with a spell rod, a booklet, and 4 ceramic plates. Kirin proves his point by firing a curved homing missile that bends through the air and smashes a thrown plate anyway. Then he fires a thinner, needle-like variant that pierces a second plate clean through instead of shattering it. For the final trick, Kirin cuts 2 plates in half with an invisible force variant, showing that magic missile is far more flexible than it looks. Kirin explains that most combat mages rely on raw power, but Zorian's edge is precision, so he should learn the harder variations and even chase a perfectly transparent cast. Then Kirin lends him the rod, gives him the booklet, and orders him to practice on his own before reporting back in 2 weeks. A few days later in the library, Zorian tries the job again while Zack stays absent, hoping library access might help him get around restricted spells. He is still focused on Kirin's exercises too, because even adding a simple homing function or making a bolt transparent turns out to be maddeningly difficult under combat timing. Ibi notices he is unexpectedly good at library work, and Zorian awkwardly covers by saying he has done something similar before. Kirithishli joins in and turns the moment into a sharp little lecture about how state libraries all inherited the same organization from the old political order. The conversation reminds Zorian why Kirithishli clashes with authority so easily, and then Zack barrels into the library shouting for him like his old self again. Zack looks fully recovered, and with Kirithishli waving Zorian off, the two head outside to talk. Once outside, Zack bluntly says he came because Zorian is the most interesting person he knows right now, and one of the only people who does not dismiss the time travel story. He even reveals that Neela believed him too, mostly because she loves speculative stories and wanted something impossible to be true. Zack also admits he has already tried to convince classmates, teachers, the headmaster, the police, and even nobles, with exactly the kind of disaster Zorian would expect. When Zorian asks again about the memory damage, Zack confirms the gaps are still there even if they no longer seem to be spreading. That pushes Zorian to say out loud what he is already suspecting. The old Zack was never the kind of student who could invent impossible time magic on his own. Zack does not really deny it, but he abruptly changes the subject with good news. He heard Zorian has started learning combat magic. When Zorian demands to know how that rumor spread so fast, Zack casually traces the entire gossip chain from Kirin through staff and workers to the students. Then Zack drops the real offer and says that because of all his loops, he is excellent at combat magic and has decided to teach Zorian himself. Zorian tests that claim by asking how Zack even got access to serious combat spells, and Zack admits the ugly truth. He stole that knowledge in ways only a time traveler could survive. That answer leaves Zorian uneasy, but he follows Zack anyway, because dangerous or not, this is exactly the kind of advantage he has been looking for. Zack brings Zorian to a lonely overgrown meadow outside Syoria, and Zorian immediately clocks it as the kind of hidden place where something could go very wrong. When Zorian questions why such valuable land is being left to rot, Zack casually reveals the meadow belongs to the Novita estate, and nobody can touch it without his approval. Zack gets curious when Zorian seems to know where the Novita estate is, so Zorian bluffs that everyone knows where a famous family like Zack's lives. The bluff works perfectly because Zack lights up at the praise, and Zorian quietly notes just how easy Zack is to distract by feeding his pride. Once Zorian pushes him back on task, Zack snaps into teacher mode and rapidly summons several moving earth humanoids from the ground across the clearing. Zorian is stunned by how cleanly Zack casts without chance, but Zack brushes off the animated targets as obsolete practice dummies that simply reform after being hit. What really rattles Zorian is Zack flicking out a magic missile with almost no visible casting at all, just pointing a finger and firing. Zack explains that repeated casting turns several combat spells into reflexive magic for him, and Zorian can only grimly admit that endless loop time makes that kind of mastery possible. To start the lesson, Zack asks Zorian to show what Kirin's spell rod training has actually done, even if he still jokingly calls the constructs mud people. Zorian fires at the dodging constructs and shows real progress, steering bolts in flight, and even trying a piercer, but his cutter still collapses into a useless burst of light. Zorian stops before draining himself dry, and Zack's teasing applause turns into genuine praise when he realizes Zorian learned that much in only a few days. The praise comes with a brutal reality check, because Zack points out that students with larger mana reserves learn faster simply because they can train longer every day. Zorian guesses Zack can cast maybe 50 magic missiles, And Zack smugly answers with the absurd truth. 232. That ridiculous gap drives home that Zorian will never outmuscle Zack in raw power, so he pointedly asks whether this lesson includes actual help instead of just humiliation. Zack beckons Zorian closer and suddenly casts an unfamiliar spell on his eyes without warning, crossing a line that makes Zorian bristle on instinct. Instead of rejecting the spell, Zorian reigns in his own magical resistance and lets it settle, which impresses Zack because most students cannot control that at all. With the filtered mage sight active, Zorian suddenly sees the whole as a colossal living pillar of mana tearing up into the sky. Zack explains that the spell filters out Sayoria's ambient magical noise, and he wants Zorian to use this view to watch exactly how a real magic missile is shaped. Zack slows down and uses the full invocation for once, while Zorian memorizes the words and motions almost immediately. When Zorian tries the classical version himself, he learns the hard part fast. Casting without the rod is slower, clumsier, and much harder to control. Even so, seeing the mana flow directly helps enough that Zorian finally produces a decent hand-cast missile before exhausting his reserves for the day. On the walk back to his apartment, Zorian admits to himself that he will never beat Zack by brute magical force and needs to find a completely different path. That pushes him back to the real problem, because understanding the time loop still feels like the only useful goal he has, and he hates how underqualified he is to solve it. Zorian decides the one thing he can do is keep improving his magic, and that thought makes him remember Ilsa once offered more reasonable mentorship than Svim ever would. He still waits until after 2 sessions with Svim before visiting Ilsa, partly so his complaint about Svim's methods will sound natural. In the meantime, Zack drags him into daily practice after class, and after 2 weeks Zorian has added homing, shield, and flamethrower to his growing combat toolkit. Zorian knows those spells still mean almost nothing against a true battle mage, but they might buy him the 1 or 2 seconds needed to survive a monster attack. Back at the academy, Zack returns to class as if nothing happened, and his sudden improvement makes every curious classmate start treating Zorian like the person with answers. When Zorian asks what he is supposed to tell people, Zack says he literally tells everyone he is a time traveler, and seems baffled that this is a problem. That flippant answer gives Zorian a flash of remembered pain from the masked assassin who killed him, and he cannot believe Zack acts like there are no risks to saying too much. Zorian says this mess could have been avoided if Zack had simply held back in class, but Zack cheerfully admits he actually enjoys the attention. Zack explains that he barely attends school in most loops anyway, and he is only back in Saioria now because his last run left him battered and with holes in his memory. He also admits Zorian himself caught his interest, because this is the first time he has ever managed to get Zorian to act friendly toward him. That lands hard on Zorian, because he realizes Zack has spent loops trying to know their classmates while Zorian never even thought to do the same. Then Zack says something even stranger. This Zorian feels so different from the one he knew that he is starting to suspect he somehow shifted timelines. Zorian nearly blurts out the truth at that ridiculous explanation, but clamps down and keeps playing dumb. When Zorian mentions looking into time travel books, Zack dismisses the whole field as useless paradox talk and casually reveals he has only visited the academy library once. That answer completely breaks Zorian's brain, because a looper with years of extra time and access to hidden spells still never bothered with the library just because he dislikes reading. Instead, Zack says he learns mostly through mentors, and being the last Novita means powerful mages are usually eager to teach him on the spot. That easy access stirs up Zorian's old resentment toward how teachers favored Daimon and Fortov, and he has to force himself not to take it out on Zack. By the end of the talk, Zorian is more suspicious than comforted, because Zack's mana, status, charm, and convenient circumstances make him feel almost too perfectly suited to this loop. So even while using Zack's help, Zorian decides his best advantage is staying hidden as an unaccounted variable and not revealing that he is looping too. When Zorian finally visits Ilsa's office, she dryly guesses he is there because Svim has already driven him up the wall like he does to most students. Ilsa shuts down any hope of changing mentors, but Zorian pivots and asks for practical self-study advice instead of rescue. Ilsa decides to judge his basics first and hands him a pen, a tiny gesture that feels almost luxurious after Svim's habit of throwing things. Before Ilsa even finishes speaking, Zorian has the pen hovering and spinning above his palm, proving he already mastered more than she expected. Ilsa reveals that advanced variations of the basic 3 are normal mentor training, not Svim's private obsession, and there are thousands of them in total. Then she gives him a heavy book covering 15 interesting variations, 5 for each basic exercise, as a more realistic place to start. When Ilsa says most students only manage 6 such variations by the end of a year, Zorian spots an opening and asks what happens if he masters all 15 before the month ends. Ilsa laughs at the outrageous claim, but she also promises that if he actually did it, she would ignore the rules and take him as her apprentice on the spot. Afterward, Zorian knows he cannot finish all 15 in this restart, but the time loop turns Ilsa's challenge into a long-term plan instead of an impossible one. As he reads, the book finally makes the point of the basic 3 click for him. Light, heat, and kinetic force are simple drills because they sit inside countless other spells. He also realizes the so-called variations are really upgrades, because spinning a levitated pen already means holding two separate magical effects at once. Following the book's logic, Zorian sees the exercises built in a strict order, so he picks vertical levitation as the next real step after pen spinning. He starts practicing by trying to balance attractive and repelling force on a pen against his upright palm, using multitasking control he only recently earned. But even with the right method now in hand, Zorian knows this loop is running out fast, because the summer festival is almost here. In the academy library, Zorian finishes a book divination key to the word Majera, and 7 golden threads snap into place to show him exactly which books mention it. The result is meager, which only confirms Zenimir's warning that almost no books in the library seriously discuss the dead language Zorian needs. He still enjoys how natural the divination feels to him, even if Ibri clearly did not believe he learned her library magic that quickly. He follows one thread to a huge history book and casts a second divination so every mention of Majera flashes green instead of forcing him to read 400 pages. Then Ibri suddenly appears, and Zorian instantly slams the book shut because he does not want to explain why he is hunting references to Majera. One look at Ibri kills his excuse, because her eyes are red from crying and a nasty purple creeper rash stains her cheek and neck. Zorian guesses the truth at once and asks if she is in Fortov's class, and Ibri's flinch tells him his brother caused this. He explains that Fortov asked him for an anti-rash potion earlier, and now Zorian is furious he brushed the request off without knowing Ibri was the victim. Instead of leaving it there, Zorian bluntly offers to make the cure for her himself right now. Ibri tries to downplay it, but her face says it matters, so Zorian presses until she finally admits she wants to come watch and learn the remedy. Zorian knows taking her along means breaking into the closed workshop after hours, but he decides the coming reset makes the risk worth it. When they reach his room, Zack is already waiting outside and casually practicing the same spinning levitation exercise Zorian learned from Svim. Zack starts to ask for another festival promise, notices Ibri, and instantly changes gears when Zorian says he is gathering alchemy supplies for her. By the time Zorian comes back with his supply box, Zack has already charmed Ibri into conversation and learned exactly how badly Fortov treated her. Zack openly calls Fortov a jerk, and Ibri rushes to defend him anyway, which tells Zorian her crush is every bit as bad as he feared. When Zack points out the workshops should be locked, Zorian finally admits he can open ordinary locks with fine telekinetic control instead of an illegal unlocking spell. At the workshop door, he proves it by flooding the lock with mana, feeling out the tumblers, and clicking the warded door open anyway. Zack is impressed, but Ibri gives Zorian a wary look that says she is suddenly wondering why he knows how to break into places. Once Zorian starts actually making the salve, the suspicion fades, and Zack reveals he has no interest in such basic medicine despite all his flashy alchemy talent. Zorian even points out the cure's ironic trick. The anti-rash salve is made from purple creeper leaves themselves, just prepared the right way. An hour later the salve is finished, and Zack quietly helps by conjuring an illusionary mirror so Ibri can treat the rash on the spot. While Ibri is distracted, Zack pulls Zorian aside and hands him a plain gold ring packed with combat spell formulas for magic missile, shield, and flamethrower. Zorian immediately realizes the gift is too valuable to be casual, and Zack's uneasy answer makes it obvious he expects Zorian to need those spells very soon. Pressed about the dance again, Zack refuses to explain and only tells Zorian to survive whatever is coming. Then Zack instantly switches to loud fake cheer, calls out a breezy goodbye for Ibri to hear, and bolts before Zorian can question him any further. With the rash gone and the door relocked behind them, Zorian notices Ibri is still unhappy, and she finally admits the real problem is the dance. She says the boy she hoped would invite her already has someone else, and Zorian gently tells her he plans to attend alone too. That answer makes Ibri stop and look him over, and Zorian instantly realizes he has just walked himself into becoming her date. Festival night arrives, and Zorian goes to the academy dance with Ibri despite dreading both the coming invasion and another painfully awkward evening. To his relief, Ibri is nothing like a Koja on a bad date, because she is polite, undemanding, and mostly too busy scanning the crowd for Fortov to bother him. He eventually takes pity on her and points out that Fortov is already inside with the Academy Music Club, getting ready to perform. Then Zack makes his entrance in full show-off mode, arriving with 2 dates and stunning the room with confident dancing that pulls every eye his way. Watching Zack own the room, Zorian briefly wonders if he should spend loop time on some non-magical skill too, but not one that would force him to fake a whole new personality. As they settle in, Zorian and Ibri both notice this dance is far too luxurious for students alone and feels more like a diplomatic event wrapped around a school party. Ibri has been curious for a while, so she finally asks how someone as private as Zorian ended up tied so closely to the suddenly brilliant Zack. Zorian feeds her the same cover story as everyone else. He helped Zack once when he got sick, and after that Zack just decided they were friends. She pushes further about Zack's impossible jump in skill, and Zorian insists the change is real because Zack has been tutoring him in combat magic and clearly knows what he is doing. Ibri says people have noticed Zorian improving too, but even that ends up getting folded into the growing myth around Zack. Asked for her own theory, Ibri shyly offers a rumor about black rooms, secret facilities where extreme time dilation could let someone train for months or years while almost no time passes outside. She even says some people believe one sits under Cyoria near the hole, feeding on a mana well and reserved for carefully chosen users. Zorian privately realizes her wild guess is almost right, and that Zack may be showing just enough talent to shock people without revealing how absurdly strong he really is. Ibri finishes by tying the theory to Zack's bloodline, arguing that desperate Novita guardians might use an old hidden advantage to turn the last heir into someone worthy of restoring the house. The whole theory gets cut off by a violent tremor and a deafening blast outside that rattles the hall and drops everyone into uneasy silence. As more distant explosions roll in, the crowd's fear slams into Zorian's empathic mind so hard he almost faints under a suffocating wave of panic that never hit him this badly before. 10 ugly minutes pass with no answers, and Zorian realizes this version of the invasion is unfolding differently because Ilsa and Kirin still have not rushed to the roof. At last, Ilsa takes the stage and tells everyone to stay calm while she and Kirin go contact the city authorities from the roof. Her speech barely helps, and as some students start slipping out anyway, the crushing emotional pressure on Zorian finally eases back into the headache level he can handle. Right on cue, Zack strolls over with infuriatingly perfect timing, jokes about Zorian bringing an older girl, and acts like this is still a normal night. Ibri tries to push back by asking where his 2 dates went, but Zack just shrugs and says they sensibly left early. When Zorian asks what is actually happening, Zack refuses again, and all they can do is watch Ilsa gather class representatives for whatever comes next. The representatives spread through the hall to collect their classmates, and Zorian leaves Ibri to join his own group beside Zack. Akoja relays the plan: important guests will be teleported out, while the students have to evacuate through the underground tunnels without teachers to shield them. Zack's face hardens at the announcement, and when he mutters showtime, Zorian knows this night is about to get much worse. Out on the evacuation route, it is Rainy of all people who spots the winter wolves first and raises the alarm before the horde reaches them. The warning triggers panic instead of discipline, and the whole student procession surges toward the tunnel entrance in rising chaos. They still do not make it in time, because the winter wolves hit before the group reaches safety. Instead of holding together, the students scatter in every direction, and Zack's desperate shouting for them to stay with the main group is ignored. Zorian grabs Akoja before she can flee into a nearby building, points her toward the real objective, and bets everything on getting people to the tunnel entrance instead. Akoja follows, and a cluster of other students falls in behind them, because even in a stampede people still chase the only plan that looks deliberate. All around them the wolves hunt with chilling coordination, peeling off in small teams to isolate stragglers while screams and spells tear through the street. Up ahead, Zack turns the tunnel entrance into a killing zone by hammering the attackers with volleys of force missiles strong enough to drop wolves by the score. Just when Zorian thinks they might reach him cleanly, a pack of around 30 winter wolves cuts across their path and traps the group in open ground. The students panic and waste spells, but their clumsy barrage accidentally bunches the wolves together instead of stopping them. Seeing that opening, Zorian burns a burst of mana through his ring and slams an overpowered flamethrower straight into the clustered front line. A second, even hotter blast follows a heartbeat later, and the surviving wolves finally break and run. The mystery caster turns out to be Bryam, calmly holding his young fire drake like a living flamethrower while it licks its chops over the kill. With that path finally open, the survivors rush into the entrance building and scramble down into the tunnels. Inside the shelters, a shaken Ibri finds Zorian alive and is visibly relieved, and he realizes he is glad she made it too. As the adrenaline drops, Zorian notices the cruel logic of the evacuation order. Stronger fourth years like Ibri reached safety first, while weaker younger students got mauled in the street. Bryam sidles over, impressed that Zorian used fire magic, and casually explains he summoned his familiar with a recall spell once the wolves appeared. Bryam adds that summoning a bound familiar is much easier because the two are linked through the soul, which gives Zorian one more useful detail to file away. An hour crawls by in the shelters with nothing but frightened stories and secondhand rumors while Zorian tries to piece together how badly the evacuation failed. Then a battered group of teachers finally arrives, and only Kirin looks remotely in control, armored up like a veteran marching straight out of a war zone. Kirin confirms the worst: the strike on the academy was only one part of a city-wide invasion, and Cyoria is close to falling. He explains that staying underground will turn the shelters into a death trap, so they must go back outside and fight their way clear before the invaders lock everything down. When someone demands teleportation, Kirin drops an even nastier surprise. The Academy's own ward control has been subverted, and the enemy has shut down magical escape. While the crowd keeps spiraling, Zorian picks up something else entirely. One boy beside him feels wrong, tense with eagerness instead of fear. A second later the traitor smashes a vial of sickly green liquid underfoot, and Zorian reacts on instinct by blasting him in the chest before the poisoned smoke swallows the shelter. Blinded inside the choking cloud, Zorian holds his breath, stumbles through the poison, and barely throws up a shield in time to block a magic missile aimed at his face. Then Kirin seizes control in an instant, dragging the entire poison cloud into a compact green sphere above his raised hand. As brown-robed attackers appear through the clearing haze, Kirin follows with a shining whip spell that slices them apart so cleanly they simply fall into halves. The display leaves Zorian stunned, because Kirin just solved a full ambush in moments, and makes the Academy's earlier failure look even worse. Nearby, even Zack is wheezing from the poison, which is a sharp reminder that loop knowledge does not make anyone immune to dirty tricks. Before Zorian can even answer him, the ground beside him explodes and hurls him flat in a spray of shattered stone. A giant brown worm bursts up from below, and with Zorian hurt and unable to move, its huge tooth-ringed maw closes over him before Kirin can save him. Zorian snaps awake with stomach pain and instantly remembers the worst part of the last restart. The giant worm killed him again. When Kiriel tries to say good morning, Zorian cuts her off and vents about dying, the time loop, and how sick he is of waking up like this. Kiriel has no idea what he is talking about, so Zorian simply flips her off the bed and bolts before she can retaliate. He locks himself in the bathroom, listens to Kiriel scream in outrage, and enjoys it even more when their mother comes to scold her instead. On the train to Syoria, Zorian decides this restart will be different. No library job, and no wasting time when mastering Ilsa's shaping exercises might win him a better mentor. He also makes a hard choice to stay out of the festival invasion for now, because each attempt ends in death, and he still feels badly outmatched. After wrestling with his fear, Zorian realizes the real thing crushing him is helplessness, not just pain or panic. That thought pushes him toward a new theory. If a hidden third-time traveler is behind the invasion, then maybe the whole disaster is being steered by someone far more dangerous than he can handle alone. Until he gets stronger or steadier, Zorian decides he will avoid direct involvement and leave Syoria before the attack starts, even if he has to explain himself to Zack. Walking through rainy Syoria, he finally tests a weather spell he found last restart, and enjoys the invisible barrier that keeps every drop off him. The spell burns mana fast, but in Syoria's rich mana field it is worth it, and a small boost to his pride feels good after being crushed in the invasion. Even while enjoying that little victory, he catches himself wondering what life after the loop would look like and forces his thoughts back to the present. His biggest unanswered problem is still Zack, and Zorian admits he is tempted to tell him everything, but he does not trust what Zack might be hiding yet. So for now he settles on a cautious plan. Watch how Zack acts in this restart first, then decide whether to open up. At the cafeteria, Benesek waves Zorian over with the kind of excitement that usually means gossip, and Zorian reluctantly goes anyway. On the way over, Zorian notices something else is off too. Benesek is here at an unusual time, another reminder that even early in the loop small details can already change. That thought makes Zorian suspicious that Fortov's repeated requests for Purple Creeper salve may not have been an accident at all. Benesek blurts out the real news. Zack Novita escaped from his family mansion after a magical duel with his own guardian. Zorian is stunned, but Benesek piles on. Zack apparently trashed half the mansion and somehow beat Tezen's Very before vanishing into the city. Benesek can barely believe the official story himself, because Tezen is a 7th circle mage and Zack used to look like a mediocre student. When Zorian asks where this came from, Benesek says the newspapers are full of it and the whole school is already talking. Privately, Zorian has no trouble believing Zack could be Tezen, but he cannot figure out why Zack would attack him at all. He asks if anyone died, and when the answer is no, the whole affair starts looking less like murder and more like a buried political scandal. Benesek explains that Tezen is one of Eldamar's elders, so even without deaths he could make Zack's life miserable if he wanted, though public embarrassment may keep him quiet. That conversation finally sinks in for Zorian. Zack once said he rarely spent restarts in Syoria, and now this restart has given him a dramatic excuse to disappear. Since he has no good way to track Zack down, Zorian drops the chase and throws his focus back onto the goal that matters most right now, escaping Svim's grip. The rest of that restart stays quiet, and with Zack gone from school, Zorian buries himself in Ilsa's shaping exercises instead of almost everything else. He skips enough classes to anger Koja, and she eventually drags the issue to Ilsa. Zorian smooths it over by proving his grades are still excellent, and claiming he is working on a serious personal project that will be finished by the summer festival. Ilsa accepts that explanation, but makes him promise to show her what he has been working on when he is done. His single-minded practice pays off fast, and by the end of the restart he has mastered both vertical levitation and fixed position levitation. He does not bother showing any of that to Svim, because Svim is still stuck making him spin a pen and never seems impressed by anything. When the festival night comes, Zorian avoids the city completely and practices combat spells from Zack instead of pretending he can survive the invasion without that ring. This time he watches Syoria from a hill instead, and the distance makes the invasion bearable enough for him to finally study its larger shape. From above, he sees the first stage clearly. The disguised artillery barrage slams into City Hall, the military base, and another unknown cluster of buildings. The academy is not a primary target, and the strike zones soon spill out fire elementals that spread chaos instead of just raw destruction. After that opening damage, monsters pour out of the sewers, and only then do the invading spellcasters move in behind them. The loop resets before the battle ends, but Zorian comes away with one useful conclusion: stopping the first barrage or the follow-up mages matters far more than the monster wave. The next 3 restarts repeat the same pattern, including Zack dueling Tezen and vanishing every single time, which makes it clear this is routine rather than a fluke. Zorian still cannot learn anything solid about Tezen, because the man is too high-ranking and too distant for public sources to explain Zack's hostility. His work through Ilsa's book keeps moving, but the endless shaping drills start wearing on him despite his unusually fast progress. Eventually he decides to test his luck and goes to Ilsa's office, hoping he can get something useful from her before finishing the entire book. He boldly claims her planned curriculum will not teach him anything because he already understands the subjects she intends to cover. Ilsa answers by pulling out 2 tests on the spot, one familiar and one brutally advanced, to see if he can back that up. Zorian finishes the normal test from memory in minutes, but the harder one pushes beyond class material and leaves him with only a quarter completed. Ilsa schemes the results, declares his theory knowledge spotty, and hands him a reading list instead of the shortcut he wanted. He leaves annoyed enough to want to burn the list, but his stubborn side wins and he decides he will come back stronger instead. On a later restart, Zorian experiments with what those books taught him and casually wins Kiriel over by making several floating lanterns in different colors dance around his room. He realizes the boring shaping variations are not just drills after all, because they also let him tune real spells and make whole branches of magic stronger and cheaper. Kiriel begs for more, and Zorian uses the distraction to slip away to the bathroom before she can beat him there again. That trick backfires a little when Ilsa arrives while the room is still full of colorful orbs, and she instantly notices Zorian has been learning magic beyond normal second-year work. Zorian shamelessly blames Damon's teaching, and Ilsa accepts it long enough to hand him his academy scroll as usual. But this time Zorian finally notices Ilsa is watching him too closely, and that makes him realize the seal itself is the test. The symbols on the seal are not decoration at all, they are hidden instructions for threading mana through it, and peeling it off intact instead of brute forcing it open. He follows the pattern, lifts the seal cleanly, and has to hide how annoyed he is that he could have done this all along. Ilsa praises his control and even compares him to Daimon, then tells him to visit her office again in Syoria before moving on to his electives. When he meets her later, the mood is completely different. Ilsa is now staring at 2 fully completed tests and re-evaluating him from scratch. She admits he scored almost perfectly on a third-year exam and already knows 10 shaping variations, which makes him far too advanced for the class she planned to teach. Zorian immediately tries to turn that into freedom by asking if she will transfer him away from Svim and mentor him herself. Ilsa laughs that idea off and insists Svim should not be such a problem, which only reminds Zorian how little anyone understands what Svim is actually like. He lowers his sights and asks for a written permit to skip her lectures instead, hoping at least to free up some time and silence Akoja. Ilsa refuses that too, saying she wants him in class as an example for everyone else, and promises she will keep him from getting bored. Then she offers a different prize. Since she cannot teach him personally, she will try to place him with a teacher for private instruction in a field of his choice. Ilsa recommends divination or alteration, but Zorian answers without hesitation that he wants to study spell formulas. That choice wins him a mentor at last, but the name lands like a threat when Ilsa cheerfully says Nora Boole will be delighted to have such a determined student. During Nora's test, Benesek notices Zorian's exam is longer, and Zorian quietly dodges the question because Nora is clearly singling him out. Zorian realizes Nora's extra questions go far beyond second-year work, but he can still answer them because he already studied her recommended books in earlier loops. Instead of feeling attacked, he takes the brutal test as a good sign that Ilsa's push worked and Nora is finally treating him like a serious student. When Benesek starts pestering him for answers, Zorian's patience snaps, and he shoves over a few scribbled solutions just to shut him up. When time is called, Nora announces in front of everyone that only Zorian gets to keep working on a special second test, and the whole room turns to stare. Akoja lingers at Zorian's desk while collecting tests, obviously trying to peek at whatever made his exam different. After class, Nora reviews Zorian's papers, and her expression shifts from surprise to outright delight as she sees how well he did. Nora bluntly admits the second test was meant to scare him off, and Zorian is thrown by how happily she says it to his face. She launches into a fiery speech about spell formulas needing bravery and determination, sounding a little too intense for comfort. Then Nora reveals she never expected correct answers at all, only proof that Zorian would not leave the page blank and run away. Instead of giving instructions right away, Nora asks Zorian to explain spell formulas in his own words, pushing him to think instead of recite. Zorian says spell formulas shape mana through set pathways, and Nora lights up because that limiter idea is exactly what she wanted him to understand. Nora explains that spell formulas work like strict or structured magic. Tighter boundaries can make spells stronger and more efficient, but far less flexible and much harder to design correctly. She finally notices how long she has been talking, tells him tutoring details will come through Ilsa, and promises they are going to have fun working together. Right before he leaves, Nora adds that Ilsa wants to collect a favor from him for arranging this, and the warning lands with an ominous edge. Later at Syoria's crowded train station, Zorian kills time waiting for a train that is 2 hours late by experimentally bothering pigeons with weak mana pushes. He is here because Ilsa's favor turned out to be escorting a transfer student, and Zorian decides that wasted class time is worth it if this lets him approach Kale. When Kale gets off the train, Zorian spots him struggling with heavy bags while using his other arm to support a tiny girl glued to his side. Zorian silently starts carrying the luggage, and Kale, surprised but polite, accepts the help while the little girl stares at Zorian with shy curiosity. Zorian introduces himself as the classmate Ilsa sent, and Kale suddenly turns guarded, clutching the child closer as if bracing for judgment. After a tense pause, Kale decides to trust him and quietly says the girl is not his sister but his daughter, Kana. The reveal shocks Zorian, but he immediately promises discretion, understanding why Kale would not want academy gossip fed with something this personal. To make the move easier, Zorian casts a floating disc spell so Kale's luggage can glide behind them as they leave the station. Kale is impressed by the spell and wonders if this is what an average third-year student can do, only for Zorian to admit he is ahead of the normal curve. Kale explains that his magical education was unconventional because he learned as an unofficial apprentice to a village mage and mostly taught himself. When Zorian asks why Kale came to Syoria now, Kale reveals the weeping took both his teacher and his wife, leaving Kana as his only family. Zorian feels awful for his assumptions, but instead of pitying Kale he tells him the academy scholarship proves how exceptional he really is. Kale says the scholarship came mostly from his medical skill and reveals his real goal, becoming a healer great enough to stop another tragedy like the weeping. The talk ends when Kale points out that both he and Kana are exhausted, and Zorian notices the little girl nodding off on his shoulder. Zorian drops the idea of a city tour for now, and the rest of the walk passes in easy silence. Back at school, Akoja corners Zorian about missing class, but her tone feels oddly more concerned than accusatory. Trying to be less dismissive, Zorian simply says he was helping the new transfer student Kale, and Akoja immediately starts judging the boy from afar. When Akoja calls Kale arrogant and girly on sight, Zorian snaps back that she can be arrogant too, and any attempt at being nicer instantly falls apart. Only 2 days later, Nora starts Zorian's private tutoring in a real workshop, and one look at the room tells him she is taking this seriously. Nora picks up the old discussion and insists spell formulas are support magic, so strong invocation skill absolutely matters instead of being irrelevant. Then she introduces the beginner's cube, a standard training block that can become a tiny enchanted item once the right spell formulas are carved into it. Zorian instantly wants one because a magical toy would distract Kiriel for hours, and a floating cube would also make great target practice. But Nora does not give him an easy starter project and instead hands over a much more advanced cube covered in compressed formula markings he can barely read. She explains the compression is partly for space and partly to stop him from mindlessly copying a finished design instead of truly understanding it. When Zorian admits he has only used public stabilization formulas for things like alarms, lamps, and heating plates, Nora takes it as proof that he is ready to skip beginner drills. Nora goes off on a cranky tangent about mages who memorize formulas without appreciating their deeper beauty, reminding Zorian again that none of the academy's teachers are normal. At last she demonstrates the assignment. Zorian must recreate a complicated cube on his own, and see how far he can get before their next lesson. As he studies the design later, Zorian realizes this so-called lamp cube is packed with layered functions like voice commands, brightness settings, touch controls, and keyed ownership. Nora gave him the whole weekend, but the project is still overwhelming enough that he doubts he can finish it exactly as she wants. To end the week, Zorian gets called into Svim's office, which he dreads far more than Nora's exhausting lessons. Svim tosses him a pen, and Zorian catches it so smoothly that it ends up floating above his hand before he can stop himself. Instead of praising him, Svim immediately orders him to make the levitating pen glow too, calmly piling one shaping exercise on top of another. After seeing enough, Svim grudgingly admits Zorian's basics are almost decent, though he still insults his attitude and shaky foundations. Because Ilsa asked him to be less of a hard ass, Svim decides to move Zorian to a more advanced drill instead of grinding the basics forever. The new lesson is brutal. Zorian must wear a blindfold and detect mana charge marbles before Svim throws them over his shoulders or straight at his head. The next 2 weeks settle into a punishing routine as Zorian pours most of his energy into Nora's spell formula lessons because she rewards effort with even more teaching. Nora gets so excited by his progress that she even offers extra Sunday sessions, and Zorian starts feeling like her pace would break him if the loop lasted much longer. All that effort finally gets him noticed around the academy, though the attention is more tiring than useful because he is too worn out to capitalize on it. The new attention also ruins his chances with Kale, because the already private transfer student has no reason to get close to someone drawing this much scrutiny. Akoja, on the other hand, seems extremely pleased with everything Zorian is doing, even if he still cannot figure out exactly why. Then the restart ends without warning as a wrenching sensation hits Zorian, and everything suddenly goes black. He wakes back at the start with Kiriel sprawled smugly on top of him, which means the time loop reset early for some reason other than the usual ending. Zorian quickly rules out a normal death and lands on the ugly answer. Zack must have died somewhere else, and Zack's reset dragged Zorian's soul back too. That leaves one conclusion Zorian hates. Somehow, he is soul bonded to Zack. Back in his room, Zorian slams the door and fumes because a full day of library research told him nothing new about soul bonds. What he did confirm is ugly. Soul bonds can let one person slowly dominate the other until the weaker side becomes obedient, and almost a copy of them. That possibility terrifies him, because if he really is linked to Zack, then Zack's massive mana, stronger personality, and longer time in the loop make him the obvious dominant one. He feels trapped, because asking anyone for help would likely mean cutting the bond and losing every memory and gain he only has inside the time loop. After he calms down, Zorian admits the bond might not be fully formed at all, since he has not felt any obvious personality change or submission towards Zack. Then someone starts pounding on his door, and Zorian immediately realizes the timing could only mean Taven. Taven barges in with her usual energy, flops onto his bed, and Zorian starts by asking why she is still around after graduation. Taven explains that no expedition wants a beginner, so she is building her reputation first by helping Nerthak and taking outside jobs. Then she gets to the real reason for the visit. She wants Zorian to join her group on a job tomorrow because they are one member short. Zorian quickly pokes the weak point in her story by asking why a job would demand 4 people unless it was actually dangerous. Taven finally blurts out that the problem is giant spiders in the tunnels, then tries to downplay it and promise her group can protect him. Normally he would refuse, but with his thoughts spiraling around the soul bond, Zorian decides a dirty distraction in the sewers might be exactly what he needs. When he says yes, Taven lights up in open surprise and relief. Before leaving, Taven thanks him so hard that she kisses his cheek, and the gesture leaves Zorian rattled because she used to be his crush. Too mentally worn out to deal with any more of this, Zorian downs a sleeping potion and ends the day early. The next morning he wakes calmer, and decides he needs better information, not more panic. Instead of chasing restricted books again, he targets the most useful source he has, Bryum, who is already soul bonded to his Fire Drake familiar. Bryum confirms the bond is already in place, and says it felt strange at first simply because the connection was there. That gives Zorian a flash of hope, but Bryum immediately ruins it by saying only a tiny minority can actually feel a soul bond at all. Still, Bryum is happy to talk, and he reveals that soul bonding is normally a ritual that takes at least 10 minutes, not a quick combat spell. Bryum also says even oblivious participants usually start feeling clear effects within a few weeks as the bond anchors itself. That leaves Zorian in an uneasy middle ground, because some signs could fit a developing bond, but they are all too weak and too easy to blame on the time loop itself. His best guess becomes that the link with Zack is weak, different, or only half-formed because they spend so little time together. From there he makes a hard rule for himself: avoid Zack completely until he understands what this connection really is. He also realizes his whole approach has been too scattered, and if he wants out fast enough to stay safe, he needs an actual learning plan instead of random self-improvement. That big decision has to wait a few hours though, because evening comes and he still has Taven's tunnel job hanging over him. On the long walk to her strange meeting spot, he realizes the path feels familiar when he reaches the same little bridge where he once helped a crying girl with a lost bicycle. The girl is gone, but a small cat on the bridge looks at the torrent and hits Zorian with such raw sadness and loss that he hurries away unnerved. After nearly half an hour of wandering the park, he finally finds Taven in a peaceful chess corner crowded with old men. Taven's teammates look exactly like what they are not supposed to be, 2 rough, muscular boys who seem more like boxers than students. Taven cheerfully introduces them with embarrassing nicknames, and one of the boys immediately objects out of pure exhausted habit. Yurik thanks Zorian for helping and promises they will keep him safe, while Orin barely bothers to look up from the game. Taven tries to get everyone moving at once, but Orin flatly refuses to leave until he finishes his chess round. Waiting there only deepens Zorian's bad mood, because for once he and Taven are annoyed by exactly the same thing. As they head for the tunnels later, the narration widens to explain what the dungeon really is: a vast underworld full of mana, resources, and monsters too dangerous for even great mages to treat lightly. Cyoria uses its cleared upper layers as sewers, shelters, and city infrastructure, but the separation from the deeper monster-filled depths is famously full of holes. That weakness also explains how the future invasion will pour monsters up through the city, a reminder that someone prepared the attack with disturbing precision. Even so, Zorian is not too worried about this trip, because the invaders are not hiding an army under the city yet and the upper tunnels are usually survivable. Their employer is far less calm, because the old man takes one look at Zorian and immediately starts complaining that Taven brought a third-year child into a dangerous job. The job itself is laughably cheap but specific. The old man dropped a sentimental pocket watch while fleeing 2 giant spiders and wants it retrieved. Zorian cannot resist poking back, so when the man doubts him, he bluntly lists his combat magic and shrugs that this is what the offered reward buys. Taven pushes back too, insisting 4 mages are more than enough for a couple of spiders, but the old man warns they were fast, stealthy, and maybe not alone. Once the complaining burns out, Taven leads them to the guarded entrance, and the fact that her permit lets her bring others and reassures Zorian more than her boasting ever did. Inside, the upper tunnels are almost disappointingly ordinary, with smooth stone, rats, and none of the horror Zorian expected. Taven makes everyone cast their own floating lantern and spread them out, so one dispel will not leave the whole team blind. The first problem is simple and bad, There is no sign of the watch or the spiders anywhere. Then Taven's tracking plan falls apart too, because every locate creature and follow-up divination she tries comes back blank. That is when Zorian discovers the ugly truth about the team. They are basically combat specialists with no idea how to investigate once brute force stops being useful. So they spend 2 miserable hours wandering the sewers and repeating useless spells until Zorian is ready to call the whole thing off. Before he can suggest retreat, an invisible sleep spell slams into them and almost drops the whole party at once. Zorian's mage discipline lets him resist just a little longer than the others, and then the sleep effect suddenly pulls back from him. That brief relief turns into something stranger, as alien memories and images start drilling straight into his mind instead. The invading thoughts feel emotional as much as visual, with confusion, frustration, pity, and a broken attempt to ask him something it cannot properly say. When the psychic barrage finally stops, Zorian is left with a splitting headache, 3 unconscious teammates, and no visible attacker anywhere. He tries to wake them, gets nothing, and decides the only smart move is to flee before whatever hit them decides to finish the job. He casts a floating disc, piles Taven, Yurik, and Orin onto it, and drags the whole stack toward the surface by himself. The next thing he knows, Zorian wakes up in a hospital bed, confused for one sharp second that this is not another reset in Siren. Once he remembers the tunnels, a worse thought hits him. Mental damage can carry across restarts, so surviving this attack is not nearly as comforting as surviving a normal death. Luckily, the doctors already judged the damage temporary, even if their version of care was mostly shoving him into a room and telling him to sleep. Then Ilsa appears at the door and explains she is there because the academy represents students in legal trouble after incidents like this. Zorian awkwardly assumes he is about to be grilled like a police witness, but Ilsa lightly corrects him and just asks what happened. Before he answers, he asks about the others, and Ilsa says Taven's team woke up yesterday with no lasting harm. She even adds the embarrassing part for them. A third year resisted what they could not and probably saved all 3 of their lives. That suddenly makes Taven's silence and other loops make a lot more sense, and Zorian quietly realizes he may have misread her absence as callousness. He still cannot shake the feeling that the thing in the tunnels was not trying to kill him at all, only to communicate in a way humans were never meant to understand. So he gives Ilsa the safest version of the truth. The sleep spell failed, a blast of painful images hit him next, and when no second attack came, he carried everyone out. Ilsa offers several sensible possibilities, from an intruder covering their tracks to a spell trap, and leaves the mystery unresolved. What she does settle firmly is his punishment. Zorian is forbidden from going into the tunnels again for the time being. Soon after she leaves, a nurse clears him to go home, and the dungeon incident closes with more questions than answers. Later, Taven tries to repay him by helping with training, but she is already whining that standing behind him and tossing marbles is painfully boring. Zorian pushes through the exercise because he wants Svim's Manasense drill without having to survive Svim's brutal teaching methods. He guesses wrong again, and Taven immediately calls him out for just guessing once frustration starts to take over. When she keeps complaining, Zorian reminds her that he asked because she is one of the few people accurate enough to do this and durable enough to keep charging the marbles. Taven softens a little and admits she really is glad he asked, but only because she wants to help him with something much cooler than marble duty. Her big idea is combat training, and she gets excited the moment Zorian confirms he really can cast magic missile, shield, and flamethrower. In her warded family practice room, Zorian fires a shaped homing magic missile straight into a dummy's forehead. Taven praises the control, then casually shows what real combat talent looks like by launching a rapid swarm of stronger missiles that smash the dummy into the wall. Her lesson immediately derails when she asks about his reserves and learns his mana pool is tiny by Kaczynski standards and even a bit below average. Zorian swallows the insult and points out that her fancy multi-shot tricks are useless to him if one burst would empty him on the spot. Adjusting on the fly, Taven decides he needs efficiency instead of volume and asks him to show the rest of his basic combat kit. After he demonstrates flamethrower and a quick shield, Taven abruptly tests the barrier by firing a harmless purple bolt at his face. The shield holds perfectly, but Zorian is still furious at the ambush and Taven acts like this was a completely normal way to check. In the end she still has no better teaching plan, so she grudgingly goes back to the marble drill and promises to rope her parents into helping him next time. Zorian manages to bargain for at least an hour of marble work every session, because despite all this noise, combat magic is not his real priority anymore. The soul bond threat and the recent psychic assault finally force him to admit he cannot keep drifting through the loop and hoping things work out. He lays out the core questions he has to solve next: the time loop, the bond with Zack, and how the invasion fits into all of it. That gives him a new training focus too, because divination, information gathering, and infiltration are now far more important than random magical side projects. He decides the Academy Library has to become a real weapon for him, which means getting a job there and learning from Kirathishli and Ibri how to reach the protected sections. He also notes one change for the next restart already: impress Ilsa again and choose divination early if he wants a smoother path into that field. Then the world cuts out without warning, and Zorian wakes back at the beginning with Kiriel sprawled on him and chirping good morning. He realizes Zack must have died again only a few days into the month, and Zorian can only hope these random forced resets stop getting worse before they truly do. Zorian jerks awake with Kiriel landing on his stomach again, and his first thought is pure anger that the time loop has reset after only a few days for the 5th time. He storms off before Kiriel can keep pestering him, bitter that Zack's repeated failures are wrecking every serious plan he tries to start. Later, Taven finds his new room almost immediately, and Zorian lets her in while quietly debating how to keep her out of the sewers this time. Zorian has already decided he cannot face the telepathic spiders again without better mental protection, but he still cannot stand the idea of Taven walking into that danger blind. Taven chats about her apprenticeship troubles and proudly mentions becoming Nerthak's class assistant before trying to steer him into joining her job. When Zorian points out how suspiciously fast she tracked him down, Taven casually admits she used divination and shrugs off the dorm wards as barely more than basic safety measures. She finally makes the real pitch, asking him to join a sewer run to retrieve a watch and insisting her team can handle anything down there. Zorian pushes back hard, listing deadly spider breeds and pointedly mentioning sentient mind magic spiders, because he knows the threat is far worse than she thinks. Taven dismisses the warning as paranoia and says nothing that bad could be lurking right under Cyoria if they stay near the upper tunnels. He drops the indirect argument, and bluntly tells her he has a terrible feeling and that the job could get her killed. That hits the wrong nerve completely, and Taven explodes at him for sounding just like her overprotective father. She storms out accusing him of wasting her time, and Zorian is left wincing at how badly that attempt failed. On another short reset, Zorian tries a different angle and greets Taven like a prophet waiting for a foretold meeting. Before she can explain herself, he reveals the exact sewer job and the dangerous spiders guarding the watch, leaving her visibly rattled that he knows so much. Zorian doubles down and claims he has prophetic visions, saying the sewers will kill both of them if they go. For a second he thinks she might believe him, but then Taven breaks into laughter and treats the whole prophecy as one more weird Zorian joke. Her teasing about his old fake confession kills whatever patience he had left, and his rescue attempt curdles into sheer regret. In the next loop, Zorian goes darker and invites Taven in looking hollow and sleep-deprived. He tells her he had an intensely vivid nightmare about going into the sewers with her and 2 strangers, only to be overwhelmed by giant spiders. He graphically describes poison, silk, and being dragged away alive for later feeding until Taven looks sick just hearing it. When he cheerfully asks what brought her here after that story, Taven panics, pretends she only wanted to chat, and escapes as fast as she can. But the trick still fails in the end, because Taven goes into the sewers anyway and never comes back in that restart. So Zorian changes tactics again and casually warns Taven that rumors are spreading about mind magic spiders in the city sewers. This time Taven immediately adapts, deciding a mind ward will make her effectively immune because mental magic is easy to brute force once you know it is coming. Zorian realizes survival might not require stopping the trip, so he refuses to go with her but insists she tell him afterward how it went. A few days later she reports back alive, saying the watch was not found and nothing attacked them, which makes Zorian grudgingly admit the rumored gambit may have worked. After yet another abrupt reset, Zorian wakes to Kiriel's usual ambush and is so relieved by the new chance that he hugs her like she saved his life. Kiriel blurts out that something must be wrong with him, but Zorian just squeezes her tighter and enjoys having a longer restart back. With a little breathing room at last, Zorian corners Kirin after class and asks for serious advice on defending himself against mind magic. Kirin says the standard mind shield is common but crude, because a real mind mage can strip it away or strike before the victim even notices. He adds that most mind mages only prey on weak civilians, which is why ordinary mages underestimate how devastating skilled mental magic can really be. Then Kirin unveils the old solution he misses most: resistance training, where students were repeatedly hit with mind spells until the defenses were burned into them. Kirin offers to personally revive the practice on him, claiming he will go easy, and Zorian knows from the look in his eyes that this is going to hurt. He was right, because Kirin opens with nightmare vision and slams Zorian straight into brutal practical training. On another reset, Zorian wakes and immediately tries to use raw shaping to levitate Kiriel off his chest without a structured spell. The attempt does absolutely nothing, and Kiriel just says it tickled, which turns his irritation into stubborn determination. So he goes to Ilsa for advice and bluntly asks how to lift a person telekinetically using pure shaping skill instead of a spell. When she doubts he has really exhausted the basics, Zorian shows off by spinning a heavy book in the air, forcing it shut and making it glow red at the same time. Ilsa admits his shaping is exceptional, suggests harder exercises like stone crumbling and north finding, and still calls his people lifting goal a silly prank project. Instead of dismissing him outright, she explains his real problem: as long as he relies on his palm as the anchor, his so-called unstructured levitation is still limited and clumsy. To prove it, she twists his hand sideways and the pen drops instantly, exposing how dependent his control still is on the hand position. Then Ilsa casually lifts the heavy book without using her hands at all, showing him what true flexibility in raw shaping looks like. Her final advice is brutally practical: learn to reduce hand dependence first, then practice on tiny living creatures before he ever dreams of lifting a person. Much later, after far more than 15 failed restarts, Zorian wakes once again under Kiriel and finally admits to himself that Zack's mystery problem is both lethal and nowhere near solved. Kiriel pokes, pinches, slaps, and even fake punches him trying to get a reaction, but Zorian barely twitches after everything Kirin has already put him through. When she finally starts sounding genuinely worried, Zorian slowly turns to her and screams in her face just to break the monotony. She tumbles off the mattress and flushes red with rage, and Zorian finally cracks up laughing as her fists start pounding him. Another reset later, Zorian skips straight to revenge and flips Kiriel onto her back so he can mercilessly tickle her instead. Her shrieks carry through the house until their mother comes upstairs and makes him stop. In the next loop, Zorian dryly tells Kiriel he thinks he is starting to hate her, and for once she takes it seriously enough to apologize. That alone tells him she wants something big, so he needles her until she finally admits their mother wants to speak to him. Zorian refuses to move until Kiriel says what she really wants, and she blurts out that she wants him to take her to Saoria instead of leaving with their mother for Koth. That revelation instantly reframes all the old arguments, and Zorian realizes their mother never truly wanted Kiriel to go with him in the first place. Instead of refusing, he smiles and agrees to take her, partly because he cannot deny that hopeful face and partly because it ruins their mother's little scheme. Kiriel explodes into excited celebration and gleefully reveals that their mother already approved the idea as long as Zorian said yes. As he gets up for the bathroom, Zorian notices Kiriel is not racing him there this time and realizes she only ever did that to shove him straight into their mother's trap. After sending Kiriel off to pack, Zorian fills his room with floating colored lights again, still hoping Ilsa might notice and open more tutoring for him before this reset dies early. Downstairs, his mother watches him like a critic waiting to pounce, but Zorian sits through breakfast already braced for the usual attack. His mother circles around the subject until she finally brings up the trip to Koth, and Zorian cuts straight through it by guessing she wants him to take Kiriel to Saoria. When his mother assumes Kiriel must be upset, Zorian casually reveals he already agreed, and her shock says everything about what she expected from him. The moment turns prickly again when his mother frames this as him finally thinking of someone besides himself, and Zorian meets that insult head-on. Still, once money becomes the real issue, they fall into a practical argument over Saoria rent and food costs, and Zorian surprises her by knowing the city far too well. Ilsa's arrival saves Zorian from more questions, and he immediately leads her upstairs so she can just happen to see the floating lights he left behind. Their talk stays routine until Ilsa confirms Academy housing will not allow Kiriel, forcing Zorian to admit he has no place lined up yet. Ilsa then offers a private arrangement through a friend, making it very clear this deal is personal and not Academy business. After pressing her for details, Zorian accepts the room despite the price, mostly because Ilsa says the landlady is good with children and could watch Kiriel during class. The meeting moves on to school choices, and Zorian quietly locks in easy skip electives that keep him away from Akoja's attention. The instant Ilsa leaves, Kiriel comes charging downstairs, thrilled and ready to go. Zorian needles her about the books she stole from his room, and Kiriel instantly panics the moment their mother starts listening. She bolts upstairs in a hurry, and her fear leaves Zorian with an uneasy new thought that he may not understand his little sister nearly as well as he assumed. Later on the train, Zorian cannot even rest for a minute before Kiriel starts whining that she is bored and demanding another game. Their argument about hangman gets absurd fast, with Kiriel accusing him of cheating just because she refuses to believe asphyxiation is a real word. When the train stops in Corsa, Zorian is openly relieved because a new passenger might finally soak up some of Kiriel's energy. Watching the crowded station, Kiriel asks if she could ever become a mage too, and Zorian answers seriously enough to catch her off guard. His blunt reassurance leaves Kiriel quiet and strangely unwilling to meet his eyes, hinting that the comment mattered more than she wants to show. Then Baron Ivorin steps into the compartment, and Kiriel pounces on him with introductions before the poor boy can settle down. Baron turns out to be a talkative first year from Corsa with ambitious mage parents, and that makes him perfect bait for Kiriel's endless questions. But the joking takes a heavier turn when Kiriel admits life at home got worse after Zorian left, because their mother had no one else to focus on. That casual confession hits Zorian hard, because he suddenly sees why Kiriel changed so much during the last 2 years at home. Baron then recognizes the Kazinski name and eagerly asks about Diamond, only for Kiriel to shove the question straight onto Zorian. Zorian shuts the topic down with one blunt line that he and Diamond do not get along, leaving Baron disappointed and the compartment awkwardly quiet. After they reach Saoria, Baron sticks with them through the giant station, and what should have been a quick tour turns into a long, shop-filled detour thanks to Kiriel. Their wasted time catches up with them when rain starts pouring, and Zorian reluctantly agrees to get the umbrella-less Baron safely to the academy. He throws up a draining rain barrier and a floating disc for the luggage, turning himself into a walking shelter for all three of them. Kiriel immediately decides the spell is amazing and begs to learn it, only for Zorian to crush that fantasy with the hard truth that she cannot even sense mana yet. Zorian gets Baron to the academy wards first, and by the time he and Kiriel nearly reach their own destination, his mana finally gives out and the barrier drops. At the house, Their landlady Amaya Kurashka drags them inside and scolds Zorian like an ant the moment she sees how soaked they are. A towel to the face and one threat about Kiriel getting sick later, and Zorian realizes this woman treats total strangers with reckless warmth. While he waits, Zorian studies the place and notices the first problem already. Amaya seems to be acting as if they have definitely moved in, whether he has agreed or not. Once Kiriel returns in dry clothes, the three finally talk terms, but Zorian keeps having to yank the conversation back on track because Amaya and Kiriel click instantly. He also has to physically shut Kiriel up under the table, because Ilsa warned him never to ask Amaya about husbands or marriage, and Kiriel is exactly the kind of child who would blurt it out. The deal itself is awkward. The house is really a big family home with shared facilities, and the room meant for him and Kiriel only has one bed. Amaya softens one problem by letting him use a second room for now, but only until another real tenant claims it, so Zorian decides to keep searching for better options tomorrow. The next few days settle into a familiar rhythm as Zorian applies at the library, talks to Ilsa about advanced instruction, and picks divination to pursue. On his own time he drills shaping exercises, especially the north, finding one that should help with divination later. Taven tracks him down anyway, and Zorian quietly feeds her sewer rumors about giant mind magic spiders so she has a better chance of surviving. He ends up staying at Amaya's place after all, mostly because she handles Kiriel so well that the girl stops clinging to him and starts behaving almost suspiciously well. Kiriel even spends long stretches quietly drawing, and that new hobby catches Zorian off guard because he never saw her do anything like that at home. Then the whole restart suddenly stops feeling normal, because the usual early ending never comes and the month keeps going. On top of that, Ilsa sends him to meet Kale and Kana again, and he learns they have rented rooms in the very same house through the very same recommendation. Now Zorian is stuck in one crowded orbit with Kiriel, Kale, Kana, Amaya, Ilsa's visits, Taven's sewer plans, and Svim's next round of brutal training waiting ahead. Later in Kale's basement workshop, Zorian helps grind reagents while Kale once again insists he is somehow taking advantage of him. Zorian brushes that off because this trade is simple to him. He pays for ingredients, Kale lets him learn real alchemy, and both of them benefit. As Kale works, Zorian takes in the improvised workshop itself and notes how far Amaya has already been to support this strange new household. Kale finally admits the real reason things feel easier this time. Kana is happier than she has been in a long while, and he credits Kiriel for that. Zorian warns him not to expect too much, since Kiriel gets bored fast and will be leaving Scioria once their parents return from Koth. Even so, the two boys land in a surprisingly easy rhythm, with Zorian joking that maybe some of Kana's calm could rub off on his sister. Kale laughs that trading Kiriel's spark away would be a pity, then sends Zorian for water celery and returns to the brew while Zorian wonders what the rest of this unusually crowded month will bring. Blindfolded in Svim's office, Zorian can feel a mana-charged marble coming but still cannot tell which side it will pass on. He guesses left, then right, and Svim shoots both answers down with the same board, merciless again. When the misses keep piling up, Zorian rips off the blindfold and catches Svim sending the marble straight over his head. Zorian snaps that Svim is cheating, but Svim coolly says the point was never guessing, it was sensing well enough to notice the trick. Grudgingly, Zorian puts the blindfold back on and admits to himself that Svim is right. He has been leaning on gut instinct, not real control. The rest of the session drags on, and Zorian leaves thinking school is getting harder to endure after more than a year trapped in the loop. He resists the urge to copy Zack and skip everything, because he still needs results, and he cannot afford to look too suspicious. After Svim, Zorian heads to the library on a Friday anyway, since he is in a good enough mood to work for Kirathishli. Kirathishli greets him with suspiciously perfect timing and points him toward a small mountain of donated book boxes because Ibri had to leave early. She explains the books were donated, not ordered, and bluntly admits most of them are probably useless duplicates that the library will throw out. When Zorian teases her for betraying librarian ideals, Kirathishli sweats at him and tells him to stop being smart and start sorting. She hands him a giant reference volume for common duplicates, which looks impossible to use by hand until Zorian realizes it was built for a library divination search spell. Using a spell he learned from Ibri in earlier loops, Zorian tears through the job by linking hurried search lists to the huge catalog. Nearly 2 hours later, the duplicates are separated, and Zorian is already flipping through one of the few spell books that looked remotely interesting. Kirathishli comes back, stunned that he finished so quickly, and sulks because she wanted to watch him suffer before revealing the trick. When he admits he hoped for some lost ancient super magic, Kirathishli laughs that old magic is usually worse, not better. She explains that most lost spells vanished for ugly reasons like impossible conditions, awful practicality, or ethics no modern mage would touch. Her bigger point lands hard. Old mages lacked modern shaping skill, so their spells were rigid, bloated, and often replaced by cleaner modern versions. That neatly explains why so many easy spells still count as first circle work, and Kirathishli adds that prestige and guild politics keep those ratings inflated. Zorian quietly files the lesson away, deciding he wants more of Kirathishli's stories even if he has no intention of diving into guild politics himself. Once Kirathishli finally sends him off, Zorian leaves the library craving nothing more than a quiet evening back at Amaya's house. That hope dies immediately when a shabby middle-aged man waiting by the entrance fixes him with the look of someone who came for him and nobody else. Zorian freezes, wary of another ambush, until the stranger asks if he is Zorian Kaczynski. The stranger introduces himself as Detective Hazlush Excederi and says Ilsa sent him to be Zorian's divination instructor. Zorian hides his disappointment, because a police detective is the exact opposite of the kind of divination teacher he wanted for secret investigation work. Hazlush tells him to come share a drink in a tavern instead of jumping straight into lessons, arguing that first they should see whether they can even stand each other. When Zorian warns that he does not drink, Hazlush asks no rude questions and instead offers a useful trick, a spell that turns alcohol into sugar. Hazlush shows off the plain ring on his right hand and explains he keeps the spell stored there so he can fix a drink without visibly casting on it. He casually adds that ethanol and glucose are simple enough to alter cleanly, and for the first time Zorian starts seeing real value in the man. Inside the tavern, Zorian is relieved to find it merely dark and stale instead of filthy, and Hazlush chooses a quiet corner table. Before they talk, Hazlush lays a long privacy ward over the table, making the meeting feel a lot more serious. Instead of grilling him, Hazlush keeps the conversation easy, and Zorian slowly relaxes enough to ask why a detective is tutoring a third-year student at all. Hazlush says his commander just dumped a ridiculous case on him about rumored mentalist spiders in the sewers, and Zorian nearly gives himself away on the spot. The detective explains that after complaining to Ilsa over drinks, he realized tutoring Zorian could also satisfy a police outreach quota he had been dodging. With a crooked excuse about not having time for both jobs, Hazlush all but admits he is using this lesson to dodge the spider case for now. They part with a promise to meet again on Monday, and Zorian heads home wondering whether the spider rumor will accidentally lead anywhere useful. At Amaya's house, he ends up stuck outside because the front door key is left in the lock again, forcing him to wait like an idiot. When Amaya finally opens up, she looks genuinely worried and demands to know where he has been for the last few hours. Zorian awkwardly explains that his divination meeting ran long, and the whole exchange throws him because he is not used to anyone caring when he comes home late. Amaya lets him in but firmly tells him to send a message next time, because she and Kiriel were both waiting on him. She adds that Kiriel spent the day drawing, playing with his magic cube, and pestering poor silent Kana with one-sided conversation. At first Amaya pretends Kiriel simply missed her brother, then admits the real problem was that Kana fell asleep and the cube ran out of mana. When Amaya casually says Kiriel is in his room reading his books, Zorian immediately knows his privacy is already ruined. Sure enough, he walks in to find Kiriel stretched across his bed with her feet on his pillow, his book open, and a plate of biscuits ready to turn the sheets into a disaster. Zorian snatches the biscuits to stop the mess, and Kiriel instantly howls that he is stealing from her. He turns it into a hostage negotiation, promising the biscuits back only if she cleans every crumb off his bed properly. Kiriel tries to cheat by sweeping the crumbs onto the floor, so Zorian starts eating the biscuits one by one until she storms off to fetch a broom and dustpan. She even complains to Amaya, who sends back another plate for her, but Zorian at least wins his bed back. Even then she does not leave, and before long she has climbed right back onto him while he tries to rest. She says she is bored and complains that his puzzle broke, and he explains it merely ran out of mana and offers to make her another tomorrow. Just as he starts to drift off, Kiriel suddenly asks what a Morlock is. When he realizes she only knows Kale is one of those white-haired, blue-eyed people adults avoid explaining, Zorian finally gives her the plain version. He says Morlocks are an underground branch of humanity whose civilization was wrecked after the gods vanished, and the surface helped finish driving them out. Kiriel immediately points out that this sounds like humans wronged them first, which is exactly why the answer gets uglier. Zorian tells her the old Morlocks were infamous for brutal customs, especially sacrifice and cannibalism, and the word cannibals horrifies her on the spot. He reassures her that modern authorities would never allow that now, though fear of child-stealing Morlocks still survives in ugly rumors. Then he adds the other big reason people distrust them. Morlocks are tied to a banned tradition the guild calls blood magic. He explains that nobody gets official details, but the common belief is that Morlock rituals use sacrificed people or animals to fuel spells. Shaken, Kiriel presses close and says she is glad Kale and Kana are not like that. Zorian pats her head and quietly agrees, ending the long day on one rare, honest moment of comfort between them. At the academy, Zorian writes Amaya a note saying Haslish's lesson will make him late, mostly because he wants to avoid another argument at home. Since he is still at the academy, Zorian decides to gamble on an experimental delivery spell by turning the note into a self-flying paper plane guided to Amaya by locator magic. He launches the enchanted paper plane out the window and watches it zip away, trusting the spell to find Amaya on its own. With classes done and the message sent, Zorian heads off to find Hazlush for their second lesson. Hazlush has picked another tavern, and Zorian walks in under the eyes of the patrons while trying to spot him. At first Hazlush seems to be missing, but Zorian suddenly realizes the tavern is pushing an unnatural urge into his mind and trying to make him leave. Using his divination compass, Zorian traces Hazlush to an ordinary factory-looking man in the corner and walks straight to him. When the disguised man asks if he can help, Zorian answers with a dispel and strips the illusion away, exposing a pouting Hazlush underneath. Hazlush cheerfully admits the whole tavern was treating Zorian like a game, and a couple of patrons even signal that he just ruined their betting pool. Zorian asks him to cut the compulsion, and one snap later the pressure vanishes from his mind. Hazlush explains that divination fails quietly, so natural observation matters, and spotting the trick that fast means Zorian is off to a promising start. Then Hazlush suddenly grabs Zorian's wrist, and the whole tavern disappears into a silent black void. Hazlush warns him not to panic because the spell is harmless, and Zorian realizes this is another test built around what he noticed before the world went dark. Pressed to remember how many people were in the tavern, Zorian can only guess, and the confidence he had a minute ago starts slipping. Hazlush keeps firing off more detailed questions about the room, and by the end Zorian knows exactly how much he overlooked. When the spell ends and the tavern snaps back, Hazlush tells him not to sulk because he still did fairly well. When Zorian mentions he already mastered the north-finding exercise, Hazlush is genuinely surprised and has to scrap the homework he planned. So Hazlush shifts gears and starts teaching practical object analysis instead, laying out a spread of suspicious items across the table. Hazlush tells him this kind of divination can reveal functions, handlers, and protections on an item, and even ties it to the spellforge work Zorian wants. The lesson goes well enough that Zorian starts thinking Hazlush might be useful for more than divination. After thanking him, Zorian asks for privacy wards, making it clear he is finally about to say something dangerous. Inside the ward, Zorian warns that someone plans to bombard Scioria during the summer festival and smuggle war trolls into the city. Hazlush demands to know where that story came from, but Zorian refuses to expose his source and only insists it seemed reliable. Instead of dismissing him, Hazlush grumbles that the festival really is the perfect time for criminals because the city gets crowded and its warding grows weaker. When Hazlush asks how anyone would move war trolls at all, Zorian gives him the key detail that they plan to use the dungeon. Asked why he brought this to him, Zorian admits he suspects high-ranking people may be involved and picked Hazlush because he seems influential but not compromised. Hazlush admits he was tempted to haul Zorian in anyway, but bitterly explains that the Mage Guild would tear him back out before the police got far. In the end, Hazlush agrees to investigate quietly, and tells Zorian to bring him anything else he can learn. Zorian leaves the tavern pleased with himself, though the thought of possible assassins keeps the walk home from feeling too safe. At Amaya's house, he learns the note arrived all right, but only because the paper plane smacked her in the back of the head. Amaya is less impressed by the successful delivery than by the fact that it could have taken her eye out, and Zorian decides some people are impossible to please. Later, with the house quiet, Zorian practices fine control by levitating a struggling live snail, while Kiriel doodles nearby instead of bothering him for once. Kiriel pities the snail, but Zorian insists he is not hurting it and is only trying to practice on a living target that fights back. Kiriel keeps asking where Kale is and tries to start without him, but Zorian shuts that down hard because this lesson is a favor Kale asked for. When he tells her to release the snail herself, Kiriel instantly backs off because she finds it slimy and disgusting. A door opens downstairs, and Zorian's alarm spell tells him Kale has finally arrived. Kale comes in on time, and when Kiriel asks how Zorian knew he was there, he casually reveals he had alarm spells set up. Kale says his training was too patchy for him to know his weak spots, so he asks Zorian to walk him through the first 2 years of academy basics before Ilsa tests him in 3 months. Zorian strongly suspects Kale knows more than he is saying and is only humoring Kiriel, but he decides helping them once in a while is worth the lost study time. So he starts explaining the academy curriculum, from basic mana use and magic items to memorization drills and a pile of theory subjects. Before he gets far, Zorian senses someone coming, and a second later Taven slams the door open and storms in like usual. Taven barely notices the interruption before thrusting a newspaper at Zorian and demanding if he has seen it. The headline hits him hard. Zack Novita publicly claims he killed Oganj, and Alliance officials have already inspected the dragon's corpse. Zorian is left wondering if the short restarts were all because Zack wanted to kill a dragon, and the answer only makes the whole time loop feel more absurd. Taven points out that Zack also ran away from home and now plans to come back to school for a few months, which is the last thing Zorian wanted to hear. Kiriel asks if Oganj was the dragon that wiped out an army, and Kale grimly explains how it trapped the soldiers in a rune-rigged canyon and buried most of them alive. Taven pushes harder, demanding how a classmate of Zorian's could possibly kill something that dangerous when Zack used to look like a total failure. Zorian says Zack really was weak for 2 years and only turned impossible over the summer, then tosses out time travel as a joke answer just to see the reaction. Taven calls that ridiculous, and Zorian admits the few things he does know are so insane no one would believe them, so Taven dares him to try, and Kiriel eagerly joins in while even Kale waits to hear the answer. Fed up, Zorian blurts out the impossible version straight. He and Zack are reliving the same month, and the city gets destroyed by an invasion during the summer festival. Taven just shrugs and says she does not believe a word of it, then cheerfully leaves before the room can settle around what Zorian just admitted. But when Zorian turns back, Kale and Kiriel are still staring at him, and for the first time he realizes they took his wild answer seriously. Kiriel quietly asks if he really is a time traveler, and Kale makes it clear they recognize that he was speaking as a truth hidden inside a hypothetical. Zorian admits yes, and says the clearest proof he has is that every spell and shaping skill he learns survives the reset. At Kale's urging, Zorian starts from the beginning and explains that in the original month he went to Cyoria alone while Kiriel stayed behind. He says Zack returned that month as a completely different person, acing everything and throwing around magical skill that made no sense for a third-year student. Then the festival came, the city was hit by artillery magic and monsters, and Zorian saw Zack fighting like a veteran mage before a lich crushed him. The lich hit them with a strange necromantic spell, they died on the spot, and Zorian woke back at the start of the month in Siren. Since then, every death or every festival's end throws him back to that same morning, and even he still does not understand why. Kiriel processes all of that for one beat and then declares that Zorian is the lamest time traveler ever, instantly puncturing the tension. 3 days later, Zorian is almost disappointed that both of them believed him yet kept acting mostly normal. Kiriel keeps peppering him with impossible questions, and Zorian snaps that moving slowly is the only reason Zack has not already wiped or enslaved her. A soft knock interrupts them, and because only Kale knocks that gently, Zorian already expects who is outside. Kale appears in the doorway and quietly asks Zorian to come to his room because they need to talk about something private. Kiriel wants in immediately, but Kale gently shuts her out, and to Zorian's envy she actually listens. Once they are alone in Kale's room, Kale pulls a plain black book from a chest and says his research may have found something about Zorian's problem. He opens the book to a soul magic entry and points Zorian to the likeliest answer. The lich's spell was probably soul meld. Reading the description, Zorian realizes the spell is meant to merge souls and usually leaves the result insane unless some larger ritual changes the outcome. That book makes one thing obvious to Zorian: Kale has private access to forbidden soul magic, so he asks the question carefully and directly. Kale does not deny it, only saying there is more to soul magic than grave robbery and curses, which is enough to tell Zorian he is dealing with a necromancer. Zorian has a brief internal panic over how badly that secret could backfire, but he decides Kale has been fair with him and says he will not report him. Kale relaxes just enough to admit he picked up the discipline through his teacher and insists soul magic is judged more harshly than it deserves. Now that the secret is out, Zorian asks the real question: if soul meld hit him and Zack, why are they still separate people at all? Kale guesses the merge was interrupted before it finished, either because Zack killed himself in time or because some hidden contingency spell protected his soul. That gives Zorian a grimly sensible model for the loop: enough soul contact to drag him along with Zack, but not enough to fully fuse them. When Zorian asks if Kale can examine what the spell actually did to him, Kale warns that this would mean casting soul magic on him directly. Desperate for answers, Zorian agrees anyway and trusts Kale to go ahead. After a long, invisible-feeling examination, Kale can only confirm one frustrating thing: whatever connects Zorian to Zack is not a normal soul bond. Kale suggests examining Zack too, but Zorian refuses because that would mean exposing the truth before he is ready. Kale admits he is nowhere near skilled enough to unravel something this advanced inside a single month, no matter how early Zorian warned him. So Zorian asks the next desperate question and wonders if Kale could just teach him soul magic instead. Kale tells him the real barrier is not talent but soul perception, and advanced soul magic needs a potion made from a freshly harvested dirge moth chrysalis. Then comes the real blow: dirge moths only emerge once every 23 years, and the last swarm was less than a decade ago. Zorian immediately understands the problem. There will be no usable chrysalis for another decade, and preserved ones are worthless. Kale admits there might be darker alternatives, but once human sacrifice enters the conversation, Zorian shuts that door instantly. With no easy answer in sight, Zorian leaves Kale's room deciding soul magic can wait for another restart if he ever circles back to it. The moment he closes his own door, a familiar touch brushes his mind, like the psychic spiders in the tunnels but subtler and far more controlled. A calm voice speaks directly inside his head, recognizes that he is open, and notes with eerie confidence that this conversation will be easier than expected. Zorian tries to fight back mentally and prepares a spell, but before he can act his whole body locks up under a clean, terrifying paralysis. Then the attacker shows itself by leaping from the dark corner onto his bed, not a web-spinning horror but a compact giant jumping spider with huge black eyes and massive fangs. Staring at him with almost human intelligence, the spider introduces itself telepathically and makes one thing very clear: it has wanted this meeting for a while, and now it intends to talk. In his room, Zorian stays perfectly still under the spider's mental paralysis, knowing one bad thought could expose everything in his head. The spider speaks into his mind and bluntly tells him he is an untrained human psychic, not some normal boy she misread. When the spider points out that he can sense her emotions, Zorian is stunned by the idea that he might actually be an empath. Zorian tries to deny it, but the matriarch coolly reminds him she knows exactly what she is doing and shifts to the real reason she came. She demands to know why he set the city enforcers on her web, and Zorian finally realizes his warning to Taven started the whole mess. Zorian insists he never meant to send hunters after them, but the matriarch presses him on how he knew the Arania even existed. Then the matriarch casually reveals she already knows about the time loop, and the floor drops out from under him. She explains the ugly truth. Before ambushing him, she quietly read Kiriel and his friends instead, because they were much easier targets. Zorian mentally curses himself, because death is one thing in the loop, but a mind mage can leave damage that follows him across restarts. Annoyed by his constant suspicion, the matriarch insists she came to prevent escalation, not take revenge, and says Arania are no worse than humans. Zorian dryly notes that humans can be awful too, and for a second it almost sounds like the problem could end there. Instead, the matriarch says the loop itself is far too important to ignore, because she has no intention of being memory wiped over and over. Seeing she will not back off, Zorian asks her to at least release the paralysis if they are really going to talk like allies. The matriarch refuses to trust him inside the house, but offers a later meeting in the city tunnels where both sides can feel safer. She sweetens the deal by promising answers about his psychic gift, clues about the time loop, and access to a hidden spider network spread across the whole city. Now fully aware he has stumbled into something much bigger, Zorian can only stare as the matriarch addresses him by name and ends the meeting on her terms. Before he can answer, she blankets his mind in a gentler but irresistible telepathic force and knocks him out cold. A few minutes later, Zorian wakes alone in his room with no sign the giant spider was ever there. After thinking it through, Zorian admits he cannot really ignore the matriarch without risking worse trouble later. He still refuses to run to her immediately, deciding to prepare first so he does not walk into the sewers blind. Using the name Arania, he finally finds books on the species, but the reports are messy, contradictory, and only make them seem more dangerous. The possibility that scares him most is simple: the spiders might not be one-trick telepaths at all, but full mages with a strange magic system he does not understand. So he starts planning counters anyway, especially protection against mind magic and possible light-based attacks against nocturnal eyes. At the same time, the matriarch's claim keeps bothering him, because the word empath still feels completely wrong on someone like him. Instead of going straight to the teachers, he decides to ask Amaya first, because her house is full of books on obscure magic and she is easier to approach. He catches Amaya while she is washing dishes, and she tells him to sit down and wait until she finishes. Zorian quietly wins some goodwill by stepping in to help with the dishes instead of just waiting. Once they sit down, Amaya lightly teases him for avoiding her and jokingly asks if he came to seduce her, leaving him sputtering. After enjoying his reaction, she lets him get to the point, and he asks about books on empathy and how someone would know if they had it. Amaya admits she has read about it and gets curious when Zorian says another empath told him he might be one too. When Zorian says empathy should have been obvious if he really had it, Amaya counters that many signs are so ordinary people miss them completely. She starts probing with simple questions, and Zorian admits he gets strong, reliable hunches about people almost every time he talks to them. He even admits some strangers stand out from across a room just by the force of their personality, which makes Amaya look at him much more seriously. Then she asks about crowds, and Zorian casually mentions the crushing mental pressure that hits him in large groups and gives him headaches. As Amaya asks what makes that pressure worse, Zorian suddenly connects the last missing piece himself. It spikes when the crowd is emotionally charged. Amaya spells it out for him. His empathy is so strong he feels the crowd's emotions as literal pressure, and Zorian can only pace the kitchen in angry disbelief. He protests that the pressure has only ever been a lifelong nuisance, and Amaya warns that empathy can become a burden when it is too strong or unstable. That thought lands with bitter familiarity for Zorian, who silently decides he will have to learn control somehow, probably from the very spiders he distrusts. Amaya gently asks why the idea of being an empath bothered him even before this talk, and he tries to dodge the question out of embarrassment. She refuses to let him escape, so Zorian finally admits he hated the idea because empathy has a girly reputation and he already gets mocked for not seeming masculine enough. Amaya promises she will not spread it, reminds him there is no real evidence empathy favors women, and then embarrasses him again by calling him a handsome young man. Flustered, Zorian changes the subject, and Amaya asks only that he keep her updated if he decides to develop the ability. After leaving the kitchen, Zorian heads back to planning, because the deadline on meeting the Arania feels very real now. Later, at the mouth of the sewers, Zorian gives Kale one last chance to back out of the meeting with the spiders. Kale flatly refuses and insists Zorian would be an idiot to meet a telepathic spider matriarch alone. Zorian still hates risking Kale's life, even inside a loop, because his conscience has not adapted to treating people as disposable reset pieces. Kale adds one more reason for coming. He has his own score to settle with the matriarch over her rummaging through his memories. They descend into the tunnels, with Zorian leading carefully and dropping stone cube traps behind them in case the meeting turns into a chase. Kale handles the anti-mentalist side, keeping a mind shield on himself and ready to throw one over Zorian the moment things go bad. Zorian chooses to leave his own mind open, because his instincts tell him the Arania see direct mind-to-mind contact as basic respect. Near the place he first met the spiders, a crude telepathic blast slams into Zorian's mind and makes him stagger. Kale is ready to fight, but Zorian recognizes the rough contact as clumsy Arania communication rather than an attack. A second, more refined mental voice takes over through that contact, and the matriarch welcomes him for finally finding them. Moments later, the matriarch skitters into view with 2 spider guards, and Zorian somehow knows which one she is before anyone says a word. The matriarch notes that she expected a private meeting, but since Zorian brought backup, she brought backup too. Zorian says Kale is not just a bodyguard and asks if she can communicate out loud so he can actually join the discussion. To his surprise, the matriarch starts tracing complex leg motions and casts a sonic illusion that gives her a human female voice. That one spell is enough to prove the Arania have more than telepathy in their arsenal, and the meeting gets even more dangerous in Zorian's eyes. The tension spikes again when the matriarch complains that Kale's mind shield is rude, because she cannot read his feelings or surface thoughts. Kale snaps back that invading minds without permission is the real insult, especially after what she did to him. The matriarch answers with her own moral code. She only skims Zorian's surface thoughts because he is open, but ordinary flicker minds are fair game. Before the argument gets any worse, Zorian cuts in and drags the conversation back to the loop and to what being open actually means. The matriarch explains that empathy is only the easiest piece of it, and that openness also points to psychic potential, divination talent, and even prophetic dreams. When Zorian stumbles over the idea, she calmly confirms that with training he could become much more than an empath. She offers to teach him, but only if they strike a bargain over the time loop. Kale immediately asks what she wants from Zorian, already expecting something ugly. The matriarch says it outright, she wants into the time loop too. Zorian realizes she means carrying her memories across resets, the same impossible advantage Kale has secretly wanted for himself. He has to explain to both of them that he cannot even begin to do that, because he barely understands how he and Zack are linked in the first place. Kale admits he already knows that and reveals his own plan: introduce Zorian to people who might help him understand the soul link first. The matriarch offers a different shortcut, saying she could plant memory packets in Zorian's mind so his soul carries them back after each reset. Zorian immediately recoils from the idea, and the matriarch calmly reminds him she already has several things he badly needs. She names the bait one by one: loop knowledge, help controlling his empathy, and spider intelligence that could matter against the coming invasion. To steady the conversation, Zorian asks for something simpler first: the matriarch's actual name. Instead of speaking, she sends him a compact burst of alien images and concepts that turns out to be her name in Arania form. After awkwardly translating it as Spear of Resolve striking straight at the heart of the matter, Zorian gets told to just keep calling her matriarch. With that settled, Zorian finally pushes for the answer he came for and asks why she believed the time loop story at all. Before the matriarch can answer, a huge roar rolls through the tunnel, and Zorian goes pale as he recognizes it. More roars answer the first one, and Zorian realizes a whole band of war trolls is heading straight for them. The sewer deal blows up again when war troll roars thunder closer, and even the Arania matriarch sounds fed up that her hidden web has been found another time. Zorian and Kale immediately run for the way back, and Zorian signals the spiders to follow because this has turned from negotiation into a joint escape. While they run, the matriarch warns that Arania are slower than humans over distance, but Zorian tells her he and Kale left traps behind for exactly this kind of pursuit. The matriarch dryly realizes those precautions were meant to stop her too if the talks went bad, which only reminds Zorian how little reliable information humans have about Arania. The war trolls finally burst around the corner in a packed green wave, and Zorian triggers the nearest sigil cubes to slam a force barrier across the corridor. The matriarch explains she cannot just pacify the trolls because whoever controls them learned to shield their minds after earlier clashes. A second later the trolls smash headfirst into the barrier and collapse into a snarling heap, giving Zorian exactly the head start he wanted. Zorian triggers more barrier traps for insurance, but he keeps the explosive cubes on him because they are desperate weapons and too dangerous to use carelessly underground. At the sewer exit, Zorian braces for trouble with the guards, only to watch the Arania quietly erase themselves from the human senses and slip to the surface unseen. Once they reach the surface alive, Zorian is almost stunned by how smoothly the disaster ended, but the matriarch quickly pulls the talk back on track in a deserted alley. The matriarch says the alley is clear of outside minds and grumbles that even the cephalic rats are not nearby, which makes Zorian stop and ask what those are. She describes the creatures as rat-sized psychics with their brains exposed, and Zorian realizes he actually saw one back in his original run without understanding what it was. The matriarch says the rats likely served the invasion, and that her web drew troll attacks only after the Arania tried to wipe the creatures out. When Kale asks if the rats are intelligent, the matriarch reveals the real danger. Alone they are only clever vermin, but linked together they become one growing telepathic hive mind. She spells out why they are terrifying spies. They fit anywhere, every death is disposable, and each rat can act with the full swarm's power and shared mind. Zorian immediately grasps the human cost. If those things are reading unshielded minds across the city, the invaders could tear through sensitive information without anyone noticing. The matriarch adds that Arania cannot match that level of infiltration, because giant spiders trigger wards and cannot move through human spaces the way a few odd rats can. That revelation sends Zorian into a darker realization. If the rat swarm works for the invaders, then someone on that side has probably heard Zack talk about time travel and at least some loops, and still did nothing. Before he can chase that mystery further, The matriarch cuts back to the real point and demands a final answer about sending her memory packet through his mind. Zorian hesitates because trusting in Arania with his mind feels only slightly safer than trusting soul magic, and he knows exactly how badly that can go. The matriarch argues that she is risking plenty too, because Zorian could milk her for information and then avoid her forever in later restarts, leaving her memories stranded inside him. After a heavy silence, Zorian accepts that he needs what she offers and finally agrees to the pact. Later, walking back to Amaya's house, Kale bluntly tells Zorian that agreeing to that procedure took more nerve than he has. Zorian admits he gambled on what he had already researched. Real mind tampering is slow, obvious, and hard to hide, so the matriarch likely could not have rewritten him on the spot. He even says he asked Ilsa and a combat teacher about mind magic beforehand, suspicious looks be damned, because he wanted to know the limits before making this deal. Kale still doubts he could have protected Zorian against 3 giant spiders at close range, but Zorian reveals the backup plan he never mentioned in the alley. He shows Kale one of the explosive cubes and explains that if the matriarch had moved against him, he was ready to detonate both of them and take her with him. Kale is jolted by the sheer calm way Zorian planned for suicide, and Zorian can only answer that repeated deaths inside the time loop have twisted his sense of it. Still, Zorian is not reckless enough to trust the packet blindly, so he decides to avoid the Arania for several restarts and find someone who can inspect his mind properly. Kale points out that this means the matriarch will stay silent until Zorian delivers those stored memories to her next self, and Zorian accepts that delay without complaint. With the immediate crisis over, Zorian nudges Kale to finally explain his own plan for entering the time loop, but Kale grumbles that he still has not sorted it out in his head. Their talk drifts into the spider's voice spell, and Zorian explains that the matriarch was not sneaking sound into Kale's mind at all, she was making actual sound with illusion magic. Kale is baffled that the guild still calls that an illusion, and Zorian dryly notes that even the Mage Guild sometimes chooses practicality over perfect definitions. As the summer festival draws closer, Zorian notices Hazush losing interest in the invasion warning, and that feels like a sign to stop hoping for help and start planning an exit. He decides that if things keep going this way, he will take Kiriel out of Cyoria before the attack rather than let either of them die in the invasion again. He also starts wondering whether he can convince Kale and Amaya to leave with them, but for the moment, he is too exhausted to plan anything beyond dinner and rest. The smell of food hits him first, and then Kiriel slams into him demanding immediate healing for what turns out to be a tiny scratch on her hand. Playing along with a perfectly straight face, Zorian examines the scratch like a grave physician and announces that the only cure is amputation. Kana even starts to play along when Zorian asks for a saw, until Amaya breaks and stops the joke before the kitchen turns into total chaos. Kiriel storms off with a pout and a sharp little insult, and dinner settles into the usual rhythm of family noise with her occasional loud outbursts. After the meal, Zorian retreats to his room to practice shaping, and Kiriel quietly follows him in with a stack of papers instead of starting another fight. The piece ends when Kiriel nervously asks why he still studies so hard even though the time loop makes it look like nothing matters. Zorian answers more honestly than usual. Everything still matters because choices shape who he becomes, and besides, he actually likes learning. When he asks what she really wants, Kiriel gathers her pages, climbs right into his lap, and shyly asks him to judge her drawings. Zorian expects childish sketches, but the moment she starts showing them, he realizes she is not just good for her age, she is genuinely extraordinary. One drawing of Cyoria's skyline is so detailed and controlled that Zorian can barely believe his little sister had the patience and skill to make it. Another page shows a faithful portrait of Byrne from a single old meeting, and that is when Zorian finally asks why their mother is not proudly showing this talent off. Kiriel admits the ugly truth. Their mother hates the drawing, refuses to buy supplies, and yells whenever she catches her doing it. That instantly explains why Kiriel has been stealing his notebooks and pens, and she cheerfully confirms it because he never exposed her to their mother. Then Kiriel admits the same is true of books too, because their mother says a proper lady should not waste time on either reading or art. Zorian tries to compare it to how their mother treated him, thinking she will eventually stop pushing if Kiriel stands firm. Kiriel snaps that it is not the same at all, because he and their brothers get to leave home and learn magic, while she is trapped there as the daughter. Then the deeper wound comes out. She says their parents are not planning to send her to any Mage Academy at all, because they already arranged her marriage for when she turns 15. Zorian finally understands the shape of her life in Siren, and his shock hardens into cold anger at the family decision made over her head. Instead of brushing her off again, he tells Kiriel that this time she will not have to fight alone, because if their parents refuse to teach her, he will. Kiriel still does not quite trust the promise, so she seizes his hand in an oath grip and demands that he swear it properly. Zorian squeezes her hand and gives her the promise she wanted, turning a casual reassurance into something binding between them. 2 days before the festival, Kale finally lays out his own lead-chasing plan, but it is vague, scattered across distant places, and mostly useless to Zorian right now. When the festival night comes, Zorian follows his own instincts instead and gets out of Cyoria with Kiriel, Kale, and Kana on the train before the invasion can hit them. Amaya refuses to come with them, which hurts but does not surprise Zorian, so the four of them pass the last hours on the train with card games until the loop resets. Then the month snaps back to the beginning as always, and Zorian wakes in Siren to Kiriel's familiar morning greeting. This time he leaves Kiriel behind and keeps his distance, because Zack really does show up in class and Zorian wants no part of him, while the memory packet remains unchecked. Zack keeps trying for a few days and then backs off, but the boy still watches Zorian too closely for comfort, which forces Zorian to keep a low profile. So instead of chasing bigger risks, Zorian spends restart after restart quietly sharpening his shaping, combat magic, divinations, and spell formula while avoiding the Arania altogether. He also keeps Taven out of it this time, because he is not ready to bring anyone back to the matriarch until he knows what is sitting in his own head. One full restart passes like that, then another, until 6 loops have gone by and Zack finally stops trying to approach him at the start of each month. Those hidden months are not wasted, because 3 restarts with Nora and 3 with Hazlush let Zorian improve his spell formula enough to redesign his suicide switch into something smaller and subtler. By the end of it, he is carrying 2 discrete little cubes on his keychain instead of the obvious heavy stones he used in the sewers. He also hires a mind magic specialist to inspect him, and the verdict is mixed. The memory packet is dormant, and nothing else is active in his head, but the experts still cannot prove the packet is harmless. That is enough for now, so when the 7th restart begins and Zack finally leaves him alone, Zorian decides the waiting period is over and it is time to move again. A few days into the new restart, Zorian marches into Ilsa's office expecting an easy sewer permit, only to get shut down immediately. Even after Zorian argues and tries to prove his combat skill, Ilsa refuses to let a newly minted mage risk the underworld alone and sends him out. Once he cools off, Zorian realizes why it worked last time. Ilsa trusted Kale as experienced backup, and this time Zorian came in alone. So instead of giving up, Zorian finds someone who already has sewer access and talks Taven into taking him down there. Taven grumbles that Zorian refused to join her before, then came back days later asking for the exact same dangerous favor. Zorian apologizes, but he still cannot tell her where they are going because he is just waiting for the Arania to notice his mind. Then a familiar alien touch brushes Zorian's thoughts and vanishes, telling him an Arania scout has finally found him. Zorian calls out into the dark, asking the hidden Arania to hear him and pass urgent information to the matriarch, while Taven hears only nonsense. After a tense pause, the Arania makes the worst possible entrance by stepping straight into view in front of both of them. Taven instantly goes for her spell rod, and Zorian has to grab her wrist and stop her before the meeting turns into a fight. When the spider stays calm, Taven reluctantly backs off, and Zorian is left facing her growing anger and confusion. The scout teases him telepathically for shouting out loud, and Zorian has to admit he still cannot start a telepathic conversation on his own. That confession lets the Arania sum him up in one cutting line: Zorian is incomplete, but at least he is not a flicker mind like Taven. Trying to keep things moving, Zorian awkwardly asks if the scout is female and learns that all true Arania are female, while the tiny males are barely sentient. Zorian finally sends the matriarch's true concept name and asks for her, hoping that detail will prove he is not bluffing. That works immediately, because the matriarch's familiar mind cuts in and demands to know who he is and how he knows her real name. Zorian introduces himself and drops the real shock. In another timeline, the matriarch herself gave him a memory packet to return later. The matriarch does not remember any of that and immediately suspects a trap, maybe even one tied to the trolls attacking her web. Since he has no way to prove it with words, Zorian offers the only evidence he has and lets the matriarch inspect the memory packet in his mind. While the matriarch searches his mind, Zorian quietly warns Taven that if he drops screaming, she should blast the spider on sight. Several long minutes later, the matriarch withdraws in a daze, asks for 3 days to think, and confirms the memory packet was real enough to shake her. Before the contact ends, Zorian hurriedly asks for a way into these tunnels without official checkpoints, or dragging Taven back every time. The answer hits him as a flood of tunnel routes and hidden entries, and then the scout simply leaps back into the darkness and disappears. Now alone with her, Zorian gets the glare he was dreading as Taven demands the full explanation right now. Zorian tries one weak joke about how this would be easier if she had waited by the entrance, and Taven shuts that down instantly. So Zorian gives her the cleaned up truth. He is an empath with no control, human mages will not help, and he came to the telepathic spiders for training. Taven is stunned, but once she processes it she mostly calls the whole thing gutsy instead of stupid and asks what the spiders said. When Zorian says the Arania are still thinking about it, Taven just tells him to get moving and save the rest for somewhere with drinks. At an open-air tavern afterward, Taven makes Zorian pay while she hears the rest of the story over drinks. She accepts most of his explanation, but gets hung up on the part where he planned to meet dangerous monsters without backup. The argument turns personal fast, because Taven wants to know if he has done this kind of reckless solo stunt before, and who covered him when he did. What Taven really wants is obvious soon enough. She insists Zorian should take her with him next time he meets the matriarch. Zorian flatly refuses, because he thinks she would get in the way and keep pressing him for secrets he cannot share. Instead of pushing harder, Taven changes tactics and offers to help sharpen his combat magic through a spar. Zorian sees the trap right away, but he agrees anyway because he wants to know how long he can last against a serious fighter. That is how Zorian ends up in Taven's family training hall, facing her with a magic missile rod in hand and a hidden shield bracelet under his sleeve. The non-lethal rules are sensible, but they also cut out a huge chunk of Zorian's usual arsenal because he built his combat style for real killing fights. Taven notices his new spell rod and assumes he wasted a lot of money on a weapon that still will not break her defenses. Zorian answers by revealing he made the rod himself, which catches Taven off guard and lets him enjoy one brief smug moment. Then Taven UPS the show by summoning a spell staff into her hand and lighting its yellow formula lines with a burst of mana. The instant they begin, Taven snaps off a 5-missile swarm at him, moving so fast she already looks sure she has won. But this is not the old Zorian anymore, and his shield goes up clean, dense, and almost invisible in front of the swarm. Instead of trying to outgun her, Zorian uses the exchange as cover and throws a vial of white liquid with his free hand. The missile swarm hammers his barrier, but the overcharged shield holds anyway, proving how much his repeated practice has changed him. Then Zorian pulses mana into the airborne vial and crushes it mid-flight, bursting a thick white coughing cloud right in front of Taven. The trick works, and Taven staggers out coughing just in time for Zorian to drive a force smasher straight at her torso. His empathy screams a warning, and Zorian dodges just before Taven answers with a brutal battering ram spell instead of a shield. The dodge is only partial, and the edge of the blast still catches him hard enough to spin him through the air and smash him into the floor. He lies there dizzy for a moment, while Taven keeps coughing in the gas cloud, which means his improvised attack was stronger than he meant it to be. When he gets back up, Zorian dryly tells her she has a very strange idea of non-lethal combat, and Taven calls him a cheater right back. Taven taps his shield with her staff and stares when it barely reacts, finally realizing just how refined and transparent his defense really is. Zorian explains it is just an overcharged shield spell executed cleanly after endless practice, not some exotic trick item. Still annoyed, Taven says he only lasted because of dirty tricks, so Zorian flips the topic and asks how she tracked him while half blinded by gas. Taven reveals the teacher taught her to flood the area with mana and feel the surroundings through the cloud, enough to catch active spells and aim back toward the caster. That sounds painfully familiar to Zorian, because it is basically his lock-sensing trick on a bigger scale, and suddenly Svim's marble exercise clicks into place. He pushes the idea further, and Taven confirms that using a mana cloud would make sensing tiny charged marbles far easier than relying on raw inborn mana sense alone. Now Zorian feels stupid and furious at once, because Svim was probably testing exactly this method and just never bothered to explain it. After arguing over whether the first match was a draw, Taven drags him through more rounds, and without surprise on his side Zorian loses every one. Even so, Taven admits his ruthless opening could drop real battle mages if he catches them off guard, though that kind of escalation could get him in trouble with the guild. The real payoff comes fast, because once he knows the principle he only needs a few hours to shape a diffuse mana cloud around his own head. By Friday, Zorian calmly tracks Svim's flying marbles, finally meeting the first half of the infamous exercise. Svim is not impressed at all and instantly makes it worse by demanding Zorian sort the marbles by the strength of their mana emissions. Zorian still cannot do that part yet, but now that he understands the real assignment, he is no longer worried about eventually mastering it. Meanwhile, Zack has his own project, trying to throw a massive party at his mansion and pull the whole class there before the festival turns deadly. Zorian sees the real reason at once. Zack is trying to get as many students out of the invasion's path as possible without telling them why. 3 days later, Zorian heads back into the sewers alone, and finds the Arania waiting for him this time. Any doubt disappears when the scout leads him to the matriarch herself, who has chosen to meet in person instead of speaking through a subordinate. The matriarch says she has digested the memories from her other self and no longer finds the time loop story as absurd as it first sounded. She proposes they swap stories, and when Zorian hesitates she dryly guesses that of course he wants her to go first. Her first revelation is grim. Her web has been fighting the invaders for months, and a week ago those enemies suddenly started acting like they knew every Arania trick in advance. The invaders knew secret techniques, unique personal abilities, and even likely responses, so the Arania seriously considered time travel as the only explanation. When Zorian suggests divination instead, the matriarch says the Arania know divination very well, and that field only made the mystery worse. Their future forecasts have gone wild all week, giving different answers every time, but they all hit the same wall. Nothing exists beyond the day of the summer festival. That blank future rattles Zorian, because it suggests the world is not continuing after each reset at all, it is just ending. Zorian is surprised no human oracles raise the alarm, but the matriarch explains long-range forecasting is hard, tedious, and often not worth the effort. Still, she thinks some human groups may have seen the same thing and stayed quiet, then nudges Zorian to ask them since giant spiders are not ideal research partners. Zorian agrees, and the matriarch promises him a list of diviners before pushing the conversation to his side of the time loop story. Zorian gives her the basics of the loop and his own experience in it, but he keeps the more personal details close to the chest. The matriarch immediately points out the obvious missing piece. If Zack knows anything useful, Zorian really should talk to him. Zorian is not willing to risk that, and the matriarch admits she already tried stealing Zack's memories, but could only skim the surface because his mental defenses held just enough. Pressed for an explanation, Zorian says ordinary soul bond detection shows nothing between him and Zack, which means their connection is not a normal soul bond at all. Instead, he shares Kale's theory that the failed soul merge left pieces of Zack and Zorian fused together, tricking the time loop into carrying both of them along. The matriarch says that would neatly explain why Zack missed the first few restarts and later appeared desperately sick. His soul probably took more damage than Zorian's. Even so, the matriarch circles back and asks why Zorian still refuses to approach Zack if that explanation makes sense. Zorian's answer is the real threat hanging over everything. He is convinced there is a third time traveler helping the invaders and staying invisible on purpose. Since that hidden player clearly knows about Zack and still leaves him alone, Zorian concludes Zack either does not matter to their long game, or has already been quietly neutralized. He goes further and argues that Zack looks like the true focal point of the loop, rich, gifted, and central enough that the spell recognizes him even if he does not understand it himself. That makes one possibility especially ugly to him. Zack may have trusted the wrong person, had his memories edited, and been pushed into a harmless direction instead of openly killed. And if Zorian talks to Zack while someone is watching, he fears he could simply be erased because unlike Zack he is not essential to the loop at all. The matriarch calls him paranoid, but only in the backhanded way that also admits paranoia may be why he still has his memories. Since they cannot ignore the problem forever, the matriarch says finding that third time traveler needs to become a priority. Zorian has no idea where to begin, but the matriarch points out one useful limit. Whoever beat Zack early on did not need to be unstoppable yet. When Zorian admits even some classmates could have overpowered or tricked early loop Zack, the matriarch latches onto that immediately. Because Zack fixates on classmates and might trust them too easily, the matriarch tells Zorian to investigate his class for anyone acting subtly wrong or tied to the invaders. By the end of the meeting, the matriarch hands him a list of human diviners to question, and they agree to meet again in another 3 days. Walking away, Zorian is mildly annoyed that his empathy training never even came up, which makes him suspect the matriarch is still deciding whether he is worth teaching. Even with that frustration, Zorian ends the day relieved to finally have an ally in this tangled mess, while quietly worrying he may be trusting the Arania the same way Zack once trusted the wrong person. Zorian heads to a temple on Scioria's outskirts even though temples always put him on edge, because the Arania matriarch said the city's best human future forecaster is here. Before going in, he notices the door carvings and recognizes the old creation myth where the gods butchered primordial dragons and turned the last one into the world itself. The story only makes the gods sound cruel to him, but his brooding is broken when a friendly young priest with striking green hair steps out to greet him. Zorian asks for Priestess Kylie, and Batak says she's busy with a ritual but should be free in about an hour. Instead of sending him away, Batak invites him inside for tea, and Zorian immediately suspects he's about to be tested through polite small talk. Walking through the main hall, Zorian is struck by how huge and deserted the temple is, with only stained glass light and echoing footsteps breaking the silence. Batak explains the temple never recovered from the Weeping Plague, because the church failed to stop it and lost so many priests that smaller temples were effectively abandoned. Even so, the building is still immaculate and expensive looking, which makes the church's idea of a neglected temple feel almost absurd to Zorian. Batak brings him into a messy side room that feels more lived in than sacred, makes tea, and chats through harmless questions about Zorian's life. When Zorian asks why Batak and Kylie still stay here, Batak admits they were basically posted to keep the impressive temple standing and drive off thieves, not because the church values this place much anymore. After circling around the topic long enough, Batak finally asks what Zorian really wants from Kylie. Zorian says he's here because someone sent him to ask Kylie about irregular future prediction results, and Batak's easy smile instantly vanishes. When Batak asks exactly where the prediction goes wrong, Zorian realizes the priest already knows the answer. Zorian lays it out plainly. The future just goes blank after the day of the summer festival, as if the whole world stops there. Batak breaks composure, curses, and starts pacing, which tells Zorian this is much worse than a simple divination oddity. Batak decides this has to be discussed with Kylie immediately, even if that means interrupting her ritual. Left alone for a moment, Zorian can only hope Batak's panic means the priests know something important that he and the matriarch missed. Batak returns with Kylie, a surprisingly young-looking high priestess who sizes Zorian up before sitting across from him. As soon as Zorian confirms he's asking about the same summer festival cutoff, Kylie and Batak realize they were both partly right about the anomaly all along. Kylie asks to speak directly with Zorian's secretive teacher, but he refuses because his source absolutely does not want to be exposed. Zorian pushes back and asks why this prediction glitch has them so rattled in the first place. Kylie offers a trade instead, warning that she has a supernatural knack for catching lies and wants Zorian to go first. Taking a risk, Zorian quietly checks for scrying and hidden mind-linked vermin before deciding to tell them part of the truth. He reveals that terrorists are planning to strike during the summer festival, and part of their scheme involves something exotic enough to wreck future prediction itself. Kylie is shaken enough to admit she'd rather not know anymore, because this is already far above what she wants to be involved in. Even so, Zorian still wants their side of the trade, and Batak explains the church's real fear starts with the angels. Kylie reveals that for about a week nobody has been able to summon angels at all, and even rumors say demon cultists have lost contact with their masters too. That timing hits Zorian hard, because a week ago was exactly when the time loop began. Kylie feels relieved now that the spirit world blackout and the future cutoff may be separate problems, but Zorian leaves the temple more worried than ever. He ducks into a restaurant to think, and the new clue pushes him toward a much scarier conclusion. The loop may be rewinding time itself, not just moving a few souls. The more he follows that thought, the worse it gets, because a loop big enough to hide its borders would have to cover at least a continent, and maybe the entire world. His grim thoughts are interrupted when Taven suddenly drops into the seat across from him after tracking him down. Taven says she actually did ask around for a human empath teacher for him, but the only lead is a hospital healer who demands a full apprentice contract. Zorian turns it down right away, because becoming a full healer would swallow far too much time he cannot spare. He admits the spiders are still his best option, then wonders if mentioning a human alternative might finally pressure them into helping him faster. That slip makes Taven realize he has been going back into the sewers alone again, and she immediately goes sharp on him. When he awkwardly admits it, Taven smacks him in the shoulder and tears into him for doing something that dangerous without backup. Zorian tries to defend himself by saying the Arania are biased against non-psychics, which only makes Taven more baffled. He finally explains that his empathy is really a weak psychic talent tied to mind magic, and the spiders think he could do much more if they trained him. Taven is horrified for a second that he might be reading her mind, and he has to point out he's only catching vague emotions and is trying to learn control. She still refuses to let it go and orders him to ask the Arania for a real reason next time, or she'll march down there and confront them herself. After that, Zorian checks other human future readers, but most either know nothing useful or are obvious frauds trying to squeeze him for money. With divination going nowhere, he turns to a new angle and starts reviewing whether one of his classmates could be the third-time traveler. He quickly rules out Akoja, Benesek, and Kale, because their behavior still matches who they normally are and Kale's last restart actions especially don't fit a hidden looper. Two names stay suspicious: Tinami Aop, because her powerful house is rumored to dabble in mind magic and darker arts, and Eston Greer, because he comes from exile-haunted Ulquinibesa. Eston's background looks even uglier to Zorian because the invasion mages likely came from that same island, and the lich who crushed Zack may have come from there too. Since he still doesn't know his class well enough to judge them properly, Zorian goes straight to the one boy who always knows everyone's business, Benesek. He asks Benesek for the latest gossip and basic information on everybody in class, turning rumor itself into part of the investigation. Later, Zorian reports back to the Arania matriarch, and she is genuinely impressed that human diviners confirmed the summer festival cutoff and exposed another clue about the loop. She asks whether he has anything useful on his classmates yet, and Zorian warns that hunting a possible third looper will take many restarts, not quick guesses. Before they part, Zorian brings up something that has been bothering him for a while, and asks what the Arania really mean by flickermind. The matriarch dodges once, but when Zorian presses, she admits it means non-psychic beings and that most Arania quietly view them as fundamentally limited. She compares non-psychics to a society born blind, making it clear that the Arania's smugness is not just a bad translation, but a real belief. When Zorian asks what being psychic even means, the matriarch answers in almost spiritual language about a great web connecting everything in existence. Zorian bluntly points out that her explanation sounds religious, and she freely admits that this great web is central to Arania's spirituality. Then Zorian mentions he may have found a human empath willing to teach him, just to hear what the matriarch thinks. The matriarch explodes at the idea, snapping that human empaths are terrible teachers who train people to shut their gift down and fear the rest of mind magic. Her outrage is so intense that Zorian suddenly remembers just how terrifying she really is beneath all their careful negotiations. When he asks for an alternative, she fires back that she already promised to help him, and needles him for waiting 6 months to come back. At last she stops arguing and makes a real decision. If he wants proper control of his gift, he should come back tomorrow, and she will start teaching him herself. She leaves him with one last challenge, insisting that after he experiences the Great Web properly, he can judge for himself whether she or the human empath was right. Deep under Scioria, Zorian sits cross-legged in the tunnels and struggles through the Arania matriarch's first lesson, sensing nearby minds with his own. When Zorian complains that there has to be a better method, the matriarch bluntly reminds him that he has only been trying for 3 days. The matriarch explains that this tedious practice still matters, because open minds like the Arania are much easier training targets than ordinary humans, and even she cannot really teach this instinct the way a spell formula can be taught. That stings Zorian's pride, so instead of forcing the exercise harder, he starts treating psychic talent like a branch of mind magic that must have rules he can reason through. As Zorian wonders why psychic power helps with divination too, the matriarch clarifies that it only helps with spells that dump information straight into the mind. That finally clicks for him. Psychic talent is the passive ability to make sense of information entering the mind, so he stops pushing outward and decides to open inward instead. The moment Zorian opens his mind, nearby thoughts blaze into view like suns, and he instantly realizes the matriarch has hidden more guards around him than she showed openly. The matriarch breaks his concentration to praise the breakthrough, and the vision vanishes as quickly as it came. Zorian snaps that this would have gone faster if she had told him he was searching the wrong way. The matriarch coolly answers that she did try, but surface thoughts are fuzzy, especially across different species, so telepathy is not perfect mind reading. When Zorian asks whether language and species really matter, the matriarch says shared words make telepathy easy, but alien concept-to-concept communication is crude, painful, and easy to botch. She adds that most of her guards stay silent around him for a reason, because trying to talk to him directly would only give him a headache. Zorian pushes the topic toward combat, and the matriarch casually names the simplest telepathic attack, a mind blast, which is easy to launch and easy to defend against. The matriarch also dryly points out that Zorian keeps explosives in his pocket anyway, so he can stop acting like she is 1 second away from betraying him. With the breakthrough made, she immediately drags him back to the real goal. His mind sense has to become fast and steady enough to use while moving and fighting. The rest of the month passes in more tunnel drills, and Zorian slowly gains enough control to suppress his empathy for a while, even if he still cannot aim it precisely. That small bit of control makes social situations more bearable, which matters because Zack keeps pressing Zorian to attend his summer festival party. Zorian finally agrees, partly to test his empathy control in a real crowd, partly to see Zack's mansion from the inside, and partly to study his classmates more naturally. He even brings Taven along, and when she keeps asking if that is really allowed, Zorian assures her Zack invited them to bring extra people. Privately, Zorian also wants Taven there as a comparison point, because he suspects she will end up fighting the invaders and wants to see how she performs. They barely reach the door before Zack appears to usher them inside, cheerful enough that Zorian immediately suspects the mansion wards announced their arrival. Zack says he is glad Zorian came, then needles him about acting cold lately, and Zorian instantly wonders whether Zack is fishing for proof that he remembers other restarts. Taven asks what is going on, and Zack makes it worse by joking that Zorian always seems to show up with a different girl. Once Zorian realizes Zack is mixing together different loops again, he furiously denies being some kind of womanizer while Taven, far too calm, asks if that is true. Zack apologizes for the jab and keeps teasing anyway, while Zorian insists Taven is just a friend and wishes this entire exchange would die. As they move deeper inside, Taven notices the mansion feels almost abandoned, and Zack admits most of the staff were dismissed long ago by his guardian. Zorian catches the hostility in Zack's voice and guesses he and that guardian do not get along, which Zack confirms without giving details. Then Taven bluntly asks what happened to Zack's family, and Zorian punches her shoulder in disbelief at the timing. Zack only laughs that off and says he actually likes Taven's upfront attitude, which makes Zorian realize these two may get along far too well. Zack starts explaining how House Novita fell, but Zorian mostly tunes out and studies the mansion around him because he already knows the broad history. The story itself is grim and familiar. The Splinter Wars shattered old powers, and noble mage houses like Novita got mauled when firearms turned battlefields into slaughterhouses. House Novita suffered especially hard because it was a deeply military house that sent battle-ready members straight to the front and paid for that loyalty in blood. Even that did not finish them, but the weeping did, an unstoppable plague that killed whole lines of people regardless of age, health, or magic. By the time the sickness burned out, Zack had lost absolutely everyone and was left as the lone child survivor of a hollowed-out house. Zack finally cuts off the depressing history lesson when they reach the party hall, and Zorian is immediately grateful his empathy is under control because the room is packed and rowdy. Taven wants to mingle right away, so she drags Zorian along and makes him introduce her around, which conveniently gives him a natural excuse to probe classmates. After easing her in with familiar faces like Kale and Benesek, Zorian starts pointing out the more interesting people in the room. He points out Capriva Reed first, a tall green-haired classmate in the middle of a heated argument, and Taven immediately refuses to go anywhere near the gangster princess. Then Zorian spots a group of 5 giggling girls, including Nilu, and warns Taven that they have already noticed the mystery girl at his side and are coming to investigate. Taven pastes on a polite face as the girls approach, and Zorian braces himself for what he already knows will be a very long night. Once the dancing finally starts, Taven quickly finds herself a tall, handsome older partner, and leaves Zorian on his own just as he expected. Zorian slips toward the edge of the room to avoid attention and notices Tanami Aope already hiding awkwardly in one quiet corner. He greets Tanami, surprises her badly, and immediately asks her to dance. Tanami hesitates because she thinks Taven is his date, but when Zorian points out Taven dancing with someone else, she accepts and takes his hand with surprising firmness. Their dance starts awkwardly, but in that quieter one-on-one setting Tanami opens up enough for Zorian to realize her shyness feels genuine, not like some veteran time traveler acting a part. When Zorian asks about her hobby, Tanami bashfully admits she raises tarantulas and likes spiders in general. Instead of mocking her, Zorian says spiders are fascinating and even admits he has a soft spot for jumping spiders, which makes Tanami suspicious at first. But when Zorian keeps answering her increasingly nerdy spider questions correctly, Tanami finally realizes he actually knows what he is talking about. Zorian even tries to stump her with monstrous spider breeds, only to discover Tanami knows far more than he expected, including spider demons and other spider-like monsters. That makes Zorian privately decide that in some future loop, introducing Tanami to the Arania would be too interesting to pass up. Then Zack suddenly appears behind them and jokes that Zorian really did not waste time finding another girl after Taven left. The surprise also tells Zorian something useful. He kept his mind closed the whole time without noticing, which means his new empathy control is holding even while distracted. Zack says he is checking on his guests, but what he really wants to know is whether they are coming outside to watch the fireworks. Zorian immediately agrees, because he cares less about the fireworks themselves than about seeing whether the invasion's opening artillery still happens tonight. Outside in the garden, Zorian watches Zack more than the sky, because he and the matriarch spent the last 3 days trying to derail the invasion before it could properly begin. Zorian stayed personally hidden to avoid drawing the invaders' attention, but the Arania had no reason to stay passive when the invasion was already wiping their people out. Together they decided the cleanest way to cripple the attack was to stop the initial artillery barrage, since Zorian had already tracked where those shots normally came from. The fireworks begin overhead, and not one artillery spell follows them. Zorian quietly enjoys the payoff as Zack stares upward in growing bafflement, clearly waiting for something that never arrives. When Zorian innocently asks what is wrong, Zack brushes it off and clearly does not want to explain himself. Seeing Zack thrown off balance, Zorian happily offers Tanami another dance and heads back inside with her while Zack stays behind under the sky. But Zorian's good mood does not last, because even without the opening bombardment the invasion still comes, and Zack's mansion becomes one of its main targets. Caught totally unprepared, the students are split into isolated groups despite Zack's power, and Zorian ends up trapped in one of them. His stranded group includes Tanami, Taven, Briam, and 4 nearly useless students, all holed up in one of the few rooms the invaders have not smashed yet. The 4 unknown students barely help, but Briam proves invaluable by summoning his fire drake the moment the attack starts. Taven also steps up hard, unleashing a savage fire vortex strong enough to make even the invaders hesitate for 10 precious minutes. Tanami changes completely in battle, calmly firing purple beams from a silver amulet that drop even war trolls screaming and wreck enemy momentum. While those 3 hold the line, Zorian crouches in the corridor behind them and carefully inscribes explosive runes into the walls for a fallback trap. When Taven warns that their position is becoming impossible to hold, Zorian still refuses to rush the last runes and finishes the trap properly. The second he finishes, Zorian orders everyone to retreat through the corridor and takes over rear guard as the others fall back. One useless boy stays with him, but wastes his magic missiles on the charging war trolls instead of the softer-robed mages behind them. Zorian makes the smarter play and uses his smuggled spell rod to rip a line through the floor in front of the enemy casters, throwing up dust to ruin their aim. Then he burns a big chunk of mana on an overpowered flamethrower that still cannot kill the war trolls, but at least breaks their charge for a moment. He throws up one more dust screen with the rod and sprints after the others, cursing the boy who already fled and knowing he cannot outrun a war troll for long. Just when he thinks he is done for, Tanami's purple beam slices past his head and drops the war troll behind him with a scream. Zorian seals their retreat with more dust from the spell rod, reaches the new room, and breathlessly thanks Tanami for the save. As the enemy closes again, Briam warns they are coming and Taven reminds everyone of the plan. Let the whole force commit to the corridor before setting off the runes. They leave the door open on purpose, because they already learned the hard way that a shattered door only turns into deadly splinters. The invaders hit them with beams and battering spells first, then push the war trolls and supporting mages into the trapped corridor once they smell victory. That is exactly what Zorian is waiting for, and the moment the corridor is full he sends a mana pulse into the nearest runes and blows the whole stretch apart. The blast buys them breathing room, and Taven quickly shapes a bubble of clear air so the dust flooding the room does not choke them all. Then the bad news sinks in. The room is a dead end, and with the corridor buried their only remaining way out is the second floor window. The ground outside is crawling with enemies, but staying here is worse, so Taven asks who can cast floating disc and gets only herself and Zorian. Taven ruthlessly labels the 4 weak students dead weight, takes them first on her disc, and leaves Zorian to follow with Briam and Tanami. Zorian forms a broad floating disc outside the window and jumps onto it with Briam and Tanami, easing them down toward the ground. For a second it looks like they might actually make it, until a flock of iron beaks whips around the corner and turns the whole escape into a death trap. Zorian and Taven knock down only a handful of the birds, nowhere near enough to stop the incoming storm of razor feathers. When the iron beaks unleash a glittering cloud of deadly feathers, Zorian chooses to fall over certain death and dismisses the disc under all 3 of them. The 3 of them plunge toward the ground, and Zorian has just enough time to think he probably traded one death for another. Instead, an unseen spell catches them just before impact and lowers them to the earth as gently as feathers. Before Zorian can even ask what happened, Zack appears behind him and wipes out the entire iron beak flock with a swarm of flaming missiles. Zack jokes that Zorian gets into suicidal situations almost as often as he does, while Zorian mutters a weak denial and helps Briam and Tanami back up. Zack says he has found a place that should be safer, and with no better option Zorian's group joins the larger pack of surviving students following him. They do not get far before the attackers find them again, and Zorian realizes this is not bad luck at all because the invaders are obviously tracking Zack on purpose. While Zack deals with another flock of iron beaks, a giant brown worm suddenly erupts from the ground right in the middle of the students and tears their formation apart. The worm sends students scattering straight into circling winter wolves, and Zorian can do little but watch the chaos spread. Tanami refuses to just stand there and fires one of her purple beams into the worm, making it scream and instantly focus its killing intent on her. The worm dives underground to come at her from below, and Zorian shuts out the noise of the battle so he can use his new mind sense to track it through the earth. He locks on to the worm's buried mind, realizes exactly where it is about to surface, and sees that Tanami has no room to dodge without abandoning the group's safety. At the last second Zorian yanks Tanami sideways and drops an explosive cube exactly where she had been standing. The worm bursts up a heartbeat later, snaps down on the earth and the cube, and Zorian detonates it from inside the monster's mouth. The blast rips the worm up from within, making it thrash and vomit mangled innards, but its tail still whips Tanami away and leaves her unconscious at the edge of the fight. Zorian rushes to her, checks that she is still breathing and not visibly broken, and dares to hope the worm is finally finished. Instead the worm sways, recovers, and lunges straight at Zorian again with impossible speed. But the strike stops a hair from his face as some unseen force seizes the worm, and the controlled beast whips aside to kill a winter wolf sneaking up on him. Then the Arania matriarch casually emerges from the shadow of a nearby tree and speaks into Zorian's mind as if this battlefield intrusion were perfectly normal. Zorian thanks her but reminds her they agreed to stay separate during the invasion, and the matriarch answers that what she learned tonight is too important not to pass on. Accepting that, Zorian tells her to make it quick, and the matriarch immediately starts updating his memory packet while the enslaved worm guards them from anything that comes close. 5 minutes later the matriarch vanishes back into the night, leaving Zorian alone again with the unconscious Tanami, and the battle still raging around them. Zorian picks Tanami up and tries to make his way back towards Zack's group, hoping to survive long enough for any of this to matter. He barely takes 5 steps before a jagged red beam fills his vision and the world drops into darkness. Zorian wakes back up in Siren, instantly annoyed that after surviving so much, he got taken out by a plane sneak attack. On the train back, he cools off by sketching magic item ideas, especially a practice dummy that could survive being blasted apart. This time he wastes no time with the Arania and spends an hour in his room making a magic missile rod before heading straight for the dungeon. Instead of waiting to get noticed underground, Zorian actively reaches out with his new mind sense and scans the tunnel ahead. His search catches a rat with an abnormally strong mind, and when his light flares he sees the grotesque truth: the top of its head is gone. The rat hesitantly probes his mind, but Zorian refuses to gamble with telepathic combat against the whole collective behind it. He whips out the new rod and blows the rat apart before it can escape. When he searches with mind sense again, he finds no other cephalic rats nearby and realizes this one may have been only a scout. Before he leaves, a green engineered ooze starts swallowing the corpse, and Zorian carefully gives the acid blob a wide berth. The Arania meeting goes badly at first because the scout he finds cannot speak human style, forcing Zorian through a headache-inducing telepathic pantomime. When the matriarch finally arrives, she only tells him to stay away for a few days until her past self digests the memory packet. Walking back with a pounding head, Zorian admits the truth to himself. Without Arania help, his best move is to get stronger fast. That thought clicks into a plan, and he realizes he already knows exactly who to ask for combat training. The next day Taven tracks him to the academy training grounds, exactly as he hoped, and finds him openly drilling combat spells. Zorian finally admits he had been stupidly learning combat alone even though Taven was always the obvious person to ask. Taven happily offers to teach him, but only if he joins her sewer job in return. He accepts the deal, then immediately asks for one condition first. He wants a chance to talk to the sentient spiders before anyone starts burning the place down. Taven stares at him in disbelief when he casually admits he is on speaking terms with giant sewer spiders. He asks her to keep the Arania secret, and Taven promises silence while joking that his weird monster friendships are safe with her team. Once that is settled, Zorian asks for something much scarier, a fire spell strong enough to one-shot a troll. Taven checks his mana reserves, calls him crazy, and warns that a green student should not be hunting trolls. Zorian insists it is for self-defense, and Taven relents enough to offer 2 options, the cheaper homing fire bolt and the brutal but mana-hungry incinerating ray. When she warns that a shaping mistake could blow the spell up in his face, Zorian answers by showing off exactly what he can do. He pulls loose dirt into the air, compresses it into a rough sphere, and flings it like a projectile toward the target. The dirt ball falls apart mid-flight, but the raw shaping control is still enough to leave Taven impressed. Now convinced, Taven decides she can teach him a lot more than she first planned. Over the next few days, Taven gives him a fast, broad combat crash course instead of polishing only one specialty spell. She quickly realizes his shaping skill keeps up with every spell she can cast, even if his mana reserves do not. Her lessons also cover survival magic like spider climb, featherfall, and comfort spells because the dungeon itself can kill an unprepared mage. Taven is even more horrified by his lack of wards, and she drills the idea that pre-fight defenses are what let humans beat magical creatures consistently. She can only teach him the basics there, because combining wards properly is its own specialist craft. Most of the rest is pure combat power, and Zorian finally learns classic spells like Fireball even if he can only cast it twice before running dry. That limitation makes Zorian ask the obvious question: can he train his mana reserves to grow faster? Taven admits there is a way, but says exhausting his mana constantly would wreck the shaping precision that makes him special. She explains the trade-off bluntly: more power usually means less finesse, and some delicate fields of magic become impossible for people born with huge reserves. Zorian pushes the question to absurd numbers like magnitude 60, and Taven says that kind of power would be almost inhuman and crippling to basic control. Her answer makes Zorian quietly reconsider Zack, wondering if his monstrous reserves were never just laziness but some deeper anomaly. Taven reluctantly mentions one short-term boost she has actually used herself, drawing ambient mana faster than the body can safely assimilate it. Zorian already knows the cost of raw ambient mana use: sickness, possible madness, and a miserable trade you only make when death is the other option. Taven admits combat mages sometimes do it anyway in emergencies, then quickly tells him to forget she ever said that. With that dangerous tangent buried, Zorian smoothly drags the lesson back to flashy fire magic and asks about Taven's fire vortex. When the sewer job finally happens, Taven and her two friends let Zorian lead them straight into Arania territory. The matriarch greets him with dry humor, pointing out that he keeps bringing more guests every restart. Taven gets nervous when Zorian and the spiders just stare at each other, until the matriarch casts a voice spell and speaks aloud. Once the watch is explained, the matriarch remembers the incident and says the owner was no innocent victim at all but one of the invaders probing their web. Privately, the matriarch pounces on the real prize and tells Zorian this employer might finally give them a face, a name, and a way into the invasion network. While she keeps two conversations going at once, the matriarch publicly offers the device back as a favor and pointedly says Zorian can repay her later. Taven hesitates, but Zorian plays along, and the matriarch quietly assures him the debt talk is just cover for appearances. She sends one guard to fetch the watch and warns the students that speaking openly about peaceful spiders in the sewers would only cause trouble. When Taven asks why humans attack them at all, Grunt bluntly says some people think a sentient monster inside city borders is reason enough. The matriarch answers with a longer truth: humans can coexist with dangerous non-humans when both sides see profit and rules instead of prey. She explains that Arania moved into Sioria's dungeon after human clearing campaigns and survived by trading information on stronger monsters to cooperative humans. In exchange for secrets, their human allies taught them structured magic, and that let the Sioria web grow rich, powerful, and ambitious. But that success bred rivals, and the matriarch reveals Sioria has changed hands between different webs several times before her own took control. When Zorian asks what would happen if this web were suddenly decimated, the matriarch admits neighboring webs would start probing almost immediately. Her real dream, she says, is formal peace with the city so Arania could live openly above ground and gain human protection against outside threats. That honesty makes Taven bluntly ask if this whole talk is a recruitment pitch, and the matriarch says no, just an attempt to ease fears about Zorian's alliance. The missing guard returns at last, carrying the recovered watch in a leather pouch harness instead of in her fangs. With the job done, the group leaves the Arania behind, but Taven and her friends are still uneasy about an entire hidden spider society under Sioria. Mumble adds one unnerving theory of his own: Sioria's famous spider silk probably comes from this secret arrangement. Zorian mostly tunes them out and studies the fake watch, quickly realizing it is magical but not a real timepiece at all. Using Haslish's methods, he divines its purpose surprisingly fast and learns the device is a ward scanner built for burglary. He still cannot figure out how it works, and even prying at the casing gets him nowhere. So he slips a lockpicking style mana cloud through the seams and finally senses brass gears and crystals hidden inside. That reveals the trick. The clock hands are just painted on glass, and when he presses the face inward the case clicks open. Inside is a dense nest of dials and sigils, too complicated to master on the walk back, which only makes Zorian more determined to dissect it in a future restart. The handoff to the employer goes smoothly, but Zorian wisely skips planting a tracker because the man immediately checks the device with diagnostic magic. Instead, Zorian gets what he really wanted by insisting on a ceremonial handshake and letting the rude man underestimate him as a village yokel. After Taven forces everyone to celebrate with a tavern drink, the group splits, and Zorian heads right back underground. Back with the matriarch, he reports that the device was a ward reader, confirming the employer had been testing Iranian defenses. The matriarch says the real issue is bigger than one stolen tool, because she has finally learned why the invaders thought they could attack Sioria at all. First, she confirms Zorian's old suspicion: the invaders really are from Ulquinabesa, driven by resentment and by the belief that Eldamar is weakened. Then she asks the sharper question neither of them had been asking, even before the time loop: How did those invaders ever expect to take Cyoria? Zorian reasons that maybe conquest was never the goal and the real plan was to cripple Cyoria hard enough to tie down Eldamar's magical strength elsewhere. The matriarch says he is close, then reveals the key timing. The summer festival is when planar barriers are weakest, and this year a rare planetary alignment makes it far worse. Zorian instantly understands that if anyone wanted to twist space and time on a grand scale, this is exactly the year they would choose. But the invaders were not planning a fancy teleport trick at all. They meant to flood the city with high-level demons during the assault. She lays out the nightmare clearly. Demons would shred the Arania, pin down the mages, and leave the city's defenders facing trolls, fire elementals, winter wolves, and iron beaks with almost no help. Zorian asks why none of that is happening now, and the matriarch reminds him the time loop itself blocks summoning from other planes. That sounds like a huge win, until the matriarch explains the demons were never the true endgame anyway. While the city bled, a separate team planned to seize the whole and perform a grand summoning ritual there. When Zorian guesses they wanted a very big demon, the matriarch drops the real bombshell. They meant to summon a primordial. The idea drains all color from Zorian's face, because a primordial would not just wreck Cyoria, it could leave half the region in ruins. The matriarch says the invasion leaders never cared about their own expendable forces, and hoped the whole's mana well would let the primordial rampage across Altazia for weeks. Even after hearing how insane the plan is, Zorian cannot dismiss it, because he has already watched these invaders smash through too many impossible defenses. He demands to know who would perform a suicide ritual like that, and the answer is the cult of the World Dragon, fanatics willing to die to bring out a great mother's child. She adds that the cult is probably serving as the invaders' inside network too, which means they need to infiltrate it deeper for real answers. For Zorian, the new problem is brutal. Outside the loop, the invasion will be even stronger than the version he already struggles to survive. The matriarch admits her old long-term plan no longer works cleanly either, because you cannot build a perfect counter when the real war is missing its demonic half inside the loop. Zorian is quietly sickened by how casually she talks about reducing the third time traveler to a ruined mind, but he also has no better answer. When he asks if she has any more disasters to share, the matriarch finally changes direction and says she will not have time to teach him personally this month. Instead, she says she has found him a replacement teacher who can handle his psychic training just fine. A smaller twitchy Arania drops from the ceiling and bombards Zorian with excited telepathic chatter, introducing herself as enthusiastic seeker of novelty. Novelty happily explains that everyone thinks Zorian is basically a psychic baby, so she volunteered to teach him and maybe learn weird human things in return. Zorian finally gives the matriarch a look that asks whether this relentlessly cheerful spider comes with an off switch, and the matriarch is openly entertained by his suffering. Working with Novelty is exhausting for Zorian, because the little Arania is an impulsive chatterbox who hovers in his face and keeps poking him like an eight-legged Kyriel. Even so, Zorian quickly realizes Novelty is easier to trust than the matriarch, because she is terrible at hiding what she really means and genuinely knows a lot about psionics and Arania. Another relief is that Novelty cannot skim his surface thoughts the way the matriarch can, so Zorian finally feels less tense around an Arania teacher. During one lesson, Novelty gets completely distracted by Zorian's alchemy glassware and starts marveling over how humans make transparent containers at all. Her fascination turns awkward when she casually blurts out that Arania once tried keeping human thralls for crafting, then instantly tries to walk the whole admission back. Zorian lets that disturbing detail slide and patiently explains that glass is made by heating sand until it melts and shaping it while molten. Novelty is stunned that humans turn something as ordinary as sand into glass, and Zorian has to spell out that human survival has always depended on making tools and then better tools. When Novelty calls human craft just another kind of magic, Zorian points out that if she wants to build things herself, actual fabrication magic would be the sensible shortcut. Novelty cheerfully admits she barely understood any of that, and Zorian has to drag the conversation back to the actual psychic lesson again. Once they refocus, Zorian admits he has been quietly practicing mind sense during class and can sometimes read nearby emotions, but he is worried someone might notice. Novelty reassures him that basic mind sensing and empathy do not invade anyone's thoughts, so nobody can catch him unless they are already intruding on his mind first. She explains it as the Great Web, a mental plane where every mind sends out ripples, and psychics learn to read those ripples for species, location, and mood. That finally clicks for Zorian, and he immediately asks the practical question of whether magical mind shields interfere with this psychic sensing. Novelty says shielding ruins empathy but actually makes a target easier to notice with mind sense, because active mental defenses make the mind louder. Then she names the one terrifying exception, Mind Blank, a spell that cuts a person off from the Great Web entirely and makes them untouchable to psychic powers. Zorian already knows Mind Blank's ugly reputation among mages, but he quietly notices that it directly contradicts the matriarch's earlier claim that human defenses could never truly stop her. When Zorian presses that contradiction, Novelty fumbles and admits the matriarch was only talking about ordinary shields, not a total psychic disappearance like Mind Blank. Novelty adds that skilled psychics can do a natural version of that trick called going dark, though she pointedly says it is mostly used by assassins, thieves, and saboteurs. She refuses to reveal how Arania handle enemies strong enough to use mind blank, and Zorian decides not to push her into trouble with her own people. The lesson veers again when Novelty says she was taught humans invented magic alone, and Zorian flatly corrects her that Icosian mages built their whole tradition by stealing, trading, and adapting other people's powers. When the talk returns to defense, Novelty proudly says she can absolutely crack human mental shields herself, because Arania hatchlings grow up fighting telepathically almost from birth. Her explanation gets creepier when she describes hatcheries packed with bored spider children who are allowed to roughhouse with psychic attacks as long as they do not fight physically. That image horrifies Zorian enough that he silently vows to stay far away from any Arania hatchery in the future. Then he turns the whole talk into an experiment, and asks Novelty to attack his magical mind defenses so he can see how human spells really hold up against an Arania. Novelty agrees on one condition: he is not allowed to solve the problem by blasting her physically the moment she breaks through. She also explains the ugly difference between quietly slipping around a shield from ambush and smashing through it with brute force, which might hurt the mind underneath. The test itself is brutal for Zorian's pride, because Novelty treats it like a game and slips through most of his clever mental defenses in half a minute. The only spell that truly slows her down is the plain basic mind shield, because unlike his fancier defenses it is just a blunt wall instead of a predictable pattern she can trick. Even that good result comes with a sting, because Novelty points out she only got through by exploiting tiny flaws in Zorian's casting that a normal mage would usually ignore. That realization immediately makes Zorian hear Svim's voice in his head, because this is exactly the kind of imperfection his mentor loves to punish. At his next session, Svim blindsides him before he even sits down by asking if the rumors are true that Zorian has been casting fireballs. Zorian answers carefully, but Svim cuts him off and dismisses a weak student fireball as no fireball at all. Svim scolds him for chasing flashy combat magic before mastering the basics, and Zorian coolly challenges him to show what proper controls should look like. Instead of answering directly, Svim throws him a stack of strange cards made to swallow mana and says he has to burn only the painted shapes on them. Zorian immediately understands the trap in the exercise. He has to pour out a lot of mana very fast and shape it precisely before the card's corner glyphs bleed the power away. His first serious attempt fails completely, with the card only glowing at the corners while the painted circle stays untouched. After several failures he swings too far the other way, burning cards to ash and singing his fingers before he finally starts producing rough, blurry versions of the target shapes. Zorian even manages to run himself out of mana on the shaping drill, which feels absurd until Svim follows it with a lecture on pulling an ambient mana faster through absolute stillness and focus. Then Svim makes it worse by casually announcing they will continue tomorrow, and from that day on he starts claiming every spare hour Zorian has with daily sessions. While Svim is monopolizing his time, the Arania do find the wardbreaker who hired Taven's group, but getting close to him turns into a disaster. The man is too well defended and too dangerous, and after losing two of their own trying to trap him, the Arania are forced to abandon that lead for the restart. So the next two restarts settle into a hard rhythm. The Arania gather intelligence, quietly kill cultists and collaborators, and Zorian keeps improving his combat magic and mind arts under pressure. The campaign is slowly working, the invasion keeps getting messy at each restart, and the matriarch keeps waiting for their mysterious third-time traveler to finally react. Zorian also gets an unexpected surprise when Novelty remembers him from previous restarts, proving the matriarch's memory packet is being shared with several trusted Arania instead of just one. Novelty is openly pleased to be important enough to make that short list, which only makes her more insufferably pleased with herself. After two restarts of non-stop Svim, and with Taven nearly tapped out as a combat teacher, Zorian decides he wants a different kind of progress next. So he goes straight to Ilsa's office and bluntly tells her why he came. He wants to learn teleportation. Ilsa is surprised by the ambition and immediately challenges him to prove he is even capable of handling advanced dimensional magic. Zorian accepts the challenge and starts unloading everything the time loop has taught him, from difficult shaping and spell theory to magic item work far beyond a normal student. By the time he is finished, Ilsa is forced to admit he is advanced enough to graduate already, even if she still thinks leaving the academy now would be premature. After a long pause, Ilsa suddenly makes him a much bigger offer than he expected. She will take him from Svim and train him herself. Her deal includes advanced illusion, alteration, animation, and conjuration first, then lesser dimensionalism, and only after that the basic teleport spell if he keeps impressing her. The catch is heavy but fair. Zorian will become her unpaid assistant, help with paperwork and teaching, and sign on as her official apprentice. Then she adds one last duty that makes Zorian physically flinch. He will also take over as class representative. Zorian assumes that will crush Akoja, but Ilsa reveals the opposite problem. Akoja has been begging to get rid of the job because everyone hates her for it. That revelation throws Zorian, because Akoja always acted like the role was her natural calling, but Ilsa confirms he was one of the only students she trusted enough to hand it to. Zorian accepts the deal, but only after asking why these are the subjects she wants to teach him and demanding teleportation before the summer festival if he can meet the requirements. He also admits teleportation matters to him for a simple reason. In his mind, it is one of the classic signs that someone is a real mage. Ilsa finally answers his first question by admitting all those subjects are branches of the same old obsession. As a young mage, she dreamed of recreating true conjuration. She explains that modern conjuration, solid illusions, and matter alteration all look like possible roads toward making real matter from nothing, so she studied every one of them. Her best attempt was a spell that pulls matter from somewhere else instead of creating it, but it only works in a prepared room and once accidentally stole ancient gold coins from a museum. With that, Ilsa tells him to come back tomorrow for the apprentice contract, and Zorian walks away with a much better arrangement than he hoped for. The next 5 restarts blur together into steady progress, with Zorian training constantly while the Arania get better and better at sabotaging the invasion. The city's early disruptions become so large that Zack can tell something strange is happening, but the chaos starts long before class, so he never traces it back to Zorian. That pushes Zorian to quietly test every classmate instead, and as the new class representative he gets the perfect excuse to probe them with leading remarks and empathy. After all that checking, he comes up empty and agrees with Zack that the third time traveler probably is not in their class at all. From Zorian's side, things are finally starting to feel good. He learns teleportation from Ilsa, and even Zack starts thinking more strategically instead of trying to win the invasion by brute force. One especially strong restart ends with the invaders failing to take the main academy building or the student shelters after the Arania somehow nudge academy leadership into improving the wards. But while the results improve, the matriarch herself keeps getting more anxious, pouring her attention into a private investigation she only calls information gathering and a hunch. Whenever Zorian presses her, she shuts him out with flimsy excuses, and he starts to suspect she has learned something terrible about the time loop itself. Even so, the matriarch becomes more adamant than ever that they must find the third time traveler as soon as possible. Once Zorian rules out his own class, she decides the hidden looper is probably like Zack was at first, someone who is usually away from Scioria and only feeds the invaders key information at the start of each restart. That logic leads to one ruthless conclusion. If they want the hidden looper to react, the next invasion has to fail so spectacularly that it cannot be ignored. On the train to Scioria, Zorian keeps his cool when Kiriel keeps kicking his knee, quietly noticing that the time loop has made him calmer than he used to be. Kiriel claims she is bored, but Zorian's empathy catches a mess of excitement, nerves, and hesitation under the act. When Zorian presses her, Kiriel finally blurts out what she really wants: magic lessons once they reach Scioria. Zorian knows teaching her is inconvenient and may be pointless in a reset month, but he still softens and tells her he'll see what he can do. Kiriel explodes with joy, and Zorian immediately ties the promise to a favor he wants from her later. She asks for a trained magic demonstration, and Zorian shuts it down, hiding that he could overpower the weak ward but does not want the train reporting him. The station announcement for Corsa interrupts them, and Zorian is relieved other passengers will soon absorb Kiriel's attention. At the crowded station, Kiriel is shocked by how many future mages there are, while Zorian half distracts himself trying to count people with mind sense. When Kiriel wonders why mages seem rare, Zorian explains that many just leave rural towns behind once they graduate, and he plans to do the same. Kiriel hates hearing that he will not return to Siren, and Zorian bluntly says their parents will hardly keep him there. He tells her she can visit him any time, and the rough honesty turns unexpectedly warm when he admits she is the only family member he actually likes. Kiriel accepts the affection in her own way by kicking his knee again, and the sibling mood settles into easy banter. Soon their compartment fills with more students, including Ibree and Byrne, and Zorian quietly sees the opening he wanted. When one girl praises him for bringing his little sister, Zorian uses the moment to casually bring up the cult of the World Dragon and a planned demon summoning at the summer festival. The whole compartment freezes, staring at him as Zorian plays innocent and lets the rumor land. Zorian doubles down and describes the cult's public threat to unleash demons during the coming planar convergence in Scioria. Ibree adds a real detail Zorian did not know himself, explaining that dragon cultists revere the whole as a holy place tied to the heart of the world. Once the talk drifts elsewhere, Zorian lets it go, satisfied that he has tipped the first domino in his rumor campaign. After arriving in Scioria in heavy rain, Zorian keeps a rain barrier over the group with a warding necklace and humors Kiriel when she insists on walking Byrne to the academy. By the time they part, Byrne is friendly enough to ask about staying in touch, so Zorian points him toward Amaya's place for future visits. At Amaya's house, the first meeting goes far smoother than before, and she barely protests when Zorian says he has urgent business and heads back into the rain. Zorian's real errand is the Arania, and this time he brings 5 stone relay discs that will let their web coordinate across long distances. Later, back in bed beside a sleeping Kiriel, Zorian gets an abrupt telepathic call from the matriarch in the middle of the night and immediately complains. The matriarch is more interested in the relay than his sleep, and Zorian admits the discs are crude, heavy, and temporary but good enough for this loop. When she asks whether other artificers could copy the design, Zorian grows suspicious and gives her a guarded answer instead of full honesty. The matriarch finally reveals why she called. She has reviewed the memory packet and accepts it as genuine, then cuts the link without apology. As if to finish the irritation properly, sleeping Kiriel steals the last of the blanket, leaving Zorian too awake to return to sleep. He quietly slips out of bed after casting a silencing ward and decides his next relay design definitely needs an off switch. The next morning, Zorian goes shopping for tools and ingredients, since the plan with the matriarch will require a lot of magic item work and he also needs supplies to teach Kiriel. He also hopes Kiriel wins over Kana again, because Kale's alchemy help would be extremely useful for what he plans next. Then he spots the perfect rumor engine, Benesek. Zorian deliberately frames the story as strict confidence between friends, because he knows that is the fastest way to make Benesek spread it. Benesek promises sweetly that he would never betray Zorian's trust, which only confirms Zorian's plan is working. After feeding Benesek a bombing rumor for the summer festival, Zorian returns to Amaya's house to wait for Taven and work on one of Svim's expensive shaping cards himself. Realizing how pricey the cards are makes him grudgingly respect Svim's training budget, even while he still plans to escape to Ilsa's apprenticeship. Kiriel, meanwhile, is quietly drawing a vase of flowers nearby, only glancing up when she notices him casting and then losing interest when nothing flashy happens. Zorian finishes the card while privately trusting that even if the rumor gets traced, the Arania are spreading matching stories elsewhere to muddy the source. Taven arrives, spots the card, and assumes he bought it, which is exactly the wrong thing to say to him. He shoves the finished card at her and dares her to use it, and Taven promptly fails to burn the circle properly. When she accuses the card of being wrong, Zorian snatches it back and demonstrates perfect control by burning only the painted circle into ash. Amaya walks in at the worst moment, dryly catches him making a mess on her table, and warns that any damage will be billed to him. After cleaning up, Zorian hears Taven out about the sewer job and pushes for talking to the Arania first instead of barging in ready for a fight. Taven accepts the giant psychic spider surprisingly well, but since Zorian wants to join the mission she demands a combat test first. Zorian warns that the employer sounds shady, because no honest client should send people after Arania without admitting what they are. He spells out the danger clearly. The Arania are mages with mind magic, illusions, stealth, and a long memory for anyone who massacres their outposts. Taven is furious enough to call it a near-murder attempt, and Zorian has to quickly steer her back toward meeting the Arania before she blows the job up entirely. Then Taven throws him off balance by admitting she feels strange learning he has a whole hidden side she never knew about. Kiriel jumps in to complain that Zorian never told his own sister any of this either, and he bluntly reminds her she used to spill his secrets to their parents. Taven says she will not hold a grudge, but she absolutely intends to keep pestering him until she gets the full story. That is when Zorian stops her and decides to tell everyone, including the very obviously eavesdropping Amaya, what is really going on with him. Zorian starts with the simpler truth. He is an empath who can sense emotions, and the Arania are the ones who helped him finally get that power under control. Kiriel immediately asks what she is feeling, and Zorian admits empathy is not neat mind reading, especially with family he barely understands. When Amaya points out that family should be easiest, Zorian quietly admits their family is dysfunctional and that he and Kiriel barely know each other at all. Amaya gently pushes them toward reconnecting now that they are here together, giving the awkward moment a way forward. Kiriel asks if she might be an empath too, but Zorian says no, explaining that empaths stand out sharply to his senses. Taven digs into the practical side, and Zorian explains that he can sense minds through obstacles and track people at useful range, especially when he focuses. That is enough for Taven to try recruiting him on the spot as a tracker for her team, especially after he casually adds that he already knows divination too. Amaya correctly guesses this still is not the whole truth, so Zorian finally says the dangerous part out loud. Advanced empaths can talk mind to mind, read thoughts, alter senses, and tamper with memories. He makes his line clear right away. He will not do any of that to them without permission. Then he asks for exactly what he wanted from the start, a human volunteer to practice on, because beginner telepathy on Arania minds is too alien to learn from well. Kiriel asks the obvious question about whether he would still teach her magic if she refuses, and his immediate yes convinces her he is asking, not coercing. So Kiriel agrees on two conditions: he keeps anything from her head private, and he starts sharing his own secrets in return. Zorian accepts the bargain, and the unsettling confession ends better than he expected, even if everyone feels a little weird around him afterward. The next day, Taven's promised combat test begins, and Zorian knows he cannot outlast her in a straight fight, so he plans to win through trickery. Taven opens exactly as he expected, with 5 homing magic missiles crashing into his shield almost instantly. Zorian answers with a clever electrical beam that splits and loops around her shield from 3 directions, but Taven still manages to cover herself in time. He throws smoke bombs to blind her, and uses the cover to gamble nearly all his mana on one stronger spell. Taven blasts the smoke apart with gusts of wind, but Zorian finishes first and fires a concentrated force beam straight through her defenses. The hit shatters her shield, throws her hard to the floor, and leaves Zorian staring at his own victory with a brief guilty shock because that spell could have killed her without wards. After quick divinations confirm she is mostly fine, Zorian allows himself to enjoy the fact that he really did beat Taven. By the time they head underground with Taven's team, that victory has made her especially prickly, and even Grunt is curious what happened between them. Zorian bluntly tells Grunt he beat Taven in a spar, which only makes the team dynamic more awkward as they continue searching. Then Zorian finally senses the Urania waiting nearby and leads the team to them. At the meeting, the matriarch claims the stolen watch is gone because another hostile group raided their treasury, but says she knows where those thieves are hiding. Zorian recognizes the whole explanation as a setup, but still plays his part and jabs at the matriarch for how conveniently her problem now overlaps with theirs. When Taven asks who these enemies are, the matriarch says the attackers included a mage and 2 war trolls, and that the base likely holds even more. The price suddenly looks nowhere near worth it, but Zorian nudges the group toward at least checking the place from a distance so they can judge the threat for themselves. That compromise wins out, and the matriarch gives them the location of the supposed enemy base. Deeper below Saoria, the group enters the intermediary layer, the overlooked stretch between the city sewers and the richer, deadlier depths of the dungeon. From a perfect hidden vantage point, they finally see the camp and realize the threat is far beyond a simple sewer job. It is a full invasion force. Grunt drags Taven back down before she can expose them, and the whole group is shaken by the sight of at least 100 trolls and many handlers. Even expecting a setup, Zorian realizes the observation tunnel itself looks unnaturally prepared and guesses the Urania shaped this route just so humans could discover the camp cleanly. He quietly does his part by using a mirror scrying spell to inspect the camp in detail, slipping past its divination ward because he already knows exactly what he is looking at. After several tense minutes, Taven decides they have seen enough and orders an immediate retreat before their luck breaks. They almost escape cleanly, but near a dungeon seal they run straight into 2 hooded mages and 4 trolls coming the other way. Zorian's first warning sign is bad enough. The enemy's minds feel strangely muted, proof they came prepared against psychic detection. The standoff snaps when one mage orders the charge, and both sides unleash spells at once. Zorian sends 4 piercer missiles at the mages, killing the weaker one outright when he fumbles his shield. Grunt and Mumble blast flame into the charging trolls, but one larger, better armored brute pushes through almost untouched. Taven slams the enemy line with force magic and clears most of the tunnel, but that same lead troll somehow holds its ground. Then the troll does something Zorian never expected and roars with magical force, staggering the whole group just before it charges. Zorian throws up a shield to buy time, but the troll is smart enough to smash it apart instead of simply crashing into it. When the shield breaks, the troll kicks Zorian hard in the chest and sends him crashing back into Grunt and Mumble, ruining their next spell. Taven fires a vortex of flame that wipes out the surviving mage and the other trolls, but the lead brute only comes out scorched and enraged. As the troll raises its mace to crush Taven, Zorian is hit with a flash of real horror because this death would be on his plan, not just bad luck. Desperate, Zorian reaches into the troll's mind and discovers Taven's fire has burned away whatever was muting it. He does not try anything elegant and simply blasts the troll's head with meaningless telepathic noise, making it spasm and drop its mace. Zorian throws explosive cubes at its feet and yells for Taven to get back before detonating them. Even the explosion is not enough to finish the monster, and Zorian is left staring at a bleeding, half-crippled troll that is already regenerating. Grunt and Mumble finally end it with twin ice-blue beams that freeze the troll solid where it kneels. Nobody waits around to study the corpse. Taven orders an immediate retreat, and this time everyone agrees without argument. As they flee, Zorian realizes his leg is badly hurt and silently hopes nearly dying for the matriarch's scheme will actually prove worth it. Later, through the relay disc, Zorian confirms to the matriarch that Taven's team survived and that the near disaster only made Taven more determined to report the invaders. He also pointedly warns the matriarch that if she arranged that ambush, he is going to be very angry with her. The matriarch denies arranging it, and when Zorian asks whether her own side of the plan is done, she says yes. Then she drops the real ending note of the chapter. She has already contacted Zack and told him the Urania know about the time loop. Alone with the relay disc in his room, Zorian realizes Zack now knows another time traveler exists, so their quiet game of secrets cannot last much longer. Through the relay, the matriarch says Zack reacted with confusion, surprise, and anger, especially after learning a third time traveler erased his memories. The matriarch admits she told Zack there were several Urania time travelers, making her side look bigger and more dangerous on purpose. Zorian warns that making herself look stronger could make their hidden enemy more cautious, but the matriarch insists baiting him into an ambush matters more. She also confirms Zack agreed to help and even asked for targets to sabotage before the invasion, praising his straightforward nature and teasing Zorian for being paranoid. That jab lands badly, and Zorian suddenly worries the matriarch may sideline him once the third looper is gone and keep Zack under her influence instead. He decides on the spot that he will reveal himself to Zack soon, because letting the matriarch control that relationship alone feels too dangerous. When the matriarch notices his silence, Zorian hides his real thoughts and asks about money instead, glad the rough relay construction keeps her from reading him easily. The matriarch promises about 20,000 pieces by the end of the week, enough for ingredients at least, while Zorian warns expert help could still cost more unless Kale agrees to assist. Then the matriarch abruptly changes topic and tells him Urania sometimes hide tiny message fragments inside the minds of their surviving males. She explains that male Urania are small, skittish, and hard for common tracking spells to classify, so they often survive when a colony is wiped out. Zorian asks why she does not simply tell him whatever matters now, and that question makes the warning feel much darker. The matriarch brushes it off as a precaution for the worst case, says novelty will give him the key next time, and cuts the connection before he can push further. Annoyed but uneasy, Zorian tosses the disc onto his bed and decides he needs his own precautions from now on. Later at Sayoria's train station, Zorian kills time by quietly experimenting on pigeons with his growing psychic powers. By probing one bird after another, he learns to feel simple animal states like hunger, sickness, and pain, and can even make them freeze or panic for a second. Scaring them is easy, but Zorian decides the harder test is guiding one to trust him enough to come close on its own. After many tries, one brave pigeon finally hops onto his bench, and Zorian quietly celebrates the small breakthrough. He rewards the docile bird with bread just as Kale's train arrives, ending his little test at exactly the right moment. When Kale steps off with Kana and his luggage, Zorian introduces himself as Ilsa's helper and promises discretion about Kale's daughter. To make things easier, Zorian lifts Kale's bags on a floating disc of force and explains they will be living in the same boarding house. As they talk on the way out, Zorian explains he brought Kiriel because their parents are away, and Kale admits he was nervous about moving somewhere safe for children. Zorian decides to break the tension early and casually reveals that he is an empath, trusting honesty more than hiding it from a future housemate. Kale takes it better than expected, saying a Morlock cannot exactly judge an empath, and he admits he sometimes wishes he could understand quiet little Kana's thoughts. Kana answers that worry in her own silent way by hugging Kale's head and kissing his cheek, instantly winning the moment. By the time they reach home, the awkwardness is gone and the two boys are talking much more openly. That evening, Imaya's crowded kitchen is packed with Zorian, Kiriel, Kale, Kana, Ilsa, and Taven, but for once Zorian feels like he belongs there. Taven retells the tunnel disaster, and openly says Zorian saved her life, which only makes him more uncomfortable because he knows he helped cause that danger in the first place. Ilsa cuts in with a smile and bans Taven from dragging her new apprentice into the dungeon again, at least not without her approval. When Ilsa presses him about any other dangerous activities, Zorian tosses her a distraction and casually mentions his giant spider tutor. Ilsa reveals Amaya already told her about Zorian's condition, and though she keeps it discreet, he still feels a quiet sting at being discussed without permission. Kale dryly asks what a harmless spider even eats, and Zorian answers with rats and stray dogs, immediately horrifying Kiriel. The talk turns to city rats, huge enough for Taven to trade stories and for Amaya to hurriedly reassure Kiriel that Sayoria is not that bad. When Kale asks the spider's name, Zorian introduces enthusiastic seeker of novelty, and Kiriel instantly declares that the name sounds stupid. Instead of arguing, Zorian spots a better opening and asks Kiriel if she wants to meet novelty herself. Kiriel first refuses because spiders are disgusting, but Zorian needles her with the once-in-a-lifetime angle until curiosity beats fear. She finally agrees on one nervous condition, and Zorian lies with a straight face that novelty will keep her distance if asked politely. As the gathering winds down, Ilsa and Taven leave while Kiriel stays behind to entertain Kana with drawing. Kana's childish scribbles are terrible, but she and Kiriel seem perfectly happy with the lesson anyway. Zorian slips away to his room hoping for a quiet minute of work, but Kale appears at his door almost immediately. Kale says he already worked out that Zorian is not just an empath, because Kiriel talked enough to fill in the gaps. Zorian thanks him for not panicking and immediately turns the table by dryly calling Kale a junior necromancer. The word hits hard enough that Kale rushes inside, checks the hallway, and slams the door to keep anyone from hearing. Instead of answering at once, Zorian has Kale lock the door and throws up quick anti-divination wards, proving just how serious this conversation is about to be. With the room secured and Kale on edge, Zorian finally begins the impossible explanation by saying he is about to tell a story of lost time and a month that will not end. The next morning, Zorian drags himself toward class half asleep and bitterly reflects that magical apprenticeships still mean plenty of unpaid drudge work. He especially resents having class representative duties piled on top of Ilsa's apprenticeship now that every hour of his restart matters. Inside, he finds Akoja already there as always, marks her present, and leaves the messy blackboard alone because cleaning it early would only invite more nonsense. Students begin trickling in, and Zorian silently judges the Ashirai twins too unreliable to ever trust with anything serious. Kale arrives early too, clearly still rattled by last night, and one glance tells Zorian there will be many more questions later. More classmates filter in, including Brian with his little fire drake, until the room fills and the routine finally settles down. Once everyone is in, Zorian finally clears the board with a single spell and drops into his seat, ready to snatch whatever rest he can before class starts. Later, Benesek corners him to beg for special treatment on a missed assignment, and Zorian is in exactly the wrong mood for it. Benesek keeps pushing, but Zorian flatly refuses because Ilsa's deadline already passed, and he has no intention of covering for laziness. Nialu arrives with Kiana and Jade carrying their own late papers, hoping Zorian will bend the rules for them too. He rejects them just as bluntly, and Kiana leaves the papers on his desk anyway, betting he might soften later. The second Benesek finally gives up. Zorian marks every one of the late sheets as overdue and stuffs them into his bag for Ilsa to judge. When the room clears, Akoja quietly admits she is relieved Zorian took the class representative burden from her after years of being trapped in it. Akoja says she kept doing it because responsibility mattered to her, and Zorian realizes arguing would only hurt her more than help. Too tired to deal with the emotional tension, Zorian tries to leave, but Akoja nervously stops him and asks to talk sometime next week about something important. Zorian agrees to postpone it, privately dreading that this unexpected conversation could turn into personal drama he does not have time for. In Ilsa's office, Zorian delivers the pile of collected assignments, and she makes him sit because the real issue she wants to discuss is his mind magic. Ilsa says most mind-affecting magic is illegal, but her private inquiries confirm Zorian's claim that empathy and mind reading are genuinely linked abilities. Zorian explains that human empaths rarely develop true telepathy because they are isolated, poorly taught, and forced to practice in secret if they go beyond passive sensing. Pleased by his reasoning, Ilsa reveals another student requested help with mind magic, and the academy wants Zorian to become that student's practice partner. Zorian quickly sees the benefit, decides the risk is manageable if he guards his deeper memories, and asks who the other student is. Ilsa names Tanami Aope, and that instantly clicks for Zorian because the Aope family has a long reputation for dabbling in mind magic. When Zorian arrives for the first lesson in an empty classroom, Tanami is waiting for someone else, and clearly did not expect him. She awkwardly admits she hoped for an expert, so Zorian tells her bluntly that as a natural mind mage he is the closest thing the academy has. After a clumsy line from Zorian makes her flush bright red, they reset the mood and agree to keep each other's sensitive memories off limits. Tanami goes first, and Zorian feeds her safe thoughts by silently reciting plant descriptions, then sequences of numbers and simple shapes. The exercise teaches Tanami just how structured thought reading can be, and she quickly realizes Zorian really does know what he is doing. Then Zorian demonstrates something even harder by speaking straight into her mind without casting any spell at all. Tanami is baffled that she cannot reply through the link, and Zorian realizes human spell-based telepathy works differently from the one-way psychic method he learned from the Arania. Once she gives permission, Zorian reads her surface thoughts as she visualizes ordinary scenes from daily life, and even that proves challenging in a very different way. Tanami comes away openly jealous of his talent, but Zorian admits he also has an unfair edge, a teacher backed by generations of mind magic practice. That catches her attention at once, because there are not many teachers like that in human circles and her family would know if one existed. Zorian smiles and reveals the truth. His teacher is not human at all, but a telepathic spider from the hidden Arania. Tanami lights up at the idea of a legendary Arania, and Zorian ends the lesson by offering to introduce her to enthusiastic seeker of novelty. Zorian returns to the temple and pauses at the carved doors, because this time he recognizes the monsters in the creation story as real primordials. He mentally matches the carvings to names from his research, and the idea that these things are real leaves him even more uneasy. Batak catches him staring, and Zorian nervously asks for a private talk. Batak happily ushers him into the temple's small visitor room, clearly glad to have company in the otherwise empty place. The moment Zorian says he wants to ask about primordials, Batak chokes on his tea. Zorian refuses to explain everything at first, but he does warn that the summer festival threat is much bigger than rumor says. He tells Batak about the hidden war troll base in the dungeon and how the invasion preparations point to a massive coordinated strike. After a long back and forth, Batak finally accepts the worst part. The invasion is probably just cover for releasing a primordial. Batak promises to alert church investigators, and Zorian hands over a thick stack of notes, while insisting his name stay out of it. Batak finds Zorian's information suspiciously thorough, but Zorian stays silent and the priest lets it pass. Once the warning is settled, Zorian still presses for the truth about primordials, because he wants to know why anyone would go this far for one. Zorian repeats the usual mage answer that primordials are ancient powerful spirits, and Batak immediately tells him that is wrong. Batak explains that true spirits are bodiless souls using vessels, whether they are outsider beings like angels and demons or native beings like fae and elementals. That is why, Batak says, primordials cannot be spirits at all, because they have real flesh and blood bodies. When Zorian asks how the invaders can summon one then, Batak drops the chilling correction. They cannot summon a primordial because it is already here, sealed underground. Batak says the gods seal primordials away instead of killing them because even dying, they spawn more horrors and corrupt whole regions. That makes Saoria even more frightening, because Batak admits a hidden primordial prison under the city is historically possible. With the warning delivered and no better answer to give, Zorian leaves knowing the danger is even worse than he thought. Later, Zorian feels smug about the little social trap he set, because introducing Tanami to the Arania also got him the invisibility spell he wanted. He also knows Novelty thinks he is doing her a favor, which makes the whole arrangement feel even sweeter to him. While they wait, Kiriel nervously asks what size Arania are, and Zorian tries to reassure her without really making it sound better. Zorian notices Novelty approaching through mind sense and instantly starts one of their telepathic sparring games. Novelty boots him out of her mind almost immediately, But Zorian is proud anyway because even lasting a little longer means he is improving. Kiriel catches him spacing out, and he casually reveals he was talking to Novelty in his head. Kiriel admits she is jealous of telepathy, because private conversations would have been very useful around their mother. Then Zorian leads Kiriel to the meeting, and both sides do better than expected when a huge black Arania finally enters the room. Novelty blurts out in delight that Kiriel is a tiny human and even asks if she can talk yet, which outrages Kiriel on the spot. Once the first shock wears off, Kiriel insists she is 9 and definitely not a baby. Novelty proudly fires back that she is 10 and already an adult by Arania standards, which turns the whole conversation into a tiny culture clash. The two girls slowly warm up by trading complaints about adults not taking them seriously and swapping facts about humans in Arania. Zorian quietly learns new Arania details too, including their shorter lifespans, web building habits, and how much they actually hunt on the surface. The meeting only breaks when Novelty finally moves closer and Kiriel instinctively retreats, ending things before panic can set in. Even so, Zorian counts it as a win, because Kiriel leaves open the idea of seeing Novelty again. Novelty droops across the couch and sulks that she scared Kiriel away too soon. Zorian points out the real problem was not just being a giant spider, but enthusiastically describing how easily she can bite through bone. Novelty argues that cats do the same kind of thing and humans still call them cute, but Zorian reminds her she ruined that comparison by also calling cats tasty. They settle into waiting, and soon Tanami arrives already half expecting this to be some bizarre Zorian prank. The instant Tanami sees Novelty, all caution vanishes and she calls the giant Arania beautiful. Tanami floods the room with excited questions about where Zorian met her, whether she can touch her, and whether an Arania might teach her anything. When Zorian tries to restore order, Tanami casually admits she even came prepared with a curse in case he was pranking her. Half an hour later, the two of them are getting along so well that Zorian gets kicked out and left completely unnecessary. He lingers nearby just in case, but after another stretch of hearing nothing but Tanami fawning and Novelty basking in it, he decides to step out. Once he is far enough from Tanami's mind sense, Zorian throws up basic anti-divination wards and calls for the matriarch to appear. The matriarch steps out of invisibility and confirms Tanami is neither a time traveler nor part of the invasion. She adds that Tanami's family is actually likely to oppose the invaders, because they do not want Cyoria, their power base, destroyed. Better yet, Novelty's new friendship with Tanami gives them a clean way to reach the head of House Aop and make the invasion warning harder to dismiss. Zorian reports that Batak already agreed to alert the church, giving them another source of credibility. The matriarch says her web has already been diverting both cult investigators and official investigators away from Zorian. She also reveals this whole restart is being used as a test run for quietly revealing the Arania to selected powerful people in Cyoria. The reactions are mixed, but the matriarch bluntly says human greed may be more reliable than human compassion. Then she passes on another important answer from Zack. The time loop does not reset when Zorian dies, which strongly supports the idea that Zack is the true anchor. That pushes Zorian back toward his spell theory, because the loop behaves more like a confused magical mechanism than an active god making choices. Still, both of them know the fastest way to answers is forcing the third time traveler into the open. As the days pass, Zorian overextends himself between school obligations, trap work, and helping the Arania hunt cephalic rats. Because the Arania's usual ambush methods rely too much on killing power or mind magic, Zorian ends up designing the main trap himself. Kale helps by brewing heavy sedatives, and the matriarch assists with local magical layout because she will lead the actual ambush. The first layer of the ambush is a nasty floor effect that turns stone liquid just long enough to trap the target knee-deep when it hardens again. The second layer is a dimensional lock, because the only easy escape from being fused into rock would be teleportation or phasing. The last layer fills the area with smoke carrying Kale's sedatives, and if all that still fails, Zorian prepares backup caverns rigged mostly for explosions. He also equips the strike team with shielding discs, effect cubes, alchemical tools, and gear for himself and hired human mercenaries, because he expects things to go messy anyway. The cephalic rat hunt is Zorian's own idea, and it works because he tracks them by ordinary locator divination instead of the telepathic links the hive can cut. That lets him find 4 separate swarms, herd them into tight groups with Arania help, and burn them out with fireballs. By the end of the month the rat problem is effectively gone, and one Arania bodyguard finally understands why humans have such a dangerous reputation. Around him, everyone else is busy too. Kiriel pushes hard at magic, Novelty gets dragged through diplomacy lessons, Tanami throws herself into psychic research, and Kale hides a project of his own. Just before the summer festival, Kale finally corners Zorian with what he openly calls a gift and a request. Kale brings up the lich on the invader's side and explains that soul magic can effectively banish a lich by severing the soul-body link and forcing it back to its phylactery. Zorian lights up at the idea until Kale admits the spell normally requires touching the lich, which makes it almost useless in a real fight. Then Kale reveals the real gift, a small silver disc carrying the spell, so all Zorian has to do is make the disc touch the lich instead. The trick still depends on the lich carelessly catching the coin, but Zorian pockets it anyway because it is too valuable not to try. Kale's request is more personal. If Zorian keeps using him in future restarts, he wants those loops used to accelerate Kale's alchemy research too. His plan is simple and clever. Zorian carries finished research results from one restart into the next, so Kale can skip dead ends and keep refining recipes. Kale even hands over the current month's findings and tells Zorian which pages matter most to memorize for the next loop. So Zorian spends the rest of the wait memorizing Kale's notes, and quietly learning from another mage's research process. That quiet prep ends when Kiriel loudly announces that his girlfriend is here, meaning Akoja has arrived for the dance. Akoja is painfully awkward with Amaya and Kiriel fussing over her, so Zorian takes pity and pulls her out before the embarrassment gets worse. At the dance, the evening actually starts off well enough, because Akoja is tense, but less overbearing than before, and the invasion seems to be collapsing outside. Through the telepathic relays, Zorian can tell the attackers are doing far worse than usual, with their bases wrecked, routes contested, and surprise advantages stripped away. Then the hall doors explode inward, and the attack crashes right into the room anyway. Out of the smoke come 3 elite enemies: the crowned black-boned lich, a severe black-haired woman in dark military clothes, and a red-robed mage with his face hidden in magical darkness. Red Robe does not hesitate at all. He points straight at Zack and says he is the target. War trolls and enemy mages flood through the broken entrance behind them, and the whole ballroom erupts into panic and combat. Zorian realizes instantly that Red Robe is the third time traveler, and he has stacked the fight by coming with the lich and the vampire instead of facing Zack alone. Even with other mages trying to help, Zack starts getting overwhelmed because the enemy brought enough support to keep everyone else busy. Kirin still lands a brutal hit, slicing the vampire woman's arm off with a glowing whip and knocking her purple burning sword away. But the woman barely seems slowed, which confirms to Zorian that she is undead too. Red Robe also takes a real hit when students break through his aegis, but he recovers fast enough to wipe them out for trying. The lich is worse than either of them, because even when Zack destroys his armor and crown, nothing seems to mark the black bones underneath. Zorian hates standing back, but he knows charging that fight head-on would probably just get him killed. He only steps in to put down stray trolls and disposable enemy mages that get too close, while watching Zack lose ground. Then the fight swerves toward him when the blasted vampire woman lands near Akoja and suddenly moves on her instead. Zorian reacts instantly, throwing an explosive cube under her feet to break her momentum. While she is dazed, he pours almost all his mana into a sustained incineration beam and burns her down before she can close the distance. When the beam finally stops, almost nothing is left but ash and blackened bones, and everyone around Zorian stares at him in shock. That is when the lich turns and fixes his hollow gaze on Zorian. Kirin tries to exploit that distraction, but the lich casually grabs the glowing whip itself and answers with a red beam that drops both Kirin and Zack in blood. Red Robe angrily complains that the lich almost killed Zack, because he still needs him alive for interrogation. The lich snaps back that Zack is alive enough, and the exchange makes it clear Red Robe is not actually in charge here. Then the lich starts a spell over Zack's head, and Zack suddenly reveals he was faking unconsciousness and tries one last desperate punch. It fails, and Red Robe smashes Zack's head into the floor until he goes limp before resuming the spell. A moment later, Red Robe gets what he wanted and blurts out the answer with disbelief. The Arania are involved. Without waiting for the lich, Red Robe teleports away to tie up that new loose end. The lich mutters that Red Robe is becoming more trouble than he is worth, then turns his full attention back to Zorian. Now almost conversational, the lich admits he disliked the vampire girl but still cannot ignore Zorian killing someone important from a powerful house. That is also how Zorian finally gets the lich's name, because he all but confirms he is Quatakikl. With no better option, Zorian tries a fake bribe and casually tosses Kale's silver disc at the lich. The plan works because Quatakikl arrogantly catches it barehanded, and the soul magic disc instantly banishes him back to his phylactery. Zorian does not waste a second celebrating and runs straight to check whether Kirin and Zack can still be saved. A trained older student pulls him away to handle the medical work, so Zorian instead grabs a telepathic relay and checks on the Arania front. Through the relay, Zorian sees the Arania ambush begin perfectly, with the red-robed intruder walking right into the liquid stone trap and getting stuck. The strike team immediately hits him with sedatives and disabling magic. But something is wrong because the usual effects barely matter. Even pinned in stone, the red-robed man keeps defending himself and fires slow purple beams that kill anyone they touch on the spot. The hired human mercenaries panic after seeing one of their own die and blast straight through the intruder's shield with glowing lances. For one sickening instant it looks like they may have killed the target, until the body simply turns into smoke. It was only a simulacrum, and the real enemy uses the distraction to spring his own counter-ambush from hiding. The relay vision cuts out violently in the middle of the slaughter, and Zorian jerks awake knowing the matriarch is probably dead. The entire plan has failed, and while he is still reeling from that, Zack weakly calls out to him from the floor. Zack is stunned that Zorian managed to banish the lich and starts to ask the obvious question about how he knew that trick. Zorian cuts him off by deciding he has no time for explanations and has to go after the real crisis instead. He ignores both Zack and Akoja calling after him and heads straight for the nearest route into the sewers. By the time Zorian reaches the Arania settlement, it is already a massacre site and Red Robe is gone. As he searches for clues and surviving males, he notices most of the actual damage was caused by the Arania's own desperate traps, not by Red Robe's killing spell. Red Robe's victims themselves are unnervingly clean, with no visible wounds, which only makes the killing method feel more wrong. What truly sickens Zorian is how thorough the slaughter was, because Red Robe even wiped out the nursery instead of only chasing actual threats. All he can do now is gather what the matriarch managed to leave behind, using mind sense and divination to track surviving males one by one. From them he pieces together two separate legacies, a fragmented voice message from the matriarch and a damaged underworld map with marked locations. The message is torn to pieces, but the surviving lines still warn that the time loop is degrading and hint Red Robe can leave whenever he wants. Before he can fully process any of it, the month ends and the restart drags him away into darkness. Zorian wakes at the start of the next loop with Kiriel on top of him, and the panic from the last restart hits so hard he grabs her in a crushing hug. He brushes it off as a nightmare, but once Kiriel leaves for the bathroom and he locks the door, his panic turns into immediate planning. He decides the Arania cannot wait for the normal trip to Syoria, because if Red Robe acts early this loop, they may already be doomed. So he apologizes in his head to his mother and Kiriel and starts casting a direct teleport from his room. He cannot risk teleporting straight into the deep warded settlement, so he aims for Syoria's public teleport beacon instead. The jump lands rough but successful, and Zorian arrives in Syoria with enough mana left to keep moving. He wants to dive underground immediately, but because his reserves are low he first stops to buy whatever equipment he can get fast. The shop's legal combat stock is underwhelming, and Zorian gets frustrated when the merchant refuses to sell him anything stronger without permits. When Zorian bluntly asks for something more lethal, the merchant cheerfully offers an unorthodox answer instead. He opens a plain wooden box to reveal a revolver, and after one look Zorian decides to buy it. Armed as best he can manage, Zorian heads into the dungeon and knows something is wrong the moment no Arania sentries intercept him. The first bodies confirm his fear, because dead Arania lie in the tunnels with no obvious signs of battle at all. Realizing he may have walked into a trap, Zorian quickly layers himself with non-detection, invisibility, spell resistance, and a scarf to hide his face if the invisibility breaks. Inside the settlement, he finds a silent graveyard, with Arania dead where they stood and almost no marks of struggle anywhere. The pattern makes no sense at first, because some male Arania survived while every female is gone, which feels too selective for random collateral damage. As he probes the minds of surviving males, he gets a sick jolt of recognition because these are the same males he used last restart to recover the matriarch's final message. Before he can finish the thought, a portal snaps open behind him and he turns hoping for Zack, only to face Red Robe instead. For 2 long seconds they just stare at each other, both surprised that the other is already here. Then Red Robe whips out a spell rod and fires 5 magic missiles, forcing Zorian to burn his shielding bracelet immediately just to stay standing. Knowing he cannot win head-on, Zorian blasts the floor with disintegration to throw up dust and uses the cover to run. Red Robe hunts him through the tunnels and casually reveals he can still find him because he tracks souls, not just ordinary divinations. That explains why Kale's anti-soul sight lesson just saved Zorian's life, because Red Robe is openly a necromancer. Red Robe then drops the real horror. The Arania are not just dead this restart, he killed their souls so they will always begin the loop dead now. Zorian nearly breaks under that admission, but he crushes the outrage down because survival has to come first. Trying a different angle, Red Robe offers to spare him if Zorian names anyone else the Arania brought into the loop. Zorian stays silent, because lies can be probed but silence gives away nothing. Red Robe loses patience, grabs him by the shirt, and slams him into the cavern wall with terrifying physical strength. When threats still get nothing, Red Robe tries to rip the answer out with mind magic and makes the mistake of underestimating Zorian there. Zorian shatters the crude telepathic intrusion, counterattacks with a brutal psychic scream, and briefly seizes control of the connection. He cannot fully overpower Red Robe, but he does make the necromancer lose his spell rod, buying a tiny opening. Zorian uses that opening to yank out the revolver and empty it into Red Robe's chest at point-blank range. The first 2 bullets punch through before Red Robe can shield, and only the last shots splash against force, leaving him wounded but still dangerous. Zorian runs again immediately, because wounding this monster is not the same as escaping him. A disintegration beam almost takes his head off, proving Red Robe is hurt, furious, and absolutely still in the fight. Red Robe even screams in disbelief that a mage just shot him with a gun, but Zorian ignores the outrage and keeps heading for one desperate exit. He rejects suicide by simple explosives, because a necromancer could still use the corpse, and instead races toward a deep shaft over a dangerous underground lake. Red Robe finally floods the corridor with crackling blue lightning, locking Zorian's muscles in agony just as he reaches the edge. Momentum carries Zorian over anyway, and he falls into the shaft while Red Robe tries to stop him from disappearing. On the way down, Zorian grimly realizes he is fighting to destroy his own body before Red Robe can claim it. Just before he hits the water, Zorian triggers the explosives in his pocket and ends the chase in a blast of light and pain. Zorian jerks awake to a hard hit in the stomach from Kiriel's usual morning tackle, and the first thing he feels is raw relief that his soul survived. That relief curdles fast when he remembers Red Robe, the near capture, and the Arania being wiped out for good. He pushes Kiriel aside, throws on his glasses, and starts pacing because he cannot make sense of how Red Robe destroyed souls when every mage says that should be impossible. He grudgingly admits Red Robe may have uncovered some forbidden necromantic truth, even if that idea clashes with everything Kale and even Quatakikal ever implied. The loss hits even harder when Zorian admits he had come to care about the Arania, and especially Novelty, like family. He blames himself too, because while Red Robe hunted the Arania across the city, Zorian was busy piecing together the matriarch's dying message and never saw the real danger coming. The more he thinks, the stranger it gets. If Red Robe can erase people permanently, why has no one important else started every loop dead? He realizes the bigger puzzle is that the Arania were not time travelers at all, so whatever Red Robe did must be exploiting the time loop itself. That leaves him with one ugly truth: he needs answers badly, and his best source of them is gone. For the next few hours he forces himself through the morning routine, covering panic with a weak excuse about having a nightmare when his mother notices something is off. Even so, he refuses to run, because if Red Robe did trace him to Siren, abandoning the house could get his family permanently killed. He also talks himself down by reasoning that Red Robe may never connect the masked human helper to one of Zack's classmates in the first place. He bets Zack will have enough sense to flee Scioria immediately after getting crushed by Red Robe and Quatakikal, which should make that trail even colder. Backed into a corner, Zorian settles on a temporary plan: board the train as usual, get off later, and stay far away from Scioria until he is stronger and better informed. At school, his drifting thoughts snap back when Ilsa mentions his mage badge, and Zorian suddenly asks if he can collect it outside the academy. When Ilsa says any major guild office in Eldamar can issue it, he quietly adds that option to his escape route. Ilsa leaves with an odd remark about expecting him in class, but Zorian no longer cares much about skipping school once his parents are gone to Koth. Once the train finally leaves Siren and no attack comes, Zorian starts to believe Red Robe probably did not identify him after all. He changes one detail of his plan, staying on past the first tiny village because getting off there would only draw attention and possibly alert his family. Instead he rides to Nigelvar, aiming to walk from there to Teshingrad where he can disappear more easily and pick up his badge. The trip turns miserable when the same storm tied to the first day of the loop catches him on the road in a pounding downpour. He takes shelter in a roadside inn, endures terrible food and suspicious looks, and puts a basic ward on his room before sleeping. The next morning he reaches Teshingrad, only to discover the mage badge costs a brutal half of everything he has saved. Since the badge will take 2 days anyway, he decides to earn the money back by taking whatever local jobs he can find. That sends him into a run of humble work across town, from repairs and hauling to tracking a lost goat and clearing out a nasty rat infestation. The jobs are simple, but they teach him something the academy rarely did: practical magic feels very different when real people need real problems solved. When the badge is finally ready, the guildman hands over the plain little token and notes that the townsfolk appreciated his work. Zorian shrugs off any praise, but the guildman points out that plenty of mages are too proud to bother with work that makes common lives easier. When the man asks what comes next, Zorian admits he is just wondering, so the guild rep starts laying out better paid options in the region. One suggestion is the Sorokian Highlands, where dangerous frontier work pays well, though Zorian immediately dislikes how close that path runs to Scioria. Their talk drifts into the bigger politics of the splintering, with the north being pushed hard because Eldamar wants new resources and new advantages over rival states. Zorian spends the next 2 weeks roaming the countryside, visiting workshops, libraries, alchemists, and villages, mostly so future teleports will have real destinations. Without the academy or a clear target, he falls back on basic shaping drills, and the local mages are surprisingly better teachers than Svim at explaining the steps. By the end of the loop he has built a whole set of small precision tricks, like peeling marble and fruit in layers, slicing paper with a finger, shaping water, freezing it, and drawing patterns in dust with telekinesis. He also keeps drilling mind magic, using empathy on everyone he meets and practicing total control over simple animal minds instead of going near other Arania webs yet. His favorite exercise becomes puppeteering dragonflies into wild little aerial routines, though he still cannot handle more than 3 at once. The travel keeps him busy during the day, but every night the same fear returns: he is still too weak, too ignorant, and far behind Red Robe. As the month nears its end, his imagination turns uglier, and he starts bracing for a future where Red Robe finds his family only after Zorian has already fled. On the final night of that restart, he does not sleep at all and instead watches the sky from a lonely hill, quietly batting mosquitoes away with mind magic. Then the loop resets again, and when Kiriel crashes into him the same way, Zorian grabs her in a fierce hug before she can even finish yelling. He jokes weakly that she is still the same impossible sister as ever, and the moment lands because this time he knows his family survived another month. With no sign of Red Robe again, Zorian repeats the Nigelvar escape route, but this time he skips the overpriced badge and simply teleports back to where he ended last month. Out in the periphery, he learns another lesson fast, away from Sayoria's mana-rich environment. Even shaping practice noticeably drains his reserves. He starts missing the academy library too, because once he leaves Sayoria behind, finding even slightly uncommon spell knowledge becomes a frustrating scavenger hunt. He also realizes magic detection works far better outside Sayoria, where enchanted things and magical creatures actually stand out instead of drowning in background noise. Little by little, he understands why mages flock to cities built on mana wells. Too many useful resources are concentrated there to ignore. Still, he keeps traveling and sets himself a broad goal of visiting every major city in Eldamar so he can teleport freely later. After a third restart passes with no sign of Red Robe, Zorian finally lets himself believe the enemy never traced him. He decides Zack can wait, because finding the other time traveler matters less right now than fixing his own glaring weaknesses. His first priority is soul magic, because until he understands how to resist it, Red Robe can blindside him again, and Kale's list of outside experts suddenly looks very valuable. His second priority is mind magic, because he now suspects the matriarch learned Loop's secrets by tearing pieces of the truth out of other people's minds, and he may need to do the same. Third comes combat, because his last clash with Red Robe proved he needs better traps, cleaner escapes, and real fighting practice instead of theory. That means deliberately seeking danger, a plan that goes against every one of his instincts but no longer feels optional. So he stops drifting and starts planning properly, marking Kale's associates on a map and choosing Nyazov Dveri as the best place to begin.